Well, today we got the official numbers for second quarter productivity, non-farm productivity. And the consensus was that it would increase for the first time in 3 quarters, because the prior 2 quarters we saw a decline in productivity. So analysts were looking for a 0.5% increase for the second quarter. Instead, we got a decline, another decline of 0.5. So productivity actually fell by the amount that everybody expected it to rise. But more importantly, this is the first 3-quarter consecutive decline in productivity since 1979. That was like, what, the Carter years? That was stagflation, the misery index, sky-high inflation, sky-high interest rates. That was the last time that we had a 3-quarter drop in productivity. And President Obama is bragging about how great the recovery is. And Hillary Clinton wants more of this, promising more of this, vote for me. Yet we have to go back to the malaise of the Carter stagflation to find 3 consecutive drops in productivity. You know, if you look at the actual size of the decline over those 3 quarters, it's the biggest drop in productivity since 1993. And I think there was a bit of a recession going on around there as well, around the Gulf War days. If you look at the year-over-year decline that we just had, this is the biggest year-over-year decline in productivity in 3 years. Now, productivity is extremely important. You know, you hear all these politicians that are out there. They're always talking about, we want higher wages. We need higher wages. Well, you can't get higher wages without higher productivity. That is where higher wages come from. Now, a lot of politicians want to substitute government decrees. They want to mandate higher wages, like minimum wage. Like, we're going to force employers to pay this minimum wage. But all that does is raise the bar. It makes it harder for unskilled people to get a job in the first place, because now they have to force employers to pay them a wage that may be well above the productivity they can deliver to that employer. So in which case, they can't get a job. Right? So this doesn't raise wages. This just raises the bar. It just shows that you have to have higher productivity in order to get a job. Now, another popular way that politicians try to mandate higher compensation is by mandating benefits. We're going to force your employer to give you health care. We're going to force him to give you mandatory sick leave or paid vacation days, or time and a half for overtime. And all kinds of benefits that companies, employers are required to provide their workers. And the idea is supposed to be, hey, I'm getting something for nothing, right? I voted for this guy and now he delivered. He got my greedy boss to give me something extra. But that's not how it works. You see, when an employer hires somebody, they look at the overall cost of employing somebody relative to the productivity of that worker. And if I am mandated to provide certain benefits, those benefits have a cost. I mean, if they didn't have a cost, they'd be provided already. The fact that they're not being provided is because they cost something. And if you force the employer to provide benefits that have a cost, how's he going to pay for it? The worker only has so much productivity. And assuming he's already getting paid commensurate with that productivity, and now the government says, oh, you've got to provide this benefit, how is it financed? Well, wages have to go down. So what happens is the compensation changes, the mix. So now there's less cash payment and more non-cash benefits. Now, maybe the worker doesn't prefer that. Maybe the worker doesn't care about medical leave or insurance. He just wants more money. But he can't have it because the government took that decision away from him by mandating that you must receive a portion of your pay in these particular benefits, whether you want them or not. And of course, the idea that the politicians are hoping that the voters fall for is, hey, I got something for nothing. But that's government for you. They always want you to think you get something for nothing. But whenever you get something for nothing, the something that you're getting costs a lot more than you think, because the nothing is not nothing. There is a cost to that. In this case, your wages are going down so that your benefits go up. But overall, you're worse off. Everybody would be better off if the government just stayed out and let each worker negotiate independently with his employer for a compensation package that is most valuable to that worker. Those who want more time off or more flexible schedules or paid vacations or paid sick leave or maternity leave, they can have that if they want it and take less cash. The people who don't want any of that, They can just get more cash. But productivity is really the holy grail of higher wages. I mean, think about it from this way. Let's assume that I'm going to hire somebody to dig a big ditch. Let's say all they can do is dig with their hands. How much can I pay somebody digging a hole with their hands? I mean, they're not going to dig very much, right? They're not very productive. It's going to take a long time to dig the hole if they're digging with their hands. Now introduce a shovel. Shovel is a piece of capital. Where'd that come from? There's no fairy godmother that just created the shovel, right? Somebody had to invent it. Somebody had to make it. Where'd the material come from, right? Somebody had to underconsume. There had to be some sacrifice to create this piece of capital. But now I put this piece of capital, a shovel, in the hand of the worker, and now he digs much faster. I can pay him more to dig the hole now because he's going to be more efficient. He's more productive because of the capital. The worker on his own isn't really more productive, but once I gave him a piece of capital, I raised his labor productivity. Now, what if I give this guy an excavator? And now he can dig, with his huge excavator. Now, assuming the worker knows how to operate the excavator, which does probably mean the worker now had to get some skills. He had to be trained somehow because, anybody can just grab a shovel and dig. But operate one of these big excavators, got to know what you're doing, right? But assuming that a worker is skilled and can operate that excavator, he can earn a lot more money than a guy digging with a shovel because of the increased productivity provided by that excavator. But the excavator requires even more capital to come into existence, even more savings. So if we really want higher wages for workers, we need to raise worker productivity, and that's not happening. It is falling now for 3 consecutive quarters, the first time since 1978. And we're talking about what great economy we have. The Fed is congratulating itself for what a great job it did. Obama is saying everything is great. And Hillary is saying, yeah, it's so great. Let's have 4 more years. This is a disaster. If you're a real worker, this is what you have to look at. It's productivity. And if productivity is going down, your wages are going down. And if you want wages to go up, you got to get higher productivity. And how do you get that? Less government, lower taxes, higher interest rates, so we get more savings and more investment and less of all this speculation and paper shuffling that we have in this bubble economy. But I want to talk a little bit more on this podcast about Donald Trump's economic speech yesterday. And not really the entire speech. I just want to focus on one aspect of it that's getting a lot of press, and that's the inheritance tax, the estate tax, right? After you die, the government comes in, and if you have a sufficient amount of money, they basically take half of it. And Donald Trump is promising to repeal the tax, which is a great idea. The inheritance tax is probably the single worst tax we have. And also, it will deliver the most bang for the buck if we eliminate it, because the government doesn't collect much money in the estate tax. But the estate tax itself does enormous amounts of damage to the economy. Now, what am I talking about? Because when most people talk about the estate tax, they say, oh, it's just for the rich, right? Because only 2 out of 1,000 actually pay the estate tax. And maybe that's the actual number. I'm not really sure who actually writes the check. But the damage is not just the people paying the tax. It's for everybody else. It's all the people that are affected in a negative way by the existence of the estate tax. And of course, the Democrats and the media are jumping all over Trump. Aha, you see, he's showing his true colors. He's really not a man of the people. He's really not for the worker. He's for the super rich, because those are the ones that are going to benefit from the reduction in the estate tax. Those 2 people out of 1,000. In fact, Donald Trump himself, well, he's got a $10 billion net worth. So he's going to save $5 billion. Haha, that's it. That's why he's running. That's the real reason. He wants to become president so he can eliminate the estate tax so that when he dies, his kids have $5 billion extra, right? That's what they're trying to say. This has got nothing to do with it. Yes, it is a negative for the people who actually pay the tax. But, the estate tax itself, the origins of the tax, the reason it's so popular is because it appeals to the lowest common denominator of envy, of greed. The idea is that why should some people get to inherit all this money? I mean, after all, they didn't work for it. They just happen to be in the lucky sperm club, right? They were born to wealthy parents and they got lucky. They hit the lottery and it's not fair. And so let's equalize it. Let's take away some of that money and give it to the other people who weren't as lucky. Well, Jack Kennedy, a very famous Democrat, once said, life isn't fair. And he was right. And of course, he was one of the biggest beneficiaries of the fact that it wasn't fair because he was a member of the Lucky Sperm Club, being born to a wealthy, a descendant of a wealthy bootlegger. But he became very wealthy, but that was true. Life isn't fair. Deal with it. And when it comes to the estate tax, it's not about the guy who's lucky enough to inherit it. It's got nothing to do with him. It's about the person who earned the money and his right to determine who gets it after he dies. That's a fundamental property right. If I own property and it's my property, it doesn't belong to the government, it doesn't belong to the king, I can give the property to whoever I want. You can't have an estate tax because you're diminishing property rights. I have a right to give away my property, and if I have a right to give away my property, you can't tax it. You see, the government, in order to tax the estate, they claim it's a privilege. They say that giving away your wealth is a privilege, and they're going to levy a tax on the privilege. And the reason they do that is because if they taxed the estate directly, it would be a direct tax, and it would be unconstitutional unless it was apportioned. So what the government has said is, well, it's not a direct tax. It's an excise tax on the privilege of leaving your money to your heirs. And we're going to base that excise tax on the amount that you leave your heirs. But this is all nonsense. This is where the Supreme Court bends the Constitution or ignores the Constitution under the guise of interpreting it so they can allow an unconstitutional tax. Because it is not a privilege to leave your property to your children or your grandchildren. It is a fundamental right. If you don't own property, if you don't have a right to give your property to whoever you want, then you don't own it. So the government concocted a phony privilege to get around the apportionment clauses for a direct tax, and our Supreme Court looks the other way and rubber stamps this blatantly unconstitutional usurpation of power. But the other thing is, the people that are leaving a large estate that is large enough to be subject to this tax, obviously they paid a lot of taxes along the way. You don't accumulate a big estate unless you earn the money. We have a very high progressive income tax. So if I earned a lot of money every year, I paid income taxes on it every year. Right? Maybe I paid capital gains taxes and income taxes. And now whatever I have left is what I have left after I paid all those taxes. And now when I die, the government's going to take half again? What is the actual tax rate? When you take all the taxes you pay when you're working and then another 50%, you're talking about 70, 80% effective tax rate? That is ridiculous. That is absurd. That is reducing the average American property owner to the level of a medieval serf. So, yes, it is an outrage that the government tries to take so much money from people. But that is not the main reason to oppose the estate tax. And I wish the people who were talking about repealing it didn't fall into the liberal trap of talking about the rich people who are going to save money and how it's unfair that they get taxed again, because people don't really care about that. Because, again, they don't look at it as a tax on the guy who earned it. It's a tax on the lucky kid who did nothing and inherited it. So that kind of argument doesn't work. But also, in reality, the super rich don't even pay that big an inheritance tax because they use the tax code, they use the loopholes, they use complicated and expensive structures and trusts that involve lots of lawyers and accountants, and they devise ways around the tax. Now, of course, all of this is unproductive use of resources, trying to figure out how to structure your estate to avoid a tax and buy all sorts of fancy insurance products and different tricks. I would rather have entrepreneurs figuring out how to grow their business to leave an even bigger estate than try to figure out how to keep the tax man away, right? Because these are smart people who are productive. We don't like them wasting their time trying to figure out how to avoid an estate tax. Let's just get rid of the estate tax so that they can put their efforts to more productive purposes. And let's free up, the lawyers and the accountants to do something else that's more productive other than devise these complicated estate tax avoidance schemes. The people who are most likely to pay the estate tax are the smaller businessman. Guy owns a business, maybe has a couple of partners, not a publicly traded company, privately held business, right? Let's say that business is worth $50 million, right? Because the estate tax kicks in, somewhere above 10 million, right? So let's say you got a $50 million business, you got a big estate tax coming. Well, if a business is worth $50 million, That doesn't mean that there's a $50 million pile of cash there and you could just peel off $20 million and give it to the IRS. No. I mean, first of all, valuations are going to be based on a number of factors, but one of them is going to be the cash flow for the business, but you discount that based on the interest rate. And the lower the interest rate is, the higher the present value of those income streams. So in today's era of 0% rates, a lot of privately held businesses, on paper anyway, are going to have these big values, right? That's number one. But number two, a lot of the assets are not liquid. Some of them are non-cash. Let's say you have goodwill. That's your reputation in the marketplace. I mean, you can't sell that really. I mean, it's not a physical, tangible asset. It's intangible, but it has value. You get taxed on it. But then you have property and equipment that you need to operate the business, right? You can't really just liquidate that. Maybe you have some inventory, but you need that. There's probably some receivables, which you don't actually have the cash. I mean, so how much cash does it actually have? Probably not much. Now, maybe somebody who leaves a $50 million business to his kids, maybe he also leaves $10 million. Maybe he's got that. But that's still not enough to pay the tax on this $50 million asset that's now being handed down. So what happens? They've got to sell the business to raise the money, to pay the tax. And of course, now when you're forced to sell the business right away to pay a big tax bill, you probably won't even get the $50 million valuation because it's kind of a distressed sale. Maybe the market's not right. Maybe there's not that many buyers around, right? Maybe you can't get top dollar. And who is the most likely buyer for a business where the principal owner just died, right? Who's most likely to buy it? Who's probably going to give the heirs the most amount of money? A larger competitor, right? He's going to outbid anybody else who wants to operate the business independently. Why? Well, because the larger competitor sees an opportunity to take out a competitor, right? That's good. Less competition, easier for me. Raise my prices, charge the consumer a little bit more. That's number one. But number two, you're going to have economies of scale. You're going to have synergies. You're going to be able to take a lot of the revenue from that business and just add it to your revenue and get rid of a lot of the expenses, a lot of the overhead. What is usually the biggest overhead? Wages, the labor. So what happens is, a guy dies, and now because there's an estate tax, the business has to be liquidated to a larger competitor, and all of the workers get fired. Yes, the heirs still end up with a lot of money. They still get a big payday, right? They still make a bunch of money. They don't make as much money, but they still get a check, right? But their employees, the workers, they get a pink slip instead of a check. That is the angle that Donald Trump and other Republicans need to take. That is the destructive nature of the estate tax. It destroys businesses, it destroys jobs, and it destroys competition, so it hurts the consumer. In fact, one of the biggest advocates of the estate tax is the hypocrite Warren Buffett. And why does Warren Buffett like the estate tax so much? Because he gets to buy up a lot of these businesses where the owner dies and now they can't afford to pay the estate tax. See, he's the big business that gets to gobble up the competition. He grows his market share and can charge more money, right? So that's the part of the hypocrisy of Warren Buffett. But, it gets even worse than just the fact that, okay, the business has to be sold and we lay off a lot of workers, right? Because if there was no estate tax, the heirs could just operate the business and it can continue and it can grow. And that kind of leads me to the larger picture here. A lot of people who run small businesses, family businesses, right? You start a business and you employ your kids. And then maybe you hope that your grandkids will come into the family business. And capitalism works best when people think far into the future. But the problem with human beings is we don't live very long, right? I mean, yeah, maybe some of us can make it to 100, but not that many. A lot of us make it into our 80s. But a lot of the guys that do a lot of hard work and run businesses and have a lot of stress, I mean, they could die in their 60s or 70s, or they could die earlier, right? So we don't live very long. But we don't want entrepreneurs to limit their vision to their own lifetime. We want them to think real long term. We want them to think about making investments today that may pay off in 50 years or 100 years. They won't be there. So if I know that my business has a short life expectancy because, it can't survive the estate tax. So if I know that I can only operate a business during my lifetime and then I just got to start it up and sell it out, that really limits what I can do and how far forward I can think. But also, you want to be able to bring your kids into the business, teach them what you know so that they can operate the business and they can teach their kids. And you can have these businesses in families for generations where young people grow up in the business and they learn from their parents. And, the parents bring them on board and they start them in, maybe in the mailroom or wherever they start and they work them up and they live in the business, they eat, they breathe it, they sleep it because their parents bring it home, right? I mean, who best to train their replacement than the father of his heir apparent? Nurturing young people from a young age to take over. We want businesses. Why do we want to destroy a business? Why do we want to destroy the know-how and the drive? Because the more businesses there are, the more successful those businesses are, the better everybody else's standard of living is. We want people to think long-term. We want people to think and invest beyond their years, beyond their own lifetimes. We want them training people, training their kids and their grandkids, and making investments that are not going to pay off during their lifetimes, but they know they're going to pay off during their grandchildren's lifetimes, and they care. People care about their prodigy. They care about their grandchildren and their future, and people will do things. They will sacrifice for themselves, knowing that it's going to benefit their grandchildren, even if they are not alive to see the benefit. The fact that they can enjoy the fact that they know that it's there, right? They know that they've done something that's going to benefit posterity, that's going to benefit, their great-grandchildren or great-great-grandchildren. People are motivated to do that, and that is a good thing because society benefits from that, because we get better businesses that provide better products, more innovative products at lower costs, and they provide workers with more jobs at better wages. But all of this is sacrificed on the altar of envy. Oh, no, it's not fair that somebody inherits some money. So we got to stop this. We've got to kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. Why would you do that? Again, it's the lowest denominator politics because the average guy doesn't know. He doesn't understand economics. He doesn't listen to the Peter Schiff podcast. All he knows is Paris Hilton's going to inherit all this money. And, that's not fair, and it's not fair. And of course, the thing is, not all wealthy people are Paris Hiltons, right? They don't all just go out and spend their money. There are people who take what they inherit and they grow it. See, if you really want to get the members of the Lucky Sperm Club, don't have an estate tax. Just have a high sales tax, right? Tax the rich when they buy a yacht, when they buy a mansion. Right? When they spend their money, when they buy furs and diamonds and all the other stuff that Paris Hilton does, tax that. Right? Don't tax the income, because if somebody inherits money and doesn't just become a philandering, playgirl, playboy, whatever they're going to be, if they actually take their inheritance and invest it in growing the business, why on earth would you want to tax that? Because that's just the seed corn. When people don't spend their wealth, when they use it to grow a business, they are benefactors. They are benefiting society. It's when they spend their wealth on themselves that now they're doing something selfish. And of course, I'm not begrudging anybody who earned a bunch of money to enjoy it. People should enjoy it. And obviously, if somebody inherits money and they didn't work at all and they just spend it, that's their privilege. They didn't do anything. But you know what? It's not the child who is going out and blowing an inheritance. You can't look at it as, well, it's not fair to the child. It's fair to the parent because he decided who gets that money. And that's one of the reasons, too, that people work so hard to accumulate money, because they know that when they die, at least the people they love will benefit. So even if they can't benefit from the wealth that they haven't consumed, eventually their heirs will. And of course, if you raise your children right, which I think most hardworking entrepreneurs do, they don't leave their money to a Paris Hilton. They leave their money to far more responsible children who don't squander their wealth, right? They use it productively, just like their parent or grandparent did who produced it in the first place. But when you limit people's horizon. When people know, okay, well, I've got to run a business and I've got to liquidate it before I die and sell out to a competitor. Well, now I have no reason to train my kids or my grandkids and bring them into the business because the business isn't going to exist because the estate tax makes that impossible. So now you're more likely that when your kids inherit money and they're not necessarily in your business, they are more likely to just go out and blow it and lead a party life. And that doesn't really benefit anybody. What benefits people is when money is saved and invested, not when it's spent. Not that the people who earned it don't have a right to spend it, and not that their children and grandchildren don't have a right to spend it. But if you're going to tax the members of the Lucky Sperm Club, don't tax the inheritance, because that punishes the guy who earned the money. But more importantly, it punishes society. It punishes the employees who lose their jobs. It punishes the customers who lose a competitor in the marketplace. Just tax the money when it's spent. So if they go out and they buy an expensive product, then they pay a tax, right? That doesn't hurt the economy. That doesn't undermine economic growth. That doesn't undermine job creation. That doesn't undermine incentives for entrepreneurs to grow their businesses, to invest in their businesses. But the estate tax does all that. It is a growth killer. It is a opportunity killer. It is a job killer. And how much revenue does the government actually derive from the tax? It's minimal. In fact, I bet that wealthy people, super wealthy people, spend more money avoiding the tax than the government actually collects by the tax. So get rid of it. It costs the government almost nothing, but the benefits to society will be so strong, the government will actually come out ahead, because now you'll have more businesses paying more taxes, employing more people who are also paying more taxes. That is economic reality. And unfortunately, almost everybody lives in economic fantasy because of the politics of greed and envy. And I wish people like Donald Trump or other conservatives or libertarians would do a better job of explaining who actually pays this tax and what the real economic reasons are for repealing it. Not just lowering it. It needs to be zero. It doesn't even matter who wins at this point. I mean, everybody is advocating more borrowing and more spending. I mean, even Donald Trump, he talks about, oh, interest rates are so low. Well, let's take advantage of that by borrowing a bunch of money and spending it on infrastructure. Well, if we borrow a bunch of money the way the government is currently borrowing it, it's short-term money. And so when interest rates go up, we won't be able to afford to service the debt that was borrowed when interest rates were low. Now, maybe Donald Trump's plan is to borrow a bunch of money, but do it with issuing 30-year bonds. The problem is there's nobody who wants to buy those 30-year bonds. Nobody in the private sector would touch them. Who's going to lend money to the U.S. government for 30 years? So the only potential buyer of paper that toxic would be the Federal Reserve. But something like that is very inflationary and very weak for the dollar. But certainly Hillary Clinton is going to run bigger deficits, especially if we begin her term in a recession. Because remember how big Obama's deficits were at the beginning of his term, and they only went down because the Fed created a new bubble. But if this bubble bursts just as he gets out of Dodge, and, you know, Hillary Clinton or maybe Donald Trump or whoever becomes the next president, the next deficits are going to be much bigger than the ones that Obama basically inherited from Bush. And then if the government deliberately sets out to stimulate the economy by making the enormous deficits even bigger, then we could have $1.5 to $2 trillion a year budget deficits, which is going to require something like $200 billion a month in quantitative easing to sustain, right? Maybe 2 to 3 times as big as QE3. Now, in the last podcast, I talked about Donald Trump's big economic speech. Well, in the last several days, Hillary Clinton gave a economic speech of her own. And of course, if you listen to Hillary's speech, most of it boiled down to, vote for me and I'll steal for you. It was all about redistributive policies. It was all class warfare. It was all about soaking the rich and raising taxes on the rich and then giving the money to the more deserving middle class and the poor. In fact, in particular, I spoke about Donald Trump's advocacy of the elimination of the estate tax. And I talked about the way he was being attacked and vilified for that, as if, he's just a defender of the rich and he's doing this to benefit his own estate and his own children. And I'm not going to repeat everything I said in that last podcast. In fact, if you haven't listened to it, I would recommend you go back and listen to my last podcast. And, I noticed it didn't get as many listens, or at least views on YouTube anyway, as the typical one. I normally get about 30,000 views, and this one got a little over 20,000. And maybe people aren't as interested in a political topic as they are about an economic topic. Well, the inheritance tax is very much economics. I mean, it's a lot of politics, but the effect is tremendous damage to the economy. But if you didn't listen to that, listen to it. Because there's a lot of good information there about the destructive nature of the estate tax. But Hillary Clinton did exactly what I said people were going to do, is say, Trump, he's just trying to reduce his own taxes. And when Hillary Clinton was talking about that, she said that Donald Trump, if you believe what he says, he's worth $10 billion and, his kids are going to inherit this money, and he wants to eliminate the estate tax and save his heirs $5 billion. And then Hillary said something like, we can think of much better uses for that money. Yes, of course she can. A thief can always think of better uses for his victim's money. Yes, here's some rich guy, and he's got money that he earned and that is his, and he's going to spend it on himself or his family. But I can think of better uses for that money because I want it for myself. I want to spend his money on my family. I want to buy the things I want for me, right? It's always better. Anybody can think of a better use of somebody else's money. But the problem is that's theft. You're not entitled to a better use of somebody else's money. You want some money, you have to go out and earn it. Well, not if you have Hillary Clinton. She'll steal it for you. And, most people would acknowledge that stealing is wrong. I mean, if you're walking down the street and there's another guy walking down the street and it looks like he's got, a lot of money in his wallet or something, you can't steal it because you can think of better uses for that money than whatever he's going to do with it. People would say, yes, that's wrong. At least most people would say that. Not all people. A lot of people would just steal the wallet. But somehow the people that think that theft is wrong, when you substitute a politician as a middleman and you send a politician to steal money because you have better uses for it, then somehow people condone theft. But that is exactly what is going on here. And that is the lowest common denominator politics that she is playing into. The idea that it's not fair that the Trump kids are going to inherit all this money. We should take it away from them because, after all, they didn't earn it. Forget about the fact that their father earned it or their grandfather earned it, and they have the right to do with that money what they please. Forgetting about that, let's just take the money because we can get, cheaper college tuition or less expensive health care or whatever it is, whatever goodie that Hillary Clinton is promising people to vote for her. But it's basically theft. And the problem is, by making theft okay, right? By saying it's okay to steal as long as you do it through the ballot box, right? As long as you do it democratically, then it's okay. That is dumbing down the morality of our nation. I mean, and that's why you see stuff like what's going on or what happened a couple of days ago in Milwaukee. It's just this lawlessness. It's this blurring of the lines between right and wrong. And a lot of it starts by politicians promising to steal. If you'll only vote for them, they'll steal for you. And then once you go down that line, once you make excuses and rationalize theft and say, yes, theft is okay, so long as we do it a certain way, well, then, your whole society decays. But, one of the things that really aggravates me about what happened in Milwaukee, and first of all, if you don't know what happened in Milwaukee, right, there was a policeman who happened to be an African-American policeman, although they didn't release that fact until the following day. But he shot a armed African-American suspect, shot him and killed him. Now, the suspect was in possession of a stolen handgun and a lot of stolen ammunition. Apparently, the suspect had a lot more ammunition than the policeman. And the policeman knew that he was armed. He had a gun. And the policeman asked the suspect to drop the gun, and he didn't do it. Now, if a policeman asks you to drop your gun, you drop your gun, right? Because if I'm a policeman and I tell somebody to drop their gun and they don't drop it, what am I supposed to think? Hey, he's not dropping his gun. Well, that must be because he's going to use it. Because either you give yourself up or you shoot it out. So if you're not dropping your gun, you're telling the cop, hey, it's you or me, right? This is going to be a shootout. Because I'm not dropping my gun and raising my arms. You're not taking me to jail. And so I'm keeping my gun. And so if a policeman tells you to drop your gun and you don't drop it and you get shot, whose fault is that? It's not the policeman's fault. You think he's not going to shoot you once you've told him that, you're going to shoot him by not dropping your gun when he tells you to? So in any event, you have a criminal who has stolen a gun, who knows what he's going to do with that stolen gun, ends up being shot because he refuses to drop his weapon when he's told to by the police. And apparently the news of this criminal being shot incited riots, right? They're burning down stores, they're looting, protesting violence, all of this supposedly because of the frustration and the outrage of all the oppression that is going on in Milwaukee or in the country. But that's not what's going on. None of this is going on. What happens is you've got a bunch of thugs. You've got a bunch of criminals that are looking for an excuse to do harm. They're looking for an excuse to incite riots. They're looking for an excuse to go out and steal and vandalize. And when they find out that a black guy's been shot, oh, okay, a black guy's been shot by a policeman. Okay, this is the excuse we're waiting for. Let's go out. Let's start stealing. Let's create mayhem. Let's loot. Let's vandalize, right? It doesn't matter what the facts are. It doesn't matter what this black individual was doing or why he was shot. Or I guess the fact that he was shot by a black policeman didn't even matter either. Just the fact that a policeman shoots a black, even though he happened to be armed, and that fact was out there. It didn't say he was unarmed. He was armed. But that was enough to start the riots and the looting. And then you have all these politicians that come on television and make excuses for the rioters or the looters. I mean, they don't condone the violence, but they excuse the motivation by saying they're motivated out of repression, and this is their only way they can fight back into a racist, oppressive society. Whenever they do that, all they're doing is guaranteeing the next time a policeman has to shoot a black suspect, it's going to be another riot. People are always looking for an excuse to do bad things. Don't turn this into some kind of political protest. And it makes me sick when I see these people on television legitimizing just theft and criminal behavior by a bunch of thugs. There should be no attempt to rationalize what is going on. It just needs to be condemned because that's the only way to try to prevent it from happening again. Now, I will recognize that there are serious problems in the inner cities, but have these discussions apart from this violence. And of course, all of the problems, the high incarceration rate among young people, particularly, African-American males, young males, the widespread unemployment in that community as well. These situations, this exists because of government, because of the welfare state, because of the war on drugs. So let's have these issues. Yes, I understand you have young men with no jobs that have been raised by their mothers with no fathers, and they're wild. Why is this? Why were they raised without fathers? And and their mother didn't have a job. They were raised by a mother who lived on welfare with an absentee father. They were indoctrinated in government schools and learned nothing. And they don't have a trade, they have no education, and they can't get a job because of government regulation and government rules. So yes, government has created this toxic situation that does result in a lot of criminal behavior. These are homegrown criminals in a government laboratory. And now we can see the result of this government experiment of the war on poverty and the Great Society. And it is a complete disaster. So yeah, we need to do something about it, but we have to separate that from the condemnation of these kind of acts of violence and criminality. Otherwise, you've got people just sitting around waiting for the next shooting, and so they can use that as an excuse to do what they want to do anyway, which is go out and steal some stuff. Right? Rob some stores, have fun, burn some stores down in your own neighborhood. The fact that we don't get the right type of condemnation, this is the real tragedy. And this kind of stuff is going to keep on happening, unfortunately. Well, on Friday, we got the non-farm payroll report. And of course, this jobs report is the most important jobs report ever, because it was going to determine whether or not the Federal Reserve would raise interest rates at its September meeting. Now, of course, I don't think the Fed was going to raise interest rates in September, regardless of what this jobs number was. It's just that so many people were convinced that it was going to happen just because several Fed officials said it was possible. Well, a lot of things are possible, but it doesn't make them probable. And neither is a rate hike, for no other reason other than we have an election coming up in November, and they don't want to take a chance of a repeat of what happened after the last rate hike in December. Given how weak the market was in January, the last thing the Federal Reserve wants to do is hand that present to Donald Trump. So I think all this speculation about a September rate hike was a bunch of noise. I mean, I think it makes more sense to believe in a December rate hike, although I still think that rate hike is also very improbable, just a little bit more believable than that the Fed was going to pull the trigger before the election, because after the election, it really doesn't matter because there's 4 years until another presidential election. And what was the expectation? Well, 275,000 jobs is what they were looking for. They were also looking for the unemployment rate to drop, the official unemployment rate, right? Not the real unemployment rate. That was supposed to drop from 4.9 to 4.8. Average hourly earnings, that was supposed to rise by 0.2. And the average work week was supposed to hold steady at 34.5, which was the way it was originally reported for the prior month. Now, let me give you the bad news. So the headline number was 151,000 jobs versus expectations of 175,000. Now, they did revise the prior month upward from 255 to 275, but that was a 20,000 increase, but they revised the month before that down by 21,000. So the revisions subtracted 1,000 jobs. But the consensus was for 175,000 new jobs, and we only got 151,000. So that was below. Now, the unemployment rate, instead of dropping to 4.8, it held steady at 4.9. But it gets worse as you start going to the other numbers. First of all, private sector payrolls, they were supposed to come in at 179,000. They only came in at 126,000. So a much bigger miss when it comes to the private sector, which means we got more jobs from government. But those are not the jobs we want. Those government jobs are not only not productive, but they generally get in the way of the people who are productive. So the more government jobs we have, the less productive the private sector jobs are. And of course, those are the jobs that really count. Labor force participation, that held steady at a very low 62.8. But here's where it gets really bad. Average hourly earnings came in at just 0.1 increase as opposed to the 0.2. But hours worked, instead of holding steady at 35.4, went down to 34.5 last month. So instead of holding steady at 34.5, they went down to 34.3. And last month, they went down. They revised the 34.5 to 34.4. So we have a couple of months now of back-to-back declines in hours worked. So you have people working fewer hours, yet only earning a little bit more for each hour they work. So if you add all these numbers up, right, you look at this, this was the slowest growth in weekly earnings since early 2014. But on a year-over-year basis, This was the smallest increase in weekly earnings in over 6 years because Americans are working fewer hours and they're not getting a pay raise. Now, also what happened is that the number of Americans who are working multiple jobs increased by 201,000. That's a big jump. And what does that mean? That means more people who have a job are getting another job. And if they have one job and they get another job, that means they've got part-time jobs. And that also helps explain why people are working fewer hours, is because they're working part-time jobs. And of course, they're not earning a lot of money in those part-time jobs. And in fact, about 22.5% of the jobs created were in food and beverage, right? Waiters and bartenders, 22.5%. And then if you add government workers, you got better than 40% of these jobs that were created. And a lot of them are part-time and low-paying. They're either working for government or they're serving food and drinks. In fact, I was reading this article on Zero Hedge just about the big increase in the number of waiters and bartenders relative to manufacturing. And the article points out that since 2014, the U.S. has added 520,000 jobs for waiters and bartenders, and we've lost 13,000 jobs in the manufacturing sector. And the article is posturing that, maybe these waiter and bartender jobs don't actually exist, because the article focuses on the fact that, wait a minute, people are actually going out to restaurants in fewer numbers, right? Restaurants are having a tough time in 2016. And look at a lot of the restaurant stocks. They're all reporting the fact that people are not eating out as often as they used to. And so if fewer people are eating out, why is it that, restaurants need more waiters? You figure they would need fewer waiters if they're having a downturn in business because people are too broke to go to a restaurant. Instead, they're eating at home. Why are they hiring all these waiters? And the article is saying, well, probably when they go and revise it later, they're going to admit that this was all a mistake and that, they didn't get all these jobs. And I think the article is missing the overall point. And this is what makes perfect sense. Restaurants are transitioning from full-time waiters and bartenders to part-time. So it's not that there's 520,000 new people working as waiters. A lot of those people were already working as waiters, except they worked for one restaurant. So they had one job. But when their employer cut back their hours because of Obamacare or other problems with having full-time workers, and now that waiter had to get another job as a waiter, it doesn't mean there's more people who are waiting tables or just waiting them at different restaurants. You got each waiter has 2 or 3 jobs. That's what's going on. That's where all these new jobs are coming from. Yeah, now, sure, there are some net people that are getting jobs in this, but I bet that a lot of people are actually losing jobs because the minimum wage has got to be taking its toll on that, occupation. There's got to be a lot of people that, because of the minimum wage, are losing their jobs. It's just that you've got so many waiters that are getting a second and third job to replace the fact that they used to have one full-time job and their hours have been cut. So that's why you're seeing this big increase in those numbers. It has to do with the transition of the economy from full-time to part-time work, not that all of a sudden we have a hiring binge going on at restaurants. But what is real is the loss of manufacturing jobs, and that is a huge problem because not only are these manufacturing jobs productive, not only do they help reduce our trade deficit because we can export what's manufactured, but these manufacturing jobs are higher paying jobs. And the workers that had these jobs were able to spend money on other things like eating out in restaurants. But when your manufacturing base is being eroded and you're losing those higher paying jobs, then a lot of the service sector jobs that fed off of those jobs, well, they're in trouble too. But I do think that you still have people that believe that there's a very good chance that the Fed is going to raise rates in December. And I'm confident that by the time December rolls around, even though the election will be in the past, the recession will either be in the present or clearly in the immediate future. And I don't think the Federal Reserve will have to maintain the pretense that everything is great. I think by then they may be able to acknowledge some of the problems and stop talking about rate hikes and start talking about rate cuts, start talking about stimulus. Because I think we're going to get a lot more bad economic news between now and December. And of course, the election is bad news no matter how you slice it, because it doesn't really matter who wins. I think it's going to be interpreted as a negative. And so I think the election itself is a negative. But once the election results are in, then I think the Fed is free to be a little bit less political in the short run and do more what they want to do, which is try to stimulate the economy by printing money, because this is what these clowns actually believe. We got this guy, John Williams, he made a speech yesterday, late last night, and people were wondering, okay, what is he going to say? Because we just got all this really bad economic news that came out. What is the Fed going to do? And basically, he ignored the news completely. Williams just said the U.S. economy is in good shape and headed in the right direction. That's what he said. This is after getting all that bad news. I mean, this is the right direction. We had the weakest non-manufacturing ISM in over 6 years. Huge collapse. Look at the trend in jobs. Look at what just happened with manufacturing ISM, now below 50, indicating recession. How is this indicative that the U.S. is in good shape and headed in the right direction? And then, of course, he said every meeting is live. We could have a rate hike in September. We could have a rate hike in December. If the Fed is data dependent, why doesn't this data count? How can you ignore all this horrible data and still be out there and talk about how the U.S. economy is in such good shape and headed in the right direction? The only reason you would say that is if it's politics. It's all motivated by electing Hillary Clinton, and Hillary Clinton only gets elected if the American people want to validate the Obama presidency based on the direction of the economy. So he can't come out and say, yeah, the data is awful, we're not going to raise rates. So they keep saying the data is good. Well, if the data is so good, why don't they raise rates? Well, because they can't. And they know the data is no good, but they can't say that. And of course, when I watch on CNBC, I was listening to Rick Santelli, and, he's on there, and he's one of the only good guys on there on CNBC. But he's talking about how, the Fed should have raised rates years ago. They blew their opportunity to do that. Now they waited too long, and now they can't do it, so they're not. And I sent him an email, and to which he agreed, but I guess he doesn't want to be that, that straightforward on CNBC. But I said, Rick, if they had raised rates a couple of years ago, we just would have had a financial crisis a couple of years sooner. I mean, that's the point. They didn't raise rates a couple of years ago because they knew that we had a bubble and not a recovery. And they didn't want to prick it. They wanted to keep it growing. There was no point that we could ever raise rates without precipitating a crisis. The problem is, by not pricking the bubble sooner, the bubble just got bigger and bigger. And now when the air comes out, it's going to be even more painful for everybody living in this phony economy. And, speaking about phony economy, even Donald Trump was quoted a day or two ago talking about the artificial nature of the economy. He said, look, this is not real. It's all because of low interest rates, and the Fed is keeping interest rates low to make Obama look good, to keep the economy artificially propped up. But interest rates can't stay low forever. The market's going to crash. This is not real prosperity. And all that is true. I mean, this is just right out of, my podcasts. But, when I watched the report again on CNBC, because they juxtaposed those comments with other comments that Donald Trump made not too long ago, in which he said, I'm a low interest rate guy. I like low interest rates. We need to keep interest rates low. I wouldn't want to raise them. So what is it? I mean, if he likes low interest rates, but then he says we have a phony economy based on low interest rates, does he like phony economies? Wouldn't he prefer that we have a real, genuine economy? Well, we can't do that unless we have higher interest rates. Now, I know as a real estate guy who borrows a lot of money, yeah, Donald Trump likes cheap financing. It makes his real estate worth a lot more. In fact, the lower interest rates are, the more real estate is worth, because real estate is valued based on the present value of its future cash flows. And so you collect rents, into the future, but you discount the value of those rents to the present. And the lower the interest rate is, the more that discounted cash flow value is worth. So yeah, as a big debtor and real estate investor, he likes low interest rates. But if you're talking about as an economist or as a presidential candidate or the president, what is good for the economy? What's good for the economy is not low interest rates or high interest rates, but interest rates that reflect the free market, the true savings and borrowing needs of the economy, the time preferences of savers and investors. You need a market rate of interest. That's what's best. And what's problematic is if the central bank artificially lowers interest rates to benefit certain segments of the economy, like real estate investors, right, like Donald Trump, at the expense of other segments of the economy. But ultimately, whenever the government comes in and substitutes a price-fixing mechanism for free market discovery, you're collectively going to lower the standard of living of everybody. Yes, some people will have a higher standard of living relative to others, but overall, the total living standard of the nation as a whole is diminished because of government superimposing its own judgment for the market, because the market is going to lead to the most efficient allocation of resources, and the market is going to discover the right rate of interest. The Federal Reserve is preventing the market from discovering the right rate of interest because it's interfering. And it's not just our Fed that's interfering. The ECB is doing it. The JGB is doing it. Central banks all around the world are practicing monetary socialism, and that is what the problem is. It's not that we have free market capitalism, but Donald Trump, it's hard for him to really criticize the Fed and low interest rates on the one hand, when on the other hand, he was just applauding that, say, yes, I'm a low interest rate guy. I like low interest rates. He needs to be consistent and consistently criticizing the Fed, vilifying the Fed for what it's doing. The problem is, if he's going to acknowledge that he's for higher interest rates, then he has to acknowledge that he's willing to allow the bitter tasting medicine. He has to acknowledge that, yes, rates have to go up, and we're going to break a bunch of eggs to make this omelet, right? Because when interest rates go up, the stock market's going to come down. The real estate market's going to come down. Banks are going to fail. People are going to lose jobs. People are going to lose money. A lot of stuff is going to happen when we take the punch bowl away. When everybody sobers up and has to deal with reality, it's a very ugly picture, unfortunately. But as a political candidate, it's very hard for him to say that because he wants to sell optimism. Everything's going to be great. Everything's going to be fantastic. I'm going to make America great again. So he doesn't want to talk about all the necessary things that have to happen to make America great again. Like if you want to get into good shape, right? You got to go on a diet, you got to exercise, but he doesn't want to sell that. He wants to sell the quick fix. I'm just going to renegotiate the trade deals, and that's it. There's no sacrifice. You don't have to give up anything. We're just going to get all the gain without any of the pain. Apparently, too, in the polls now, Donald Trump is now even or maybe slightly ahead of Hillary Clinton. But, I don't even necessarily trust these polls because I bet there's a lot of people that are going to vote for Trump who are not telling the pollsters they're going to vote for Trump. Because, it's not politically correct to say you're going to vote for Trump because what are you, a racist? Right? So people don't want to necessarily admit that they're going to vote for Trump. But when they get into the voting booth, they're going to vote for Trump. In fact, I think there's a lot of people that are going to vote for Trump just to throw a monkey wrench into the system, just to see what happens. Because so many people are saying, oh, it's going to be a disaster if Trump becomes president. I bet there's a lot of people that want to see that. It's almost like, it's going to be really entertaining. They want to see the show. They know that if Hillary is president, it's going to be boring. It's just going to be the same old, same old. At least if Donald Trump is there, it could be entertaining to see what happens. I mean, there's some people like, you go to a movie and you root for the bad guys. In real life, you wouldn't, right? But, it's interesting to let them get away with something. And people just want to be entertained. People are just curious to see what would happen. Is it really going to be so bad? Well, let's see. Let's shake things up. I don't know. And maybe there are people that just, want just bad things to happen. So, yeah, let's put Trump in there. They don't care. Even though it's not as bad as the media tries to get everyone to believe, people just might want to see. Let's see for ourselves. Let's see if it really is that bad. So, but no one's going to admit that. No one's going to say, yeah, I want to vote for Donald Trump because I think it's going to really wreck the economy, but that's what I want. But there might be people that want that. And so I think there could be a lot of Trump voters out there Finally, I want to talk about the Gary Johnson Aleppo controversy. And if you haven't heard about this, and maybe you have, because this is probably the most publicity that Gary Johnson has received since he announced that he was going to run for president. In fact, I even saw the story on the NBC Nightly News. And of course, the headlines are Gary Johnson blows his shot, right? This is it, as if he actually had a shot and now he blew it because of this one slip up. Look, to the extent that Gary Johnson doesn't become president, it's not because he didn't know what or where Aleppo was. It's because the media wasn't covering his campaign. It's because the Presidential Commission on Debates isn't inviting him to debate. It's got nothing to do with this. And in fact, if anything, maybe this is going to blow up because maybe all this extra publicity will cause more people to take a look at Gary Johnson, and a lot of people that don't like Trump and don't like Clinton. And I think it might backfire. And I think Gary Johnson poll numbers will actually rise as a result of what everybody claimed just destroyed his non-existent chances of being president, right? But here, basically what happened is he was on the Morning Joe show and on MSNBC. And MSNBC is, very, very liberal network, although Morning Joe is supposedly the one, non-liberal show on MSNBC. But Gary Johnson's on there. And there's two or three other people sitting around a table talking to Gary Johnson. And, they're having a conversation about his chances of winning, what his strategy is. They're not talking policy at all. They're not asking him a single question about what he would do as president. It's all about, are you taking votes from Hillary? Are you taking votes from Trump? What's your strategy? What's your plan? Right? Nothing about actual, what are you going to do about anything? Right? And then out of the blue, he's asked a question. Says, "What are you going to, if you become president? What are you going to do about Aleppo?" Now, the question comes out of left field, and so Gary Johnson's like, "Aleppo? What's Aleppo?" And the guy says, "Are you serious? You don't know what Aleppo is?" And he says, "No, I don't. What is it?" Right? And of course, it's a city in Syria, and there's probably the epicenter of the refugee crisis in Syria. But asked out of context, if he had said, if the question had been, "What are you going to do about the refugee crisis in Aleppo, Syria?" Right? He would have known what he was talking about. But just someone asked you a question, you're on live TV. Look, and I've been on Morning Joe a couple times. I've been on live TV. You got cameras on you. You don't really know. And someone asks you, what are you going to do about Aleppo? It might not occur to you that it's Aleppo, Syria. Apparently, what he said later is he thought it was some kind of an acronym, that it stood for something, like American, something like, he didn't know. Maybe it was something he didn't know what it was. And at least he had the honesty to say, hey, I don't know what that is, right? Because most politicians will never admit when they don't know something. And, they don't know very much. But normally what a politician would say that's more skilled is you would say, if someone says, well, what are you going to do about Aleppo? I would say, well, can you be a little more specific? Right? And then let him be more specific. And then he would have said, well, what are you going to do about the refugee crisis? And then he would have known how to answer the question, right? Or he could have done what most politicians do when they get a question where they don't know the answer, or they know the answer, but they don't want to admit it. They just change the subject, just regurgitate a talking point. And then if they ask the question again, just ignore it again. And when you ignore it 2 or 3 times, then they'll go on to another question. But to me, this was a gotcha. This was a deliberate attempt to slip him up. Because, first of all, who cares? What are you going to do about Aleppo? What can he do about it? He's not running for the president of Syria. He's not running for the president of the world. He's running to be president of the United States. Ask him what he's going to do about a city in America, not a city in Syria. There's nothing the U.S. president can do about what's going on over there. It's not like a national security threat to the United States. It's not like asking, what are you going to do about a country that represents a threat to America? It's a problem that's going on, but it's not something that is an imminent threat to the United States, and it's not in the United States. Why pick that question? All the important policy questions that you can ask him, right? What are you going to do about Aleppo? It seems like they asked the question hoping that he wouldn't know. Because, see, why didn't they say, what are you going to do about Syria? Right? What are you going to do about the refugee crisis? They didn't use the word refugee. They didn't use the word Syria, just Aleppo. And in fact, if you go and read the coverage of this, like you read the New York Times story, and it says Gary Johnson didn't know where Aleppo, Syria was, or he didn't understand when he was asked about the refugee crisis in Aleppo, Syria, his answer was, "What's Aleppo?" That wasn't what he was asked. He wasn't asked about the refugee crisis or about Syria. The only thing he was asked was, "What are you going to do about Aleppo?" That's it. So if you actually see the entire interview and you see how this question comes out of left field, without any context, they're not talking foreign policy. They're not talking refugees. They're not talking Syria. They're talking about strategy to win the election and how are you going to position yourself and who you're taking votes away from, right? And all of a sudden, what are you going to do about Aleppo? And it's like, what's Aleppo? As if this means he's not qualified to be president. And look, first of all, does the president have to know everything? No. That's why they got some advisors. I mean, look at all these advisors. Look at these teams of economic advisors. I mean, if the president knew everything, then why would he need any advisors? Why would he have to have a cabinet, right? If your president is omnipotent, if he knows everything, then why don't we save money and fire all these guys? Supposedly, the reason that the president has such a big cabinet, has so many advisors, is because they don't know that much. So they have to rely on people that know more than them. So that's what Gary Johnson would supposedly do if he was president, right? He'd have some advisors that know more about Syria than he does, or more about Aleppo. I mean, do you think Hillary Clinton? I mean, you think or Donald Trump can answer all these questions if you gave him a quiz on geography or naming cities? But even I'm sure, I bet that Gary Johnson, if you would have said what city is what country is the city of Aleppo in, I bet he would have said Syria. Or if you would have said, can you name a city in Syria, he might have said Aleppo, right? But if you just hear the word Aleppo and without the context of Syria, you might not make the connection, especially on live TV. But the media, I think that this was their plan. Hey, let's ask him this trick question. He won't know. He won't remember. Maybe he won't remember that Aleppo is a city in Syria. We'll just ask him what he can do about Aleppo and see what he says. Because to me, I think they were prepared for the whole thing. And then they immediately launched this, okay, his campaign is dead. It's dead? When was it alive? Now all of a sudden it's dead? But I think that he is pulling some votes away from Hillary Clinton. And by the way, too, I think so is Jill Stein. And I think one of the reasons that the left does not want Gary Johnson in the debates is because if they let Gary Johnson in the debates, and let's say Gary Johnson doesn't have 15%, right? Let's say he's got 12 or 13%, and they let him in the debates. Well, they probably have to let Jill Stein in the debates too, right? Because, I mean, if they're going to make an exception for Gary Johnson, they got to make an exception for Jill Stein. And Jill Stein is not going to take any votes away from Donald Trump. All the votes she's going to take are going to be from Hillary Clinton. Gary Johnson may pull evenly from both Clinton and Trump. But the best thing for Trump and the worst thing for Hillary is to have both Gary Johnson and Jill Stein at those debates. And the only way to get Jill Stein in the debates is to get Gary Johnson in the debates. So I think MSNBC is trying to crush Gary Johnson to keep out Jill Stein. But also to the extent that, Johnson will pull some votes from her. But I think that they're more worried about Jill Stein. And this is a backdoor way to try to keep her out of the debates by trying to diminish the credibility of Gary Johnson simply because he supposedly didn't know that Aleppo was a city in Syria. But again, I think this whole thing might backfire on MSNBC and the rest of the liberal media, because I think now a lot of people who never even heard of Gary Johnson now know about him because of this Aleppo. And you know what? They couldn't care less whether the guy knows where Aleppo is because nobody else knows where it is either. You think the average guy who is learning about Gary Johnson for the first time, you think they know that Aleppo is in Syria? Most of them don't even know where Syria is, let alone Aleppo. But I think now that they know, what do you mean? There's a third-party candidate? You mean I don't have to choose between the lesser of these two evils? There's another candidate, and the only thing wrong with him is he doesn't know where Aleppo is? Oh, yeah, let me vote for that guy. So I think that it could backfire, and the publicity can end up giving Gary Johnson a bump in the polls rather than ending his campaign. They might have just ignited it. The biggest consequence of a rate hike initially is how the markets respond. And with Donald Trump rising in the polls, you think they want that, especially with what happened over the weekend with Hillary Clinton and, her collapsing at the September 11th memorial service. This is going to increase Donald Trump's chances now that all of a sudden the Hillary health question is no longer just some kind of white ring extremist conspiracy, that we have all this evidence out there that there is something wrong with Hillary Clinton's health. And of course, they're lying about it and they're covering up about it, because initially when she was collapsing as they were rushing her into that car that was caught on film, they were claiming that it was, heat stroke, even though it was not even that hot of a day. It was maybe in the upper 70s. Maybe it got to low 80s, but it wasn't very humid. The humidity collapsed way down. It was a beautiful day, the day that she supposedly, had heat exhaustion. And then they brought her out later in the day. She went back up to Chelsea's apartment. Then she came back down. They caught her on film, and she said, "Oh, I feel great. I feel great." And then today they come out and say, "Oh, she's got pneumonia." I mean, she's got pneumonia. I mean, was it the heat or was it pneumonia? And if it was pneumonia, why didn't they say she had pneumonia originally? And if she had pneumonia, why'd she tell everybody she was feeling great? I mean, I'm going to imagine if you have pneumonia, you don't feel so great. And if she had pneumonia, why didn't the doctor tell her, hey, you got to stay in bed for a few days. You can't go to this fundraiser. You can't go to this 9/11 service. You got to you got to stay in bed. You got this pneumonia. To me, it looks like they keep changing their story. They keep making stuff up. I was reading this article about, asking, why would she be lying about her health? And my thinking was, well, she lies about everything else. Why should her health be any different? I mean, that's the natural reaction of Clinton, is to lie about something. I mean, why tell the truth when a lie sounds so much better? So that's what they're always trying to do. It's all spin. It's all how to try to create the best possible scenario. Now, I don't know what she might have. And whether she's got some kind of a permanent thing. You go on the internet, you read all this stuff about, oh, maybe she's got Parkinson's disease. I don't know what she's got. But to me, it looks like she's got something that they're covering up. And it seems like it's getting out. And the fact that it's getting out obviously is going to weaken her credibility, and it's going to help Trump. And maybe that's why Trump now he doesn't have to say much. He can just sit back and allow Hillary to self-destruct and allow more and more people to be nervous. That's why, when they asked Donald Trump about Hillary's health, he didn't allege anything about it. He just said, well, I hope she feels better. Hope she gets better. Looking forward to see her on the campaign trail. He didn't start playing into any of the fears or the conspiracy theories that, she's hiding something. All he did is, I wish her well. I hope she gets better. And so I think that means that he knows at this point that, he just can coast in here now, because things are going to go downhill for Hillary Clinton very rapidly as more people start putting two and two together. Although Donald Trump did say some interesting things today on CNBC, very, very accurate things about the Fed and about Janet Yellen and about the political pressure that's been put on her by the Obama administration to keep interest rates down, and how we have a phony economy and how we have a phony market, and how eventually rates are going to go up and the market's going to tank and it's going to be a big problem. All that stuff was dead on, and he said that Janet Yellen ought to be ashamed of herself, and she should. They're all traitors. All these guys are monitored traitors, are committing treason, as far as I'm concerned. That's what Rick Perry said. Remember when he talked about Ben Bernanke? He said he was treason, to print all this money, all this quantitative easing. It is. These are acts against the United States that are working to undermine the U.S. economy. And the comments that he made were accurate. And he also clarified, I think, without specifically addressing it, because one of the criticisms that I had about Trump, I pointed out, was that Donald Trump said, hey, I like low interest rates. I'm a low interest rate guy, as if, he was blessing the artificial low interest rates. Well, he clarified that. He said, as a real estate investor, he said, I love low interest rates, which is true. He's making a lot of money. These low interest rates help you if you're a real estate investor, and they help you if you're a debtor. And we all know that, Donald Trump is the king of debt, right? He proclaims himself the king of debt. Well, inflation benefits debtors. I mean, inflation is really a transfer of wealth from creditors to debtors. The biggest debtors in the world are governments, particularly the U.S. government. So the U.S. government benefits dramatically by creating inflation. But there are other debtors that benefit. They get a ride on the government's coattails. People like Donald Trump, who borrow a lot of money to buy real estate, develop real estate. They're also debtors. If they get to screw their creditors by paying them off with debased money, they win. if they get to borrow money at negative interest rates, meaning the cost of borrowing is lower than the annual cost of monetary depreciation, or you got negative rates, that's a dream come true for a real estate investor. So Donald Trump said, as a real estate investor, I love low interest rates. But he said, but for the country, it's a different thing. Because if there's a winner, there's a loser, right? That's what happens. It's a transfer of wealth. So when Donald Trump, as a debtor, is benefiting from low interest rates and inflation, there's the other side of the coin that's losing. There's the creditors that are getting screwed. And Donald Trump understands that this policy may be good for certain people, certain factions or special interests, but overall, for the country, it's bad. And that he knows something bad is coming because eventually interest rates are going to go up, whether the Federal Reserve wants it to happen or not. Eventually, they're going to lose control. They always do. In the long run, the markets always win. And the markets are going to wake up and interest rates are going to go way up. And it's a huge problem. Donald Trump knows that there's a huge problem coming. What he's going to do about it, that we don't know. Remember, initially he talked about defaulting or restructuring, and then he backtracked out of that when somebody pointed out that what he said, which of course is our only real viable option. And then he immediately changed his tune and said, no, we'll just print a bunch of money. But that's exactly what we're doing now. And if we do that, we're only going to make the situation worse. But let's go over some of the data that came out today. We actually got a lot of data. I'm only going to go over the ones that I think were more relative. Retail sales, I think, was one of the bigger ones that came out at 8:30 this morning. And, everybody looks at retail sales to judge the health of the consumer. How much money does he have? Is he going out and spending? And last month's number was relatively weak. It was flat. And they were looking for another flat month for August. Now, they did revise July up slightly from flat to up 0.1, but instead of getting 0% or flat for August, we're down 0.3. And it gets worse from there because less autos, they revised the prior month from down 0.3 to down 0.4. And in August, they were looking for up 0.3. We got down 0.1. And then less autos and gasoline, we were down last month 0.1. They were looking for up 0.4 this month, and we're down another 0.1. So very weak number across the board for consumer spending. Does it jive with all the rosy forecasts? Janet Yellen, the case for a rate hike has been improving. Well, not according to those numbers. Empire State Manufacturing, again, that came out about double the weakness that was expected. It was down 4.21 last month. It was supposed to be down 1%. Or 1, and it was down basically 2 for August. So again, a weaker than expected number coming out. Again, the market having very little impact as a result of that number. The industrial production number that came out at 9:15, another very, very weak report. They were looking at a minus 0.2 for industrial production, which is a negative number, but instead we got minus 0.4. So twice as bad, and they even revised the upward number last month downward a little bit from up 0.7 to up 0.6. So we got a bigger than expected drop from a lower than expected level. Manufacturing component was expected as minus 0.3. We got minus 0.4, and capacity utilization, which was 75.9 last month. They were looking for a slight decline to 75.7. We got an even bigger decline to 75.5. Again, these are very, very weak numbers. If you look at industrial production, we're in a recession. I mean, this is the biggest streak of year-over-year declines in industrial production that we've ever had when the U.S. economy was not in a recession. In fact, if you look at these charts and just look at industrial production and look at, over the last 100 years or whatever, you look at all the recessions, you would say, if you didn't have any other data, that the U.S. economy was now in recession. And in fact, we got more recession-level numbers coming out with business inventories, which were supposed to pick up again by 0.1, and instead they were flat. And it was all this bad news that came out today that caused the Atlanta Fed to revise down their estimates. And when I was watching on television, when they were reporting the economic news that came out today, they were reporting it as if it was mixed because there were some numbers that came out better than expected, like the jobless claims was a little bit better than expected, but that almost happens every week that they're better than expected. And the Philly Fed Business Outlook Survey came in a little better than expected, but that doesn't mean it was a mixed bag, because all the really important numbers were much worse than expected. And the numbers that really don't seem to count very much, okay, they were a little bit better, but on balance, you would have to argue that this was a very, very weak day. And I'm surprised, again, that we're not getting a bigger market reaction, because next week is when the Fed is supposed to announce whether or not they're going to raise rates in September. And I think the answer to that question is not only are they not going to raise rates in September, but I think they're going to have to do their best to reduce the expectations for a rate hike in December. Because what I did my last podcast, it was following that big rally that we had on Monday, because the Fed cavalry came to the rescue, or maybe more accurately, the doves flew into the rescue. They flocked in because there were three of them that came out and spoke about how they have to go slow, why the economy wasn't strong enough for a rate hike, and they needed to be cautious and err on the side of, caution and not try to be preemptive. And we got this big stock market rally. But then on Tuesday, the stock market tanked and gave up the entire rally. And I was thinking that, taking the September rate hike off the table is probably not enough, because even though people, as a result of the statements that were made on Monday, even though the odds of a September rate hike went way down, the odds of a December rate hike, I think, went up a little bit. And so whatever the Fed giveth in September, as far as taketh away, they taketh away in December. And so what good is the Fed telling the markets, don't worry, we're not going to raise rates in September, but we're going to raise them in December? There's not a lot of time between September and December. I mean, the only thing that takes place between those 2 months of any significance is the election, which makes people think maybe the only reason the Fed isn't raising rates is because of the election. And so once the election is over, the Fed's going to raise rates. And I think that's what the market is worried about. They're worried about a December rate hike. Just not having one in September doesn't do very much if December, we get one. So I think what the Fed is going to have to do next week, if they want to prevent a potentially larger decline in the stock market, which I'm sure they do prior to the election, they're going to have to do something to reduce the odds of a December rate hike, if not have the December hike removed from the table. But the fine line that the Fed is trying to walk is, how do you do that without undermining the narrative of recovery? Because the Fed wants to pretend that the economy is doing great because Obama wants to take credit for it, and Hillary wants to run with that in her pocket. She wants to run on 4 more years of economic success, and the Fed has to validate that. So how does the Fed reduce the expectations for a rate hike while pretending the economy is still recovering? It's very difficult to do that, but that's what they're going to try to do, because they don't want to raise rates, but they don't want to say we're not raising rates because the economy is weak, because that plays into Donald Trump. By the way, as I said in the last podcast, Donald Trump continues to rise in the polls, and the more likely it is that Trump gets elected, the more worried the powers that be are going to be, and the more incentive they're going to have to try to artificially goose this economy. And in fact, Donald Trump is specifically calling out the Fed for using monetary policy to try to elect Hillary Clinton by trying to preserve the Obama legacy, at least until after he gets out of Dodge. And then when it all falls apart, I mean, they would love nothing better than, at least if it falls apart, to have it happen on Trump's watch, as if somehow everything was great, and then Donald Trump came in, everything imploded, and then they can conveniently blame it all on Trump instead of having to accept responsibility for what happened during the 8 years of the Obama administration. But the higher he gets in those polls, the more incentive they have, because they do not want this stock market tanking into the November election. They want everybody feeling good about the economy, and a bellwether indicator of good times is a high stock market. They just have to convince the masses that things are going to get better for them, right? They see the rich getting richer because of the stock market, and the way they keep the hope alive is by promising to redistribute all that ill-gotten wealth, right? They want to maintain the illusion that there's all this money so that they can say, we're going to take it for you. We're going to redistribute it, right? Once Hillary Clinton gets in office and she raises taxes on the rich and redistributes all that money to the deserving masses, then everybody's going to get better. But if the markets are collapsing, then, there's not a big pile of money to loot, right? You got to keep the voters believing that there's money to steal, and that they feel that it's not. And of course, just the psychological impact of the markets going down. So you've got all this, incentives for the Fed. So why people believe that they're about to raise interest rates makes no sense. But the markets are going to have to, or the Fed is going to have to do something to reduce the expectation of even a December rate hike. To think that, okay, well, the Fed is just staying on hold until the election, but then after the election, they're going to start hiking rates. I still think that it's far more likely that after the election is when they start cutting rates, is when they start relaunching QE, because by then there's no longer any political reason to try to maintain the pretense that everything is great. You don't have to pretend that the recovery is here. You can acknowledge or accept the recession and try to do something about it without worrying about the political fallout. And, I was at the Money Show in Toronto a couple days ago, and while I was there, I listened to some of the other speakers, and in the opening ceremonies, you had Steve Moore from the Wall Street Journal was on. And he was talking about, he's kind of like, I don't know if he's a semi-advisor to Donald Trump, but he was talking about conversations we had with Trump about the debt and how, we really want to refinance the national debt because interest rates are really low and we have all this short-term debt, and this is foolish. I mean, why are we selling all this short-term debt when interest rates are really low? We should be locking in these long-term rates. And he was talking about, hey, we need to refinance government debt. We need to take all these T-bills and sell 30-year government bonds or 50-year government bonds and, lock in these really, really low rates. And that would be a great thing to do. I mean, it's like a homeowner. Why wouldn't you want to lock in a fixed rate when rates are so low? Why are you staying in an arm and subjecting yourself to an increase in interest rates? Steve Moore said that he and Donald Trump understands the risk of higher interest rates, and that's why we should do what we can now to restructure the debt to have all long-term bonds. And I pointed out to Steve Moore after his talk, and I mentioned it in mine, that I said, yeah, that's all great, but it's impossible to do. I said to Steve that the main reason, or one of the main reasons, that long-term interest rates are still so low is because the federal government is not issuing any long-term debt. That's why rates are so low. And in fact, thanks to Operation Twist, remember that one I was calling it Operation Screw, and we are, right? Because of Operation Screw, the Federal Reserve now owns all these long-term bonds. And so the market has all the short-term bonds because the market is not dumb enough. Nobody is dumb enough to buy a 30-year treasury at 2% or a 10-year treasury at less than 1.5%. Nobody would do that except the central bank, right? Or except somebody speculating, hoping to flip it to a central bank. But there is no real investor demand for long-term negative yielding U.S. treasuries because the yields are negative when you adjust them for inflation. Even though they're nominally positive, they're negative. So who's going to want to have negative returns for the next 20, 30, 50 years? According to Steve Moore, nobody. And if the government actually tried to sell a bunch of long-term bonds, long-term interest rates would spike. And then what would happen? The market would crash, the stock market, the bond market, banks would fail. We'd be in another financial crisis. The government would have to default on its debt. So, hey, it's great, but it's impossible. There's no way to refinance long term. So all they can do is keep the debt short term and hope that the crisis doesn't happen tomorrow. Because the minute interest rates spike, we're screwed, right? That's why it was Operation Screw. But the Federal Reserve, because they own all this long-term debt, when interest rates spike, the value of that debt collapses, and now the Federal Reserve is in a bind because it has no way of selling its collateral, which means it has no way of fighting inflation, it can't shrink its balance sheet. It can't drain liquidity if it has no assets that it can sell. Because if it sells these long-term treasuries at low rates into a market where rates has risen, the Federal Reserve is going to wipe out its capital. And the Federal Reserve is going to have to send an enormous bill to the U.S. government to bail it out. And how is the government going to bail out the Fed? And it's going to be an enormous bailout. And it would expose the fallacy of this whole system. So we are just, one big interest rate spike away from catastrophe. Now, it's interesting that in all of the prepared remarks or in the press conference that followed, Janet Yellen never once admitted that the economy was weakening. In fact, she continues to pretend that everything is great. In fact, ironically, one of the questions in the Q&A had to do with Donald Trump's position that the Fed is, for political reasons, not raising interest rates, which of course is exactly why they're not raising them, because if they raise interest rates, everything would collapse, and so would the hope of Hillary Clinton becoming the next president. But Janet Yellen vehemently denied that the Fed is acting politically. But that's exactly what they're doing. Even if you separate the fact that they didn't raise rates, their rhetoric is political. The fact that Janet Yellen keeps talking about how strong the economy is shows that it's all politics, because she must know the economy is weak. Because if she didn't know that, then why isn't she raising rates? If she thinks the economy is as strong as she says it is, they should raise rates. Now, one of the things she said is, look, we want to err on this side of caution, because if the economy really heats up and if, inflation really flares up, we have a lot of ammunition to fight it, because rates are so low, we have a long way to raise them. But if the economy turns down, we don't have a lot of dry powder, so we better not hike. But the reality is they don't have the ability to raise rates if inflation picks up. The higher inflation gets before they act, the less likely they are to do it. Because the problem is, if they let inflation get to 2.5%, 3%, 4% officially, and now they say, okay, yep, we can just raise rates up to 5% in order to snuff out that inflation, they can't do it. Everything implodes, and we're in a massive financial crisis. So to the extent that they really thought that they can contain inflation, the sooner they try to do it, the better. Because the more out of control it gets before they decide to fight it, the more impossible it is to do it. Now, I would already argue that it's already too high for the Fed to fight it. And that's one of the reasons why they're not even going to try. But of course, they can't admit how impotent they are, so they have to keep talking about this. But this is all politics. But it's also interesting, because if Janet Yellen really says that the Fed is not political and they don't make any decisions based on how it's going to look for the administration, right? That is the opposite of what Ben Bernanke said. I talked about that radio interview he gave some time ago, where he was asked about all the statements he made, all the rosy statements he made about the economy in 2005 and 2006, and if he regretted any of those statements, because, they were so wrong. And his answer was, well, I was speaking as a member of the administration, and I couldn't exactly speak my mind. What administration was he talking about? The Bush administration. That's obviously political. So if Ben Bernanke believed that he was part of the Bush administration and had to tone down his rhetoric out of deference to politics and how it may play out given what the administration was saying, right? Janet Yellen, why is Janet Yellen more independent than Ben Bernanke? Right? The reality is, if Ben Bernanke was being political and believed he was part of the Bush administration, well, then Janet Yellen obviously feels she's part of the Obama administration. More importantly, she wants to be a part of the Clinton administration. So, of course, everything she says and everything she does is political, including denying that it's political, because obviously the Fed can't admit it, right? Let's say the decisions are motivated by politics. Let's say Donald Trump is right, and he is right. Do you expect Janet Yellen to say, yep, he got us, he called us out, that's absolutely right. We're ignoring economic reality, and all of our decisions are political. I mean, if their decisions are political, why even ask them the question? Because obviously they're going to lie about it, because if they're making monetary policy based on politics, it's already a lie. If they're pretending to be data dependent when they're really political dependent, they're lying all the time. So why ask a liar if he's lying and expect an honest answer, right? The media says, oh, okay, the Fed says they're not political. Well, that must be true. Obviously, it's all part of the ruse. Well, I am going to use today's podcast as an opportunity to offer my take on last night's presidential debates, which certainly did not live up to all of the hype and expectation. But the airwaves today are filled with opinion makers proclaiming that Trump won or Hillary won. And of course, all the people that think Trump won, these are the Trump supporters, right? Republicans. And so their guy won. And Hillary supporters are claiming that Hillary won. I'm going to give you a little bit of a different take because clearly, and if you don't know this by now, if the choice is between Hillary Clinton or Donald Trump, I would choose Trump. Yet, despite the fact that I support Trump over Hillary, I think Trump really blew an opportunity with this debate. Now, I know in some cases there were some low expectations with respect to Trump, and did he exceed those low expectations? I don't know. I mean, I expected more from Donald Trump, and I was disappointed. I think he really blew an opportunity here. I think he should have mopped the floor with Hillary Clinton. In fact, she gave him many, many opportunities. She teed it up for him over and over again, and he didn't even take a swing. And in many cases, he not only didn't try to hit the ball, but he whiffed it. And I really wish, he would have been maybe better prepared. I don't know. I mean, I wish that he would have paid me to do some debate prep because I really would have told him exactly how to handle Hillary Clinton. I'll start off by giving one simple example where he could have made, a lemonade out of lemons, but chose to hand Hillary Clinton an issue which I'm sure she's going to use against him. And this had to do with his comment in an interview, I think over 10 years ago, that pregnancy is inconvenient for employers, which of course it is. And Hillary Clinton said, well, Donald Trump, you said that pregnancy was an inconvenience for employers. And instead of owning and embracing that comment, he backed away from it and denied having said it. So, one of the big issues that Trump has is that Hillary is a liar. Well, if Hillary is a liar, don't tell lies yourself. Because if you're also a liar, well, then what difference does it make? Okay, I have a choice between two liars. Trump has to be honest to exploit Hillary's lack of honesty. And of course, Hillary can easily make a commercial. She's got tons of money to produce commercials and run them of Donald Trump saying he never said that pregnancy was inconvenient for women and juxtapose it to him saying pregnancy is inconvenient for women, right? This didn't have to happen. Here's what Trump should have done. He should have owned this. I mean, first of all, one of the things that people liked about Trump is that he's not politically correct. He speaks his mind. Well, why not continue to speak your mind? I mean, why pretend that pregnancy is not inconvenient for an employer just because some woman might be offended? But I give women more credit than that. I think most women realize that pregnancy is inconvenient for their employers. Even female employers. This is not a male-female thing. If you're a woman and, you have employees and one of them gets pregnant, it's inconvenient for you too. Now, for big business, major corporations, okay, someone gets pregnant. All right, you got plenty of other people to pick up the slack. But where pregnancy is really inconvenient for employers is with small business. Now, Hillary Clinton claims she cares about small business. Okay, if you care about small business, can't you admit when things are inconvenient for small business owners? I mean, you claim you care about jobs. Well, why don't you give a damn about the people who create them? You see, if you own a small business and one of your workers gets pregnant, this is a big deal, right? Because everybody has a job to fill in a small business. Everybody's role is key. Everybody does something that's important because, if you weren't doing something important, the job wouldn't be there. I mean, bosses don't want to hire people unless they're doing something that needs to be done. I mean, why would you just want to pay salaries for no reason? So you're paying somebody to do something that needs to be done. And now that person is pregnant and they're not going to be there as often. I mean, number one, you're going to get sick more when you're pregnant. I mean, that's just the way it is. I mean, employees are not happy when their employers rather are not happy when their employees call in sick, right? I mean, God, someone's out. Now we got to get by. Right? But if somebody is pregnant, they're going to be sick more often. But also, towards the end of the pregnancy, they're going to take several weeks off. And then after the baby is born, they're going to take even more weeks off. What is an employer going to do during that situation? It is not easy. I mean, either the employer can do the extra work himself. He could work late nights. He could work weekends, but that's pretty inconvenient. What about his family? What about his wife and kids? Maybe he could pay somebody else. He can bring somebody else in to help out temporarily, but are they going to do the job as well as the full-time employee? No. And then they got to train the person. It's very inconvenient. I mean, think about it like, you have a baseball team. Let's say you got 9 people on your team and you have no bench. You just have 9 guys. And your shortstop gets sick. And now you got to play a man short. I mean, is that inconvenient? Of course it's inconvenient because the other team's got a full roster. So what are you going to do? You got a hole there in the infield. Are you going to bring somebody in from the outfield? And now you're vulnerable out there. I mean, nobody wants to have to deal with pregnancy. But you know what? Employers do it. Employers voluntarily make concessions to accommodate their female workers, even though it's inconvenient. And Hillary Clinton needs to recognize the sacrifices that employers make for their pregnant female employees. But more importantly, he should have just hung this issue around her and broadened it out. Because if Hillary Clinton doesn't recognize that pregnancy is inconvenient for employers, then how is she going to recognize all the other things that are inconvenient for employers, like regulations, like taxes? I mean, Hillary Clinton doesn't give a damn about employers or what inconveniences them. That's the problem. That's why we're not going to create any jobs if you don't care about inconveniencing employers, because sometimes it's so inconvenient to hire people that they just don't do it. And also, if you don't understand the consequences, because what happens is people like Hillary Clinton want to pass all sorts of laws mandating certain benefits for pregnant women, which makes hiring women even more inconvenient because sometimes what government wants to require is quite onerous. And so the way employers try to combat this is they just hire fewer women. So these laws end up backfiring. Instead of allowing workers and employers to work these things out themselves, the government comes in and mandates all sorts of things which employers find extremely inconvenient. And now they're less likely to hire women. And so government programs backfire. So this was an opportunity to highlight Hillary Clinton's lack of experience and lack of understanding of what it takes to run a business because she's never run one. And you can't be president if you don't give a damn about the things that inconvenient employers if you expect them to create jobs. In fact, another thing that Hillary Clinton said on the same topic is she ranted out how she thought workers should get a share of the profits, that they help earn the profits and they're entitled to share in the profits. Now, why didn't Donald Trump correct her on that and say, no, they're not? I mean, first of all, if an employee wants to share in the profits, he's free to negotiate an employment agreement that does that. But if he wants to share the profits, he's probably going to have to take a lower salary in exchange. And most workers don't want that. They don't want profits. If they wanted profits, they'd start their own businesses. They want wages. They want salaries. What is the difference? You see, Donald Trump should have explained this to Hillary Clinton on the air. He should have educated her and lectured her to understand the difference between a salary and a profit. See, most workers want to get paid no matter what. They don't want to have to worry about whether or not the business is profitable. They want a paycheck that they can count on. Why? Because they're living paycheck to paycheck. And that's another issue, but I'll avoid that one for now. But they want the certainty of a weekly paycheck. They want it to be the same every week, and they want to know that rain or shine, they're going to get it. Profits are a totally different animal. You have no idea if you're going to get any profits. And if you get profits, you have no idea how large or how small the profits are going to be. And in fact, while you're pursuing profits, you might end up with a loss. And every time somebody says workers should get a share of the profits, okay, well, what about a share of the losses? Does anybody expect that if a company loses money at the end of the year, that the boss is going to come back to his employees and say, I lost money this year, so I need everybody to contribute to pay me back some of their wages? No one's going to do that. I mean, that is the deal. If you take all the risks and live or die by profit or loss, you are entitled to the profits. If you decide that you don't want to bet on the profitability, if you want the certainty of a paycheck, you want a fixed salary, then no, you are not entitled to the profits because you didn't take any of the risks. Yes, you did work, but you got paid for doing that work. The business owner doesn't get paid for doing the work. He only gets paid if there's a profit. And so if there's no profit after all the employees get paid, the business owner earns nothing. Donald Trump should have explained that to Hillary Clinton, and I think the debate audience would have been moved by that. It would have resonated. Here is an entrepreneur, a businessman that actually understands business, understands jobs, and understands how they're created. Because Hillary Clinton, just like President Obama, has never run a business and has never employed anybody. You know, Hillary Clinton keeps talking about all these things that she wanted to do, right? All these great things that she wants to do. What Donald Trump should have said is, okay, well, did you ever have these discussions with President Obama? I mean, why don't you just, you're a Secretary of State. I mean, you guys are good buddies. I mean, you have all these great ideas. I mean, did you tell Obama? And if they're so great, why didn't Obama get it done? I mean, what's wrong with President Obama? Right. I mean, Hillary Clinton says that, she's a change agent, too. Right. Her husband is calling her a change maker, or Hillary Clinton a change maker. Donald Trump should have said, what Obama policy do you want to change? What do you want to do different from Barack Obama? Where did he fail that you're going to succeed? Because the truth of the matter is, she's not going to do anything different than Obama. So, if you're happy with the way the economy is now, well, then vote for Hillary Clinton. But if you're not happy with the economy the way it is now, a vote for Hillary Clinton is not going to change anything. But what he should have focused on more was not that Hillary Clinton is simply a continuation of the failed policies of President Obama, but it's a continuation of the failed policies of President Bush. Trump was willing to criticize Bush in the Republican primary. And that was, a riskier move because you have a lot of Bush supporters that you don't want to alienate. Well, why not criticize Bush in the general election? I mean, you don't have to worry about alienating the Republicans. I mean, you've got them. You're looking for the undecideds. You're looking for the independents. And they will appreciate somebody who's critical of both parties, because Hillary Clinton, again, tried to lay the blame for the 2008 financial crisis on the tax cuts of the Bush administration, right? Because, hey, Trump wants to cut taxes, and, well, that's what Bush did. And since the Bush tax cuts caused the financial crisis, well, if we elect Donald Trump, we're just going to go back to the same policies that produced the financial crisis. And what Trump should have done is pointed out that those tax cuts had absolutely nothing to do with the 2008 financial crisis. What were the principal causes of the 2008 financial crisis? It was artificially low interest rates from the Federal Reserve and a government which extended subsidies to home buyers so they can overpay for houses that they really couldn't afford. Well, you know what? Those policies have not only not been abandoned, they've been expanded under the Obama administration. The Federal Reserve has kept interest rates lower for longer, and the government is doing even more to subsidize housing now than it did then. And so, in other words, we haven't changed anything. And in fact, Donald Trump did point out that the deficit doubled under President Bush, but he didn't that he pointed out that the deficit doubled under President Obama, but he didn't also point out that the deficit doubled under President Bush. So Obama continued the deficit spending of Bush. And he's the one that wants to change. What Hillary Clinton represents is a continuation of the failed policies, not only of Obama, but of Bush. What Trump needed to do is say, I'm the one that wants to change these policies. It's not about going back to the policies that caused the 2008 financial crisis, because we never left those. I'm the one that wants to abandon them. You want to continue them. And because we never abandoned those policies, because we doubled down on what failed before under Bush, we doubled down under Obama, we are headed for a much worse financial crisis than the one we had in 2008. And that is why I need to be president because I'm the one that has a different approach. All you're going to do is the same policies that caused the last several crises. You're going to triple down on them. We need legitimate change from somebody who actually has real world experience and is not a career politician. Those are the points that he needed to hammer home, and he just didn't do it. Also on the Fed, he called out the Fed for being political and keeping interest rates too low for political reasons. But then he mentioned that after the election, the Fed's going to raise rates and a lot of bad things are going to happen. And he didn't really explain anything. And so to the average viewer or commentator, this looks hypocritical, right? Because they say, on the one hand, Donald Trump is criticizing the Fed for keeping rates low. But then he says when rates go up, all these bad things are going to happen. So which is it? Because if you think bad things are going to happen when rates go up, then you should be applauding the Fed for keeping them down. See, what he has to explain to people is that by keeping rates low, all we're doing is delaying the day of reckoning and exacerbating the problems that make the day of reckoning necessary. So what he has to say is we have to raise rates, not because it's going to be fun, but because it's necessary, because we have to stop digging this hole bigger. We have to deal with reality. All we have now is another phony recovery under Obama, just like the phony recovery we had under Bush. And this one's going to end in even more misery than that one. But the problem is the longer we delay the day of reckoning, the worse it's going to be. He has got to explain that concept to the voters, and I don't think it's that difficult to do. Because then if he does that, he's not going to look like a hypocrite, or he's not going to look like he doesn't know what he's talking about. It's going to make sense. We have an artificial economy. We have a bubble. It needs to pop. We need to have a legitimate recovery because those are the types of recoveries that create real economic growth, that create legitimate jobs, that create prosperity, not just rising asset prices. And, he touched on some of this stuff, but he really should have hit home. He really should have talked about the fallacy of the Obama recovery and hung that around Clinton's neck like an albatross. Voters realize that these jobs that supposedly have been created are no good. People working part-time jobs that used to have full-time jobs, they know that all this is a bunch of nonsense. Trump needs to articulate that and explain that Obama is taking credit for a recovery that doesn't exist, for a recovery that for all practical purposes is actually worse for most people than the recession that Obama claims we've recovered from. Again, also on the debt, he didn't embrace his comments on trying to deal with the debt because the debt is a huge issue. He mentioned that there was a $20 trillion debt and that there were things that we couldn't do because now we're hamstrung with a bunch of debt. But the reality is when interest rates go up, the debt is a time bomb. The debt service is unpayable. So to try to just distance yourself from your comments about, hey, we need to negotiate it lower, I think you want to own that issue. The average American voter is not a bondholder. The average American voter isn't clipping treasuries. So I think you have to explain why the debt that we have today is unpayable, unmanageable, and the only solutions to our problem have to go around a reduction in that debt. Because alternative to that, the only alternative is massive inflation. And massive inflation is going to be much worse for bondholders than a restructuring. And it's certainly going to be much worse for the economy, and it's going to be much worse for the average American voter. Because if Hillary Clinton believes that we can actually repay our debt in full, that interest rates can go up and we can continue to service our debt, then she has to believe in massive tax increases. I'm not talking about just for the rich. It's going to be the middle class that's going to get stuck with this bill because career politicians like Hillary Clinton have basically sold the average American down the river. We're now debt slaves. And the only thing that's actually keeping us afloat is the fact that interest rates are artificially low. But at some point, they've got to go up, and the bills have got to be paid, and the American taxpayer is on the hook unless Donald Trump or somebody else lets them off the hook by restructuring the debt. So I would turn this around, and I would say, Hillary, are you in favor of the wealthy bondholders, many of whom are not even in America, many of them are foreign governments, Why should we repay them in full and ask the average Americans that you care so much about, that you claim to care so much about, to suffer huge tax increases so we could pay off China in full? I would make it a class issue, not on taxes, but on debt. Why should the Americans have to pick up the tab for all the profligate government spending? Shouldn't the foreign governments that were foolish enough to loan the U.S. government all this money, shouldn't they be asked to bear some of the pain? Shouldn't our bondholders, after all, it takes two to tango, we couldn't borrow all this money unless someone was dumb enough to lend it to us. So why shouldn't the profligate lenders have to share in the pain? Why does Hillary Clinton want to stick the average American with 100% of the bill? But I mean, all the statistics that he could have thrown out there with respect to labor force participation, with respect to, the lowest home ownership rate in over 50 years, the widespread unemployment, particularly in the African American community. I mean, he mentioned this tangentially, but he really should have hammered home that President Obama failed the very constituency that he was supposed to champion, right? He was the first black president, but blacks did worse under his presidency than maybe any other presidency in recent memory. So he failed the very people that he was supposed to help. And how is Hillary Clinton going to do any better? Because Barack Obama couldn't make things better for African Americans. How is Hillary Clinton going to do it? And he should have continued to hammer her on the fact that there's nothing that she can do that is different from Obama. I mean, she talked about a lot of things that she wants to happen, but there's no actual policy prescription for making it happen. Yeah, we want better jobs, we want this, we want that. Right, but how are we going to get it? The only thing that Hillary Clinton mentioned was higher taxes on the rich. Well, whenever you hear rich, just substitute the word job creators, right? So how are higher taxes on the job creators going to create more jobs? How is making it more inconvenient to hire workers going to lead to more workers being hired? She mentioned raising the minimum wage. That was maybe one of the only policy prescriptions she had. And, again, Donald Trump didn't even go there. He didn't talk about the minimum wage at all because, again, he's afraid to tell the truth that the minimum wage should be abolished. But I think if a outsider like Donald Trump really levels with the public about some of these basic things, he doesn't have to talk about cutting Social Security or cutting Medicare or some of the things that obviously need to be done, right? Because he doesn't want to alienate that voting bloc. But he can at least differentiate himself from a typical politician by showing that he understands business and showing that he understands what it takes to grow an economy and create jobs, because Hillary Clinton is absolutely clueless, just like Barack Obama, and it's easy to prove that. I mean, the bottom line is Trump had a lot of momentum going into this debate, and I think he really had an opportunity to accelerate that momentum, and he didn't do it. I think a lot of wind came out of the sail of the Trump campaign as a result of him really not delivering the knockout blow that he could have. And as far as, Hillary Clinton was concerned, I mean, a lot of people were expecting Hillary Clinton to maybe start having a coughing attack or some kind of seizure. And, none of that happened. I mean, she certainly made it through the 90 minutes. She didn't need a bathroom break. She didn't need any water. I think Donald Trump was drinking more water than Hillary Clinton. So anybody who was thinking that there was going to be some kind of health episode, that didn't happen. And, nobody lost their cool, I guess. I mean, Hillary didn't necessarily get under his skin, maybe a little bit, talking about the money that he borrowed from his father or the workers that he stiffed. Although I didn't like his answer where he said, maybe I didn't like the job that they did. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'm not sure. I mean, I know there were workers that didn't get paid with respect to bankruptcies, and that happens all the time. If a company goes bankrupt and then there are workers who didn't get paid, and these are not employees, these are contractors. I mean, because when there's a bankruptcy, employees are always, elevated to the top. I mean, they're even before creditors, right? Employees get paid before anybody. But if you're an independent contractor and you're not an employee, then you don't have the same status. And what Hillary Clinton doesn't seem to understand is when Donald Trump hires an independent contractor to do a job, that independent contractor is likely a small businessman. Right? He has employees too. So it's one business not paying another business because the business went bankrupt. I mean, that is the way business works. But again, Hillary Clinton has no concept of the way business works. And that's what he should have explained. I mean, to the average viewer, it's like, well, he's not paying his workers. He's not paying his employees. I'm sure all the employees of all of Trump's failed businesses, got paid everything they were owed. I mean, they got paid before the bondholders. But you have an independent contractor who is actually another business, a supplier, in this case, somebody who supplied labor. Well, they didn't get paid. But again, that's the risk they took. Everybody knows that if you're an independent contractor and you do a job for somebody and the person goes bankrupt and you might not get paid. I mean, that's why you don't necessarily accept the job from a company if you're worried that they're going to be solvent, right? I mean, you don't have to take the job. You take a chance on whether or not the person is going to be able to pay. And so it's unfortunate, but that's business. That's life. That's something that Hillary Clinton doesn't understand. And Donald Trump needs to explain it to her, because by explaining it to her in front of an enormous audience, the audience gets it. That he is teaching her, he is educating her. He can do it without being condescending, but he can do it like, look, I'm a businessman. Here is how the world works. You don't know this, right? You have no real world experience. Yes, you have all this government experience, but government experience is what has ruined the economy. I mean, if you want another experienced politician, a career politician who doesn't know anything about the real world, doesn't know anything about business, doesn't know anything about creating jobs, just has some kind of crazy pie in the sky ideas and wants to make more empty promises, then vote for Hillary Clinton, because she's just like Barack Obama. She's just like George Bush. But if you want something different, if you're tired of the same old lies, right, politicians talking big but failing to deliver, if you're tired of watching your real incomes fall and your debt grow, if you're tired of your declining standard of living, if you want your 25 and 30-year-old kids to move out of the house, and if you are a 25 or a 30-year-old kid and you want to move out of your parents' basement, if you want real opportunity, if you want real jobs, then we've got to change the game. Right? It's not just about changing the players, but changing the game. And Donald Trump needs to portray himself as a game changer. I am not your typical Republican, right? I am not, just a Republican or a Democrat. I am something completely different. Yes, I am running on the Republican ticket because I won the Republican primary, but I am going to be like no Republican you've ever seen because I'm not a politician. That's what he needs to do. He can't try to wrap himself around the GOP. I mean, he didn't do that to get the nomination. Why should he do that to get the presidency? In fact, distancing yourself from the failed policies of the Republicans is the best way to win. I mean, the Republicans are not going to vote for Hillary, at least most of them, but the independents will appreciate somebody calling a spade and really describing why your presidency is going to be different. And finally, there was a lot of talk about trade, and unfortunately, when it comes to trade, both candidates have it wrong. Hillary Clinton was caught in a lie when she mentioned the fact, or she denied that she had called the TTP the gold standard of trade agreements, although Hillary lying is nothing new. I mean, everybody knows Hillary Clinton is a liar. The key is she competent? Right? Can she actually deliver on her promises? And there the answer is no. And that's the opportunity that I think Trump blew. But also, when he talks about trade, he just can't talk about how it's based on a bad agreement. Now, I understand his strategy is, yes, we just need a better negotiator. If we just have a better trade agreement, then, we're going to win on trade instead of lose on trade. We're not going to have these huge trade deficits. We're going to have trade surpluses. That's not the key. And what Trump should be doing is blaming the trade deficits on big government, blaming it on the taxes and the regulations and all the inconveniences that Hillary Clinton doesn't mind layering on employers. That's why we have trade deficits, because we've destroyed our businesses. It's not the trade deals that have destroyed them. It's the government that has destroyed them. If we still had vibrant businesses, the trade deals wouldn't matter. We would be able to export. We had all kinds of crazy trade deals. Historically, when we used to have surpluses, it's not the negotiators, it's the politicians, it's the taxes and the regulations. And what does Hillary Clinton want to do? She wants more of the same. She wants higher taxes. She wants more regulation. How is that going to solve the problem? How are we going to make an economy more competitive that is already suffering because it's uncompetitive given the weight of the taxes and the regulations that are already there? Now, yes, Donald Trump does say, yes, we want to get rid of regulations. He's got to be more specific and actually talk about the fact that they're going to repeal all these regulations that have been passed and what that actually means for business. Because when you repeal regulations, it doesn't cost the Treasury any revenue, but it frees up a lot of revenue for business. It actually helps increase tax revenue because when you get rid of regulations and businesses are now more productive and more profitable and they expand, you grow the tax base. So not only do regulations stifle economic growth and destroy jobs, but they're actually one of the factors in creating the large deficits. And if Trump wants to talk about the growth-oriented effects of tax cuts and a regulatory cut, that is one of the benefits. That if we do make our businesses more productive or more competitive, rather, they'll be more productive and we can create more jobs. These are the facts that need to be hammered home. And I think that had Trump done that, had Trump really delivered the performance that he could have done under these circumstances, given the momentum, I think he could have sealed a victory. Instead, we're going to have to rely on what happens at the rematch. I mean, there's still 2 more debates coming. And, so he's got an opportunity to correct some of these problems. Maybe somebody will send Donald Trump a copy of this podcast or one of his handlers or advisors, and maybe they can listen to it and maybe learn a few things so that when they come back for round 2, maybe he can deliver that knockout punch after all. Again, I still think that after the election, we could get some official downward revisions to prior GDP numbers that would officially date the beginning of this recession to sometime in 2016. But the last thing the government wants to do is acknowledge that fact before the election, because the only hope that Hillary Clinton has of actually pulling out the win and maintaining the status quo is if enough voters believe that the economy is still in recovery, even if it's not. And in fact, even if a lot of voters know in their pocketbooks and in their minds that there's no recovery, which is why a lot of them will pull the lever for Trump or Gary Johnson or maybe even Jill Stein, because they know that things are bad and they want change. And so they're going to vote for some type of change, because as much as people want to pretend that Hillary Clinton is some kind of change maker, she represents a vote for the status quo. And clearly the status quo wants to maintain the official illusion anyway of some kind of recovery between now and the election in November. So they surely want to maintain the illusion of GDP growth and don't want to come out with any big downward revisions until after the election. In fact, again, as I said, contrary to what Donald Trump is alleging, I don't believe that the Fed has got rate hikes up their sleeves and they're ready to raise rates as soon as Obama is out of office and playing golf. I think, if anything, they're ready to cut rates and actually bring them negative once Obama is permanently on the golf course, because I think regardless of who wins the next election, the Fed is going to drop the pretense of recovery. And therefore, they no longer have a reason not to do what they want to do anyway, which is more stimulus, at least in their mind, what's stimulus, but in reality is a sedative. But they want to cut rates. They want to do QE4. And I think if Donald Trump wins, that is a perfect excuse for them to blame all the chaos on the mistake that the voters made of electing Trump, and maybe the markets could tank on a Trump victory. And again, this certainly gives the Federal Reserve cover to now say, well, everything was going great, and now we elected Trump, and so it's a disaster, and so now, we have to abandon all these rate hikes that we were going to do, and now we have to do more stimulus. We have to counteract the damage now of this Trump victory, so we need cheaper, lower interest rates, more Fed stimulus. We need to go negative. We need to go for QE4. Donald Trump talks about how the Fed is being political. That's true, but it's nothing new. I mean, the Fed has been political for a long time, and they always try to help the incumbent party because that's where they get appointed, right? Janet Yellen wants to be reappointed, and so to do that, she has to curry favor with Hillary Clinton. But believe me, if Donald Trump wins this election, she's going to be trying to help Trump. She's going to be, she's not going to raise rates like Trump seems to think as soon as Obama's leaving, because she's going to try to prop up the administration, just like Ben Bernanke was trying to help out George Bush. But then as soon as Bush was out and Obama was in, well, now he's on that team, right? He's on whichever team is at bat. And that's really what's going on. Now that I'm on the topic of elections, tonight we are going to have the vice presidential debates, and these things are probably going to be pretty boring. We'll see. I don't know if there'll be a Dan Quayle type moment. I know Jack Kennedy, and you know Jack Kennedy. That's probably about the only thing memorable from a vice presidential debate. So I'll be watching just in case there's anything worth tweeting about. So if you're not following me on Twitter, maybe sign up in case I decide to chime in. But rather than talking about the VPs, I want to talk a little bit about the most recent controversy that shouldn't be a controversy regarding Donald Trump and the revelation by the New York Times over the weekend that Donald Trump took a rather large, and that's putting it mildly, loss on his tax returns back in the early 1990s of almost $1 billion, like $900 and some odd million operating loss carry forward from a year where he really got decimated in the big real estate decline of that recession. And of course, a lot of it was probably on his casinos in New Jersey. And yes, I mean, Trump lost a lot of money. I mean, I remember that one 60 Minutes interview he did where he was walking by with the reporter and he pointed to a homeless man and he said, you see that homeless man? He's worth $900 million more than I am, because Trump was broke. I mean, technically, he hadn't filed personal bankruptcy, but if you looked at his personal assets and his personal liabilities, he had a negative net worth. So he really was in a big hole. And, he spent the next decade or two digging his way out of that hole. I mean, so he made billions, he lost billions, and he made billions back, right? It was, it wasn't rags to riches. It was, little riches to big riches, to paper rags back to riches again. But, he had his highs and his lows. But the big controversy here is that this tax loss meant that Donald Trump didn't have to pay any income taxes on the income that he earned in subsequent years, 18 to be exact. Since then, they've amended that, and you can now carry forward your losses for 20 years, your operating losses. But at the time Trump lost that money, the rule was 18 years. You can go backwards 2 years and claim refunds on taxes you've paid, or you can carry forward for 18. And the outrage is, this is terrible, because it means that over those 18 years, Donald Trump paid no income taxes. And if on average, I guess he earned less than about $50 million a year, which is probably still a pretty big number because he's a real estate guy and they have all kinds of depreciation that they get. So they get a lot of non-cash losses anyway in real estate to kind of shelter their income. But assuming that after all those deductions, he earned less than about $50 million a year over those 18 years, then yeah, he wouldn't have paid any income taxes. And this is supposedly some kind of an outrage. What's outrageous is the fact that so many people would be upset by this. But, it also bothered me to see Rudy Giuliani on the news, on one of these Sunday morning shows, saying that, this just proves that Donald Trump is a genius. I mean, look, that's a ridiculous comment, and that's just fodder for Hillary Clinton, who is saying, if he's such a genius, why did he lose the $1 billion in the first place? Donald Trump may be smart. He's probably not a genius, but if he is, he's not a genius because he took advantage of a very obvious tax deduction that millions of other Americans who are not geniuses also use. I mean, he's not a genius, but he's not an idiot, because you would have to be an idiot not to use the deduction. That is the point. Donald Trump simply did what any other tax-paying American would do. I mean, this whole thing is absurd that somehow Donald Trump has a patriotic duty to pay more taxes than are legally owed. Nobody has that duty. In fact, why do you think people hire tax accountants? And some of them are very expensive because they want to pay as little tax as possible, and they want to make sure that their accountant, make sure that they take advantage of all the deductions that they may not know about, because they're not professional accountants and the rules are complicated and they change all the time. And so people hire accountants, and then accountants tell you, okay, here's your deductions. I mean, would any American think about this? So you have an accountant, and your accountant says, okay, I just did your taxes, and you got various deductions that you could take advantage of. They're all legal. We're not pushing the envelope here. It's just, cookie cutter, plain vanilla stuff. And we could utilize all these deductions, and, you owe $5,000 in taxes, or we can ignore all the deductions and you could just pay $100,000. Which do you prefer? Do you want to pay $100,000 or do you want to pay $5,000? I mean, what idiot is going to say, nah, forget the deductions, I'll just write a $100,000 check? I mean, even Warren Buffett won't do that. For all his complaining about how he wants to pay more taxes, believe me, Warren Buffett takes every deduction that the law allows. He doesn't pay more than he owes, and neither did Donald Trump, and neither did anybody else. So to make a big deal about the fact that he didn't pay taxes on the money that he earned after he lost it is ridiculous. Now, first of all, let's think about this whole idea about a business operating loss carry forward, because now you have people attacking this as if it's some kind of loophole that needs to be closed. Now, I know Trump is in real estate, and sometimes in real estate, I don't know, did he actually lose $1 billion, or was some of this some kind of depreciation? I'm not really sure. But let's, for the sake of argument, say he lost an actual $1 billion in 1 year. Let's say he lost that $1 billion. Why should he have to pay taxes earning back the $1 billion that he lost, right? I mean, because if he earned $1 billion, he paid taxes on the money when he earned it. In fact, to have $1 billion after taxes, you probably have to earn $2 billion, right? So you earn $2 billion, you pay $1 billion in tax, and now you have $1 billion left over. Now, if you lose that $1 billion, why should you be taxed earning it back? That's the whole idea. I mean, a year is kind of an arbitrary time frame anyway, right? I mean, because the tax code is taxing your income in that year. But I mean, what's so special about a year? I mean, because, you can have some years where you make money, and you can have some years where you lose money. The whole idea of the tax code is they want to smooth out, the cyclicality of somebody's business. Because, if you're a salary guy and you're working for wages, sure, year in, year out, you're earning about the same amount of money. But there are some businesses where you can have good years and bad years. Let me give you an extreme example, right? This is obviously not the way it works, but, just to illustrate it. Let's say I operate a ski resort, a lodge at a ski resort. And let's say when there's a lot of snow, I make $1 million during that year. And let's say when there's no snow and it's really a bad season, I lose $500,000 because I got a lot of fixed overhead and I got salaries. I got to pay people. I can't, and if I have nobody skiing on my mountain, I still have to pay them. But let's just say, for the sake of argument, that that's how it goes. And let's say that it varies every other year. So I make $1 million 1 year, then I lose $500,000. Then I make $1 million, then I lose $500,000. That's my business. Every year it's exactly the same. Well, what's my average? Well, my average income is $250,000. That's what I earn on average. Every other year I lose $500,000, and every other year I make $1 million. So it averages out to $250,000 a year. Okay, it's a living. Let's say that's your business, and you're fine. And then you'd have to pay taxes as if you earn $250,000 a year. But if you couldn't, have carry forward or carry back, it wouldn't work, because you'd make $1 million in the years that you made money. And then you'd pay, let's say, $500,000 in taxes, and now you'd have $500,000, and then you'd lose $500,000 the other years. You'd never make any money, because after paying taxes, you would basically just make back what you lost in the years you lost money, and so there'd be no income from the lodge, and so you'd have to go out of business. You cannot survive given a tax code that doesn't let you carry forward your losses or go backwards, because as long as you can go backwards, all right, so the year I lose $500,000, I can take that $500,000 loss and reduce my $1 million income down to $500,000 and then pay the taxes on the $500,000, because that's $250,000 a year. But if I can't do that, if I have to pay taxes when I make money, but then I can't move the losses from the years I lose money, it's heads the IRS wins, tails I lose. I mean, you can't have a tax code like that. So if you're operating a business, you have to be able to apply losses in one year to profits in another year. I mean, this is not a weird loophole. This has to be there. I mean, if this wasn't there, it would make it that much more difficult for small entrepreneurs to stay in business. I mean, how could you survive if every time you had a gain, you had to pay a huge tax, and then they just forgot about the losses, right? I mean, it can't work that way. But nobody wants to come out and defend this. They all want to pretend that this is some kind of little loophole that he found, and then somebody like Giuliani wants to say he's a genius for finding this thing. Like this is some little unknown thing that you have to be some kind of genius to figure out. Your TurboTax program is going to know this, right? I mean, it's not even like you need a sophisticated accountant. This is basic stuff. Everybody knows this. But they want to blow it out of proportion as if this is some big gotcha thing. Aha! This is what Donald Trump was hiding. The fact that he didn't have to pay any income taxes. Well, if he's just making back the money he lost, it's not income. It's like, these hedge funds, you have a high watermark, right? They get 2 and 20. They make you some money, they take 20%. But then if they lose you money, they have to make it back before they can get, another 20%. They have their high watermark. Well, that's the same thing with the IRS. You're running a business, and then if you lose money one year, you get to make it back. You have to get back above water before they start taxing you. How can they tax you while you're still trying to dig yourself out of a hole? Because if that's the case, you're never going to get out of that hole. So this whole outrage is sheer nonsense. It's envy. It's class warfare. But again, Donald Trump and his advisors are dropping the ball on the way they need to come out here and defend. And Donald Trump doesn't have to talk about how smart he is for doing this, because that makes him look foolish. Just say, look, I'm not an idiot. I'm not a moron. I just do what everybody does. Yeah, I had a horrible year in the late 90s or late 80s, whenever it was, early 1990s. I lost a bunch of money. Yeah, I did. And then I made it back. And you don't have to pay income taxes making back the money that you lost, because you already paid taxes on it when you made it the first time. Why should you have to pay taxes on it again? And of course, there's still the estate tax out there. So what, he's got to pay taxes on it a third time? Well, we'll see how Mike Pence handles this topic tonight, because I'm sure the subject of Donald Trump's taxes is going to come up. And, so hopefully they have a better way to respond to it than they've responded to it thus far. But again, Donald Trump doesn't need to run away from this. He needs to embrace it. And again, he needs to show how little Hillary Clinton understands about running a business, and how Hillary Clinton wants to stack the deck even more against entrepreneurs by making it impossible for them to operate cyclical businesses by telling them that it's heads they lose, tails the government wins. He needs to explain why the tax code is written the way it's written, and why it wasn't unfair that he not pay taxes earning back the money that he lost. He paid plenty of taxes when he earned it the first time. He doesn't have to pay taxes earning the same money back. Meantime, this is only income taxes. Donald Trump has paid a lot of property taxes. He owns a lot of property. He's paid a lot of property tax. Now, of course, yes, he passes it on to his tenants, but it's still taxes that he pays. He's paid enormous payroll taxes. He has a lot of employees, so he's paid taxes on them. Yes, sure, that you can argue is deducted from their wages, but had he not created those jobs, there would be no paychecks. And in fact, not only did he pay the payroll tax, but think about all the income taxes that his employees paid based on incomes that they wouldn't have had Trump not employed them. Now, maybe they would have been employed someplace else. Maybe they wouldn't have made as much money. But Trump is certainly responsible for a lot of taxes being paid by a lot of people. And of course, he paid a lot of sales taxes and all sorts of taxes. I mean, I'm sure he paid far more taxes than the typical Hillary Clinton voter paid. I mean, obviously, Hillary's got a lot of billionaires voting for her, too. But your typical voter that is upset that Trump didn't pay enough taxes, Trump obviously paid a lot more taxes than that person did. And obviously, again, how much tax did Trump pay earning the $1 billion before he lost it? He paid a lot of taxes, and we can't keep taxing the same money over and over again. So hopefully Pence will make that point, or Trump or Giuliani or somebody will come out there and handle this issue the right way so he doesn't blow the election the way Mitt Romney blew it, because Mitt Romney made a lot of the same mistakes that Trump is making, and Trump wasn't making those mistakes so much in the primary. He did a better job in the primary than he's doing in the general election about standing up for business and standing up for the market. Another spin that I don't like that Trump is putting on this whole tax issue is he's saying that, well, if Hillary Clinton really feels that I'm abusing the tax laws and taking advantage of loopholes, why didn't she do something to change it? See, he's saying, I know the tax code and I know how to game the system better than anybody. And so I'm the one to fix it. Elect me and I'll make sure to close these loopholes so that other Donald Trumps won't be able to game the system and take advantage of these loopholes like I was. I don't like that. I don't like this. Look, I'm a criminal. So, make me sheriff because, I know how criminals think. And I'll be able to catch more criminals because I have all this experience committing crime. I mean, that's in a way kind of how it sounds. I don't like that. Defend the tax deduction. It is legitimate. If you lose money, you get to recover your losses before you have to start paying taxes all over again. Stress the fact that it's difficult for entrepreneurs and small businessmen, and the tax code has to at least acknowledge that. Look, there are some legitimate, loopholes in there that maybe can be closed. But the idea that losses can be carried forward or applied backwards to offset taxes that have already been paid, that is an important part of the tax code that needs to be there. And again, instead of running away from it, he should own it and turn the tables right back on Hillary. And so he needs to adjust that rhetoric quickly because time is going to run out if he doesn't get control of this issue and take it back and turn the tables on Hillary Clinton. Well, the most highly anticipated presidential debate in history is over. And to me, the anticipation was more like a huge, highly promoted professional boxing match. And, right away, right, as soon as the debate was over, and I'm watching, CNN comes out with this poll that shows Hillary Clinton badly beating Donald Trump. And sometimes it's like you watch a prize fight. I thought that if this was like a prize fight, that the ref would have just basically stopped the fight, probably in the first 20 minutes of this debate. I mean, I think that's how badly Donald Trump beat Hillary Clinton in this debate. And then you see this poll coming out, supposedly that Clinton clobbered him. I'm like, what debate were these guys watching that were in this rigged CNN poll? Kind of like, you see a fight and there's a decision and it totally goes against what you observed in the ring. And you think, aha, the fix is in. And I think for CNN, the fix was in. I mean, they badly wanted Hillary Clinton to win this debate. And so I think Hillary Clinton was going to win this debate in this poll regardless. But I think anybody who objectively watched the debate is going to conclude that Trump won. And, I was pretty critical of Donald Trump's performance in the first debate. And while I didn't think this one was perfect, there's a kind of couple of things I would have liked him to have said. But again, I'm armchair quarterbacking this from my living room. He's there in real time, live with all the lights and the audience. But I think he did about as good as a job as probably he could have done. And I think he advanced his standing in this debate. But before I even get into the debate, I want to talk about the elephant in the room, which was the Access Hollywood tape that everybody is talking about. It's all anybody talked about. In fact, it really let Hillary Clinton off the hook from a lot of things that otherwise would have been talked about with respect to the leaks from her Wall Street speeches that Bernie Sanders kept demanding that she release. And in fact, had she released them, Bernie Sanders would now be the Democratic nominee, not Hillary Clinton. And obviously, we would have had a very different debate. But I want to address this topic in a way that nobody else is addressing it. And, you know, I have mentioned it a bit on my Facebook page, and I've noticed that I've lost some Facebook fans as a result of my candor with respect to this. But I am going to elaborate on what I'm saying in my defense of Donald Trump. And in defending Donald Trump, I am not defending what he said, right? The words that he chose to use and the way he used them, there is no way to defend that, right? It's very crude language, and I'm not going to say, oh yeah, this is great, right? I'm not defending what he said or the words that he chose to use in this private conversation. What I'm going to do is I am going to put this conversation into its proper context, which is the way it needs to be viewed. And there are people that say, oh, well, this shows some kind of hidden contempt for women, and it shows that he's abusive to women and that he assaults women. No, it doesn't. It doesn't show any of that. This is a private conversation that Donald Trump had with a much younger guy, Billy Bush, who was, I think, half his age at the time. I mean, Billy wasn't a kid. He was, 32 or 33, and Donald was 59. But, you know, he's having a conversation with this younger guy, private conversation. I mean, he had a mic on, but he didn't think it was live. He was prepared for a scene, to do a cameo in Days of Our Lives. And this was not meant for public consumption. And you have to actually look at the conversation. But even more importantly, look at the scene that Donald Trump was there to film, because that scene is up on the internet. In fact, we might put it up on our channel. The actress that he was doing this cameo with, right, is the woman that he was discussing with Billy Bush. He was talking about the fact that, hey, by the way, I have a history with this particular actress. But here's the interesting thing about the scene. This is a scene where the actress is throwing herself sexually at Donald Trump. She sees Donald Trump and she wants a job, or she wants to be part of his organization, or who knows, she wants something from Donald Trump because he's Donald Trump, right? And so in this scene, she is the sexual aggressor, right? I mean, she is coming on to him in a major way, right? She's all over him, and Trump is just kind of standing there and kind of ignoring it. And that is the scene that he's there to film, where this woman is all over Donald Trump. Hey, take me, do whatever you want with me, use me as your sex toy because, you know, I'd like to work in your company. So I'm sure Billy Bush knows about the scene. He knows about the scene. And so it's ironic. It's, hey, you know, my scene, this girl is all over me. But, you know, by the way, I actually put the moves on her years ago, right? He's talking about that. He goes, yes, I moved on her. So it's kind of like ironic in this film, you know, this scene, she's moving on me and I'm like doing nothing. But in reality, you know, I was all over her in that I put the moves on her years ago. Now, we don't know how long ago it was. He had just gotten married a couple of months ago. So I'm guessing that he was single at the time that he put the moves on this lady. But he mentions that she was married at the time, which, okay, I mean, yeah, that's kind of bad to knowingly, you know, try to, you know, put the moves on someone who you know is married. But again, you know, you don't know the details of their marriage. Was it a happy marriage? Was it on the rocks? Did they have an open relationship? I don't know. But he said, look, you know, I knew she was married, but, you know, I didn't care. I was really attracted to her. And, you know, I put the moves on her. But then he admits that I didn't go, I couldn't get there. She shot me down. I admit that, you know, I tried and I failed. So he's even being honest with Billy. He's not lying and pretending that, you know, he had sex with her. He's, you know, he's basically admitting, no, nothing happened. You know, she shot me down. I tried and I failed. I crashed and burned. Like, it happens, even to me, even to Donald Trump, right? I can't get any woman I want because I didn't get this woman. But then I think where he really got into trouble is when he starts talking more frankly about how easy it is for a guy like Donald Trump to get women, and some of the things that maybe he can get away with that other people can't. And there, I think he starts to exaggerate, right? Because he says, well, we could do anything. I mean, we could, we could grab him by the, what. And I'm not going to use that word in my podcast. I've heard it enough now on television. But he said, yeah, you could grab him by the, what. Now, he is joking. There is no way that is a serious comment. He's joking. Billy Bush is laughing. They're just talking. That is what they're doing. He's not being serious. He doesn't actually do that. I doubt he's ever actually done that. I mean, I think Donald Trump knows. I think he's had enough experience with women. He knows how to seduce them, and that's not the way to do it. And, of course, when he actually meets this actress, when they actually come out of the bus and he confronts her again, he's a perfect gentleman. I mean, he doesn't even want to hug her. Billy Bush is like, oh, give her a hug, right? So he's not grabbing her by the you-know-what. He's not even trying to kiss her. Remember, before he gets out of the van, he says, hey, I need a Tic Tac because, sometimes I just start kissing women. So I better have a Tic Tac because I might just start kissing her. He's not being truthful. He's joking around. Is it boastful? Is it braggadocious? Yeah, it's this locker room talk, which is what he's saying. It's like guys being guys with other guys, just talking stuff that they would never say in mixed company. Now, you could say, well, Donald Trump is 59. He's too old for that kind of talk. Well, Billy Bush was 31, 32. I mean, sometimes you kind of talk down to the level of the person that you're having a conversation with. But I would admit probably that sexually, Donald Trump maybe, is a lot less mature, because I'm sure he has a lot more opportunities than a lot of 60-year-old guys when it comes to women, right? And obviously that is what this Days of Our Life piece was showing, this young woman throwing herself at an older guy. Women are attracted to power. They're attracted to wealth. They're attracted to fame, right? Not all women. Again, I'm not going to, this is a generalization, but that's reality. Donald Trump has all three. He's powerful, he's wealthy, he's famous, right? He's going to get a lot of women that your typical 60-year-old, guy, with a normal job who's no one heard of, right? I mean, he's not going to get the time of day from women. I mean, this goes way back. I mean, who gets the girls in high school, right? The pretty girl. It's the quarterback. Why? He might not necessarily be the best-looking guy in school. Maybe he doesn't have the best grades. Maybe he doesn't have the best sense of humor. But he's got status. He's the quarterback, and girls want that. They want that status. They want it even for other girls. Why do you think women want these expensive handbags or things like that? You think guys care about a girl's handbag? We couldn't care less. That's so other women can see that. Hey, I've got this expensive handbag either because I could afford it or my man could buy it from me. So back off because I'm with him because look, he loves me so much. He bought me this handbag. Women are into status, and you get status, a lot with the guy who chooses to be with you, right? What's a trophy wife for a man, right? A guy who's rich and successful. A trophy wife is the younger, attractive woman. That's the trophy. What's the trophy for the girl? The rich guy, the successful guy, the powerful guy, right? Anything. Look at these rock stars. I mean, some of these guys are hideous looking, yet look at the caliber of the women, at least, physically, that they're able to get because they're the center of attention. They're famous. So I can imagine Donald Trump going through life, rich, famous, powerful, having all sorts of women like the woman in this TV show, just, throwing themselves at him. And I'm sure that Donald Trump has an easier time than most guys. He could be more forward with women. He could be more aggressive with women and get away with it. Is that sexual assault? No, not if the woman is okay with it. Not if the woman is receptive to the advances. There is a difference. Now, does he just grab them by, the you-know-what? Of course not. If anybody can't see that he was joking, he said that, like, you remember when he said, I could shoot somebody and I still wouldn't lose support? Do you think he actually meant that he could shoot somebody? No, he was exaggerating to basically say, look, I can get away with a lot of stuff. That's what he's saying about women. Look, I can get away with so much, I can grab them by the you-know-what, right? As a joke to kind of prove a point, but in a way that was really an exaggeration. And again, that is a lot of what you get in locker room talk. You get exaggerations. But one thing that really, really bothered me, I was watching on television, I think it was on CNN, and this woman is talking about the conversation, and she keeps using the word that I'm not using, the body part that that he joked about grabbing. And she keeps saying this word over and over again. I didn't even know you could say that on television, but she kept saying it. And this other woman who was a Trump supporter said, well, can you stop saying that word, because, you know, my daughter might be watching this and I don't want her to hear it. And then the one who was bashing Trump said, well, how can you support Donald Trump? I mean, he said the word and you're defending him. So, you know, what about how about your daughter there? And I'm thinking, and I wish she would have said this, Donald Trump said it in a private conversation. You're saying it on national television. You know that people's daughters and wives are listening. Donald Trump didn't think anybody was listening but Billy Bush. And that is the important thing. I saw another one of these senators or congressmen who said, oh, you know, I can't support Donald Trump now because, you know, if anybody talked that way to my daughter or my wife, yeah, Donald Trump didn't talk that way to your daughter. He didn't talk that way to your wife. He talked that way to Billy Bush, a guy in a private conversation. Now, again, am I defending what he said in that private conversation? No, right? I mean, have I said things in private conversations to other guys that I would not say in public, that I would not say to women? Of course. I mean, everybody has. That's what makes me so upset. Is this self-righteous, holier-than-thou attitude by all these people who are acting as if this is so terrible when they have either engaged in the same conversation. Either they said words to this effect, they talked like this about women to their buddies, or their buddies talked like this about women to them, and they laughed about it. You know, even Billy Bush is now being fired from his job, right? Just even taking part in this conversation. Do we have to pretend that when guys are together, they don't talk like this? Is it right? No. You know, sometimes they're drinking, and, you know, obviously these guys weren't doing that. But again, I mean, what do women really think guys talk about? I mean, can they just talk about real estate? Is that what Donald Trump wants to talk to this guy about, real estate or the economy? I mean, he wasn't even running for office back then. He wasn't going to talk politics, right? It was either sports or it was sex. I mean, that's it, right? There's a limited, real subject matter that a lot of guys are going to be bantering about, especially when he's talking to somebody who's 30 years younger than he is. I mean, what do these two guys have in common other than the fact that they both like women? Probably very little. So that was something in common they can talk about. But look, people tell offensive jokes. I've told them an off-color joke. I've told jokes that obviously I'm not a racist or a sexist. I've told Jewish jokes. I'm Jewish. You know, I'm not an anti-Semite, but I mean, do I tell them on a live mic? No. You know, but if you're just with a buddy and you don't think it's being recorded, look, what about girl talk? I mean, don't girls get together? And I'm sure how many women listen to my podcast. It's mostly guys, but there's some gals out there that listen. What do you and your girlfriends talk about when there's no men around? I'm sure you say things about us that you don't really mean. You know, you certainly wouldn't say it in front of us, but all right, just girl talk. You know, you're talking about things. Guys do the same thing. Is it right? Does it mean that we don't respect women? Not at all. You know, I think Donald Trump has a lot of respect for women. And just because he had a comment like this in a conversation, look at the rest of his life. Look at the women in his organization. Look at the women that he's hired. Look at the daughters that he's raised. Look at the sons that he's raised. I pointed this out before. Even in the debate, Hillary Clinton said what great kids he has. I mean, can you imagine the screwed up kids that he could have had? I mean, growing up with Donald Trump with that much money. I mean, these kids could have been like Paris Hilton's, or they could have been drug addicts, or, who knows what but he raised some very, very good kids, men and women. And so if you look at the totality of Donald Trump's life and the position that he's been in. Now, of course, yes, has he had a lot of experience with women? Sure. Look at his wives. Look at how beautiful his wives are. His current wife, his former wife. He goes out with fashion models. The guy owned casinos. The guy owns Miss USA, Miss Universe. He's surrounded by beautiful women all the time. I bet a lot of these guys are just jealous of the opportunities that Trump has had, the success that he's had, both with women and in life, with his business. I think he's been a very successful guy. And there are people who are going to be jealous of that success. But again, you have all these politicians that feel, oh no, if I stand up for what Trump said, somehow I'm condoning, I'm anti-woman. No, you're not. You're simply acknowledging, okay, yes, guys talk like this sometimes. They exaggerate. They're a little bit of braggadocious. They get on a run. And again, you put it in the proper context. You watch that segment that he was there to film, and you figure that's what they were talking about. We only saw a couple of minutes of the conversation. We don't see the entire conversation that took place in that bus that led up to that particular exchange. But I'm pretty sure that if you put it in even in that context, that's what they were talking about. Look at the scene, look at what was going on, and so then they start to talk about that. So what everybody needs to do is say, look, these are words. This is a private conversation. These are jokes. These are exaggeration. Were they off color? Was it in bad taste? Yes, but not for Billy Bush. He was the only person that was supposed to hear it. They want Donald Trump to apologize for a comment he made in private. What? Apologize to who? Billy Bush? Right? I mean, how do you apologize to people who were never supposed to hear what you said? I mean, do I have to apologize for every private comment I've ever made that might have offended somebody if they heard it? I mean, this whole thing is ridiculous. And when you've got an election with so much more on the line, especially given who his opponent is. I mean, if he was running against, a real devout opponent, who was, really a Boy Scout or a Girl Scout with a crystal clear background, but he is running against Hillary Clinton, the wife of Bill Clinton, the biggest womanizer, the biggest abuser of women probably in the history of the White House. I mean, I don't know. I mean, Jack Kennedy, I mean, but I'm sure, maybe I don't think anybody accused Jack Kennedy of rape. I mean, I maybe I'm wrong. I know he had a lot of women in there, but they were probably in there more voluntarily. And we look, I'm sure there were a lot of women that Clinton was with that he didn't rape. The fact that you got 4 or 5 coming out and saying he raped me. I mean, I can imagine all the women that he had while he was president that he didn't rape. Because again, a lot of women are going to be attracted to the president. That's, I mean, so I'm sure he was able to take advantage of his office to get a lot of girls. That's why he wants to go back, probably. He figures that he wants an encore. And, when people say, hey, this is about Hillary, it's not about Bill. No, it's not. Because Hillary is making it about Bill. They keep talking about how it's a twofer. Right? You elect her, you get him. She's trying to run on his record. And so it's every much about him. And if Hillary wants to say that Donald Trump is not qualified to be president because of these comments about women, well, what about her husband's actual conduct when it comes to women? What he actually did with women? Not what he just talked about. And again, they say, oh, he's condoning sexual assault. No, he's not. He's not condoning sexual assault. He's not admitting to sexual assault. But Bill Clinton assaulted women, and he won't even apologize for having done that. And then you have Hillary Clinton, who has vilified every one of these women. Normally, right, whenever a woman accuses a guy of rape, right, the feminists, the left, immediately believe the woman, right? The possibility that the woman might be lying never even crosses their mind. The guy is always guilty simply because he's been accused, right? Except when the guy being accused is Bill Clinton, in which case he's always innocent and all the women are liars, right? That's the double standard. That's the hypocrisy. So it makes no sense for anybody to be coming after Trump for this conversation, given Bill Clinton, what he's done and what Hillary Clinton has done just on the subject of women. And I think one of the reasons that the left and the media is trying to jump all over this is to try to minimize somehow what Bill Clinton did and what Hillary Clinton did by acting as if, well, Donald Trump is just as bad. He's not just as bad. He's not even close to just as bad. And I wonder, too, if all these Republicans who are, just abandoning Donald Trump, I wonder if this is even going to backfire. I wonder if there's going to be more people starting to feel sorry for this. Because, hey, I mean, who among us? I mean, what guy, as I said, has not engaged in something similar than Trump? I mean, probably not when you were 59. Yeah, maybe by then you grow out of this conversation. But then again, a lot of us aren't Donald Trump, and we're not living the life of Donald Trump. But we've all had conversations like this. And I'm sure a lot of our elected leaders, a lot of our senators and congressmen have engaged in stuff. I mean, look, it's not like, look at Anthony Weiner. And again, he's not a good example because, look, obviously he was kicked out. But look at the kind of stuff that Anthony Weiner did. And compare that to Donald Trump. It's not even in the same, in the same ballpark. But if you imagine, Weiner's the guy that got caught. Imagine all the congressmen doing stuff where we don't know about it. They haven't been caught yet, right? They're still getting away with it. So it's all out there. And for people to pretend that this disqualifies Trump from running for president. And also, he made these comments 11 years ago. He wasn't running for office. He was a private person, right? Bill Clinton did all these things as a governor, as the president. He was in office. It's so much different between actually doing the stuff that that Trump joked about doing, and Clinton did it as president. He joked about it when running for president was the furthest thing from his mind. So all of this has to be put in its context. And I feel badly, that this came out, that Trump has to deal with it. But, and there's probably, who knows, is there more stuff? Apparently there's some stuff because they filmed The Apprentice, and there's a lot of behind the scenes talk where, they rate the women on a scale of 1 to 10. Yeah, who hasn't done that? What guy hasn't ranked women with his buddies? Yeah, what do you give her? What is she, a 5? Is she an 8? 9? We've all done that. So now anybody who's done that can't be president. So that means we can't really elect any men president, right? We just have to elect women. But again, who knows what the women are talking about? How do they rate us guys? I don't know, because I'm never involved in those intimate conversations with women because I'm not one. But, I have been involved in conversations with guys, and, I know what they're like. And it doesn't necessarily mean that what you say in private as a joke to try to get a laugh is what you really believe, what you really think. But of course, all of this obscured the stuff that came out about Hillary Clinton. And obviously, when they released this information, it was damage control. It was meant to deflect attention from the leak of Hillary Clinton. And what happened with Hillary Clinton was they released the transcripts or excerpts from the transcripts from her speeches, the speeches that she gave, and she was paid hundreds of thousands of dollars per speech to talk to firms like Goldman Sachs. And during the campaign, Bernie Sanders kept saying, well, release these speeches because you keep saying how tough you are on Wall Street. Okay, well, let's see what you said to Wall Street when you gave these speeches. And she refused to release the speeches for obvious reasons. And now portions of these speeches have been leaked. And of course, a lot of the people in the Clinton campaign or a lot of these surrogates are out there saying, well, we don't even know if they're authentic. Well, of course they're authentic. Because if they weren't authentic, why don't they just actually release the transcripts and prove that they're not authentic? So these are authentic, and they're just hoping that the rest of the speeches doesn't come out. But the most interesting comment that came out was Hillary Clinton's admission to having two positions on many issues. The public position, which she takes for the voters in order to get votes, and then her private position, which is what she actually believes and the things that she's going to do, but that she doesn't want to be honest and tell the voters that she's going to do that because then she might not get their votes, right? So she admits that she lies to get votes. Now, there should be nothing shocking about that because I believe all politicians lie to get votes. That's it. I think if you tell the truth, you don't succeed in politics. I think the politicians that try to be honest don't make it very far. And if they get elected, they don't get reelected. I think the way you succeed in politics is by being a good liar. And the further you get in politics, the better the liar you are. And Hillary Clinton's gotten a long way, so she must have told a lot of lies. See, Donald Trump's never been in politics, right? So he didn't lie his way to the top. He just happened to get famous and rich, and now he's running for president. But normally, in order to run for president, you have to climb the political ladder. And that means you have to tell a lot of lies, and you have to be very good about it. Because you have to be willing to sacrifice your principles and your honesty to get votes. So Hillary Clinton basically says something in private, and this wasn't like in a van to one guy, right? This was private in a room to a bunch of, Wall Street executives that were paying her a lot of money, but it's still private in that setting, right? And she says something that's truthful. She's not joking like Donald Trump was joking. This isn't locker room talk. She's being honest with these guys, right? Now, it comes out. What is the big deal here? It's because now she's caught saying something that all these politicians, right, well, they all do it, but they just don't admit to it. But now it's in writing where she says that I don't tell the truth. That is a big story in that it's admitted. And of course, Donald Trump, every time I was, one of the things during the debate, anytime she gave an answer, he could always say, okay, well, that's your public answer. Could you share with us your private answer? We'd like to know what you really believe, not just what you think the voters want to hear. So, but this was a big story. And also, I guess, her support for open borders, which, again, I don't disagree with that. I'm a free trader myself. I'm not embarrassed about that. That's one of the things I disagree with Trump on. I mean, we need to do something about the trade deficit, but tariffs is not necessarily the solution unless, we might, at this point, we might actually need tariffs because, it might be a better way for the government to raise revenue and help rebuild our manufacturing. But we need to use the tariffs to replace the income tax or the payroll tax. But, it's not just trade deals that we need. It's not better negotiating. We just need fewer regulations and lower taxes. And Trump does talk about that because we have to rebuild these factories. We just can't negotiate them back into existence. This is going to be a much more difficult thing. But the point about Hillary Clinton is Hillary Clinton is saying that, oh, no, she wants to be tough on the border. She's against the trade deals, too. She's against the TTP. But here in this speech, she's in favor of all that stuff. So it's more evidence that she says one thing and believes the other. It proves that she's a liar. What does this Trump tape prove? Does it prove anything that we didn't know about Donald Trump? No. Donald Trump, all it proves is sometimes when Donald Trump is alone with a guy, they talk about girls or women and they joke about sex. Yeah, every guy does this. This is not news. The only thing that's news here is it happened to be caught on tape and it was leaked. But again, every single one of us has a conversation that we would be very embarrassed if it was all of a sudden all over national television. We've all said things in private that we would never say in public, that we would never say in mixed company, that we would never want our daughters to hear or our wives to hear. But that doesn't mean we don't say them in private. And we all have to admit that that's the way it is. That's the way the world is. And this is not news. What Hillary Clinton is saying is news. It is relevant to this debate, and it should have a lot more attention. But of course, it's not as salacious as the Trump story. And of course, the media wants to jump all over Trump because they're all for Hillary. And you've got all these other Republicans that are scared to death of touching this issue because they've got to get elected, and they're worried about women and how they may lose their support. So they have to just, trash Trump because they have to distance themselves from these comments because they're too afraid to actually discuss them honestly because they're afraid of the sound bites. And, people don't normally listen. I'm on this podcast. I can go over and over it for a lengthy period of time. You don't have a lot of time. So the easiest thing to do is just to condemn the comments, to distance yourself from it, and then say, well, I can't support Trump. Okay, well, then who are you going to support? Hillary and Bill Clinton? So you think that Donald Trump abuses women because he jokes about it or talks about it, and you want to put a far bigger abuser of women back in the White House, and you want to put the woman who condoned it? But more importantly, what about her economic policies? These are supposedly Republicans, and Hillary Clinton is for the opposite of everything they claim to believe. She wants to make government bigger. She wants to expand the power of government. She wants to make sure that the Supreme Court completely ignores the Constitution and fulfills, her politically correct liberal agenda. Right? She wants to do all these terrible things, and these supposed Republicans are like, well, okay, yes, we'd rather have that than a guy who jokes about being aggressive with women, in a van with another guy. And even to the extent that Donald Trump, yes, maybe he is a little bit more forward with women than most people. So what? So what? And I'm sure if the women tells Donald Trump, back off, I'm not interested, I'm sure he backs off because there's plenty of women that are interested. Why would he have to pursue somebody who's not interested when there's so many women who are, just like the actress was portrayed in this soap opera? If anything, where's the outrage at the soap opera? Why are they portraying women like this? Why are they showing a woman, an attractive woman, trying to use sex and trying to use her body in order to get a job? right? Hollywood is doing that. That was on national television. Where's the outrage at Hollywood for portraying women like that? And of course, the truth is there are women that are like that. That's the reality of it all. That, that is the other elephant in the room that people don't want to acknowledge. But let me get into just some of the highlights of the debate itself, because I thought that Donald Trump did an excellent job in this debate of really turning the tables on Hillary Clinton. I thought one of the better lines is that he talked about all the money that Hillary Clinton has made, the hundreds of millions of dollars that she and her husband have earned. And again, what did they do? Did they start a business? Did they employ anybody? Did they invent a product? Did they provide some kind of unique service? No, they peddled their influence. They sold out their country for quick bucks, right? They made all this money. But then Donald Trump says, how much money did you put into your own campaign? I've put in $100 million. I'm financing my campaign. How much money did you put into your campaign? Nothing, not a nickel. They have put none of their own money into their campaign. And Donald Trump asked her, why is it that you haven't contributed any money into your campaign? And she ignored the question, never answered it. The moderators didn't say, hey, why don't you answer that question? In fact, half the time Trump was debating Hillary, the other half he was debating the moderators. I mean, he would say something and then they would try to argue with him. That's Hillary's job, right? It's like the judge sits back and judges. The judge is not there to prosecute the case. He's not supposed to argue, but these guys were obviously biased, and Trump, Trump could see that. But she never answered the question. And I can answer that question. In fact, I answered it in a tweet. Hillary Clinton does not put any money into her campaign for the same reason that bank robbers don't make deposits. Hillary is in this to make money. She's in it for herself. She doesn't want to spend money becoming president. She wants to make money being president. I mean, think of all the money she made being a senator. Think of all the money she made because she was Secretary of State. I mean, she's going to clean up, as president. So this is all about Hillary. That's why she doesn't want to spend any of her own money, right? She wants to take all the lobbyist money, and then she's going to do their bidding. But another part of it I thought was particularly effective was when Donald Trump really nailed her for her conduct of destroying the emails, particularly in the face of a court order. And he talked about the fact that, hey, if I'm president, I am going to appoint a special prosecutor to look into this. And then later on, he kind of joked. She said something, and he said, yeah, you'll be in jail, right? And I thought these are great comments because, from my perspective, Hillary Clinton going to jail is reason enough for me to want to vote for Donald Trump, because I'd like to see her in jail. Maybe her husband, too. Maybe they can share a cell. But the most amazing thing was the way CNN chose to react to this, because all the coverage on CNN was how this means Donald Trump is like Adolf Hitler or Stalin, right? That he wants to throw his political opponents in jail, that he threatened to put Hillary in jail if he wins, like a dictator. I mean, that is not what he did. He didn't say, if I become president, I'm going to throw you in jail. No, he didn't. He said, I think what you did was illegal. And if I'm president, I will make sure that there is a special prosecutor to look into it. And if he finds reason to prosecute, he will. And then she's only going to go to jail if a jury convicts her legally. He didn't say, if I win, I'm going to take you like a dictator and throw you in a stalag, in a gulag, and I'm going to leave you there. In fact, what would Stalin do? He wouldn't just put her in jail. Stalin would kill her, right? I mean, to try to compare Donald Trump to Stalin and Hitler, that's offensive. I'm a Jew. That's offensive to me as a Jew, comparing this guy to Adolf Hitler. Yet somehow it's okay for CNN to compare Donald Trump to Adolf Hitler, but it's not okay for him to have a conversation 11 years ago that he thought was private, where he's joking about women and about sex, and somehow, this is this terrible thing that disqualifies him from being president. I say that CNN should be disqualified from journalism if they're going to try to make this leap. And look at all the articles they're writing. So, we have to keep all this stuff in perspective. It's what people do versus what Donald Trump may have said in that conversation. And the level of proportionality is totally blown out of proportion with respect to Donald Trump's words and everybody else's actions, going all the way on up from Bill and Hillary to now the way, the media is trying to spin this. And look at the coverage that we had over the weekend. This is all they talked about. And one Republican after another vilifying these statements and how these are terrible statements. Yeah, of course. Yes. We all know that the language was inappropriate because it was in private and it was told as a joke. But now all these other people want to talk and use this language in public, on television, where little kids can watch it, where your daughter can see it, where your mother can see it. Whose fault is it? It's not Donald Trump's fault that all this stuff is now out in the open because he had this private conversation. He's not the one that chose to bring it public. I mean, he's the last person that would have wanted to bring this public. So you have all these people bringing it public and then saying, oh, this is so terrible that you're using this language. No, what's so terrible is that they're showing it over and over and over again and talking about it over and over again as if this is really the defining issue of the campaign when it's not. Because in that debate, when Donald Trump starts to talk about the economy, that's when he really shines. That's the last thing that Hillary Clinton wants to do, is have a discussion about the real issues. Her hope of winning is to keep this about non-issues, about which candidate has done or said things that are more offensive to women. I mean, that's the idea here. But again, I don't see how Hillary wins that battle. You talk about when you're in a glass house, you can't throw stones. I mean, she's living in the biggest glass house of all. And of course, now this election is important to her because if she's not in the White House, she's probably going to end up in the big house. But I think Trump nailed her on the economy, especially when he talked about the inner cities and African Americans and Hispanics. What is Hillary Clinton going to do? More empty promises. Yes, vote for me. I'm going to make things better. We're going to have better jobs. You're going to have better education. The Democrats have been singing this song since the Great Society programs, since the war on poverty, and poverty won and the inner cities lost. Liberal policies have destroyed these inner cities. You have widespread poverty, widespread unemployment, rampant crime, and Hillary is promising what? 4 more years of that? That's why Donald Trump is saying, hey, what do you got to lose? I mean, don't keep doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result. Don't be crazy. Try something different. Try voting for Donald Trump because maybe it's going to be different. Right? You're not electing a pope. I'm not a choir boy. Yes, I've said things that I'm not proud of. I'm not a career politician, but I'm different. It's because I'm not a career politician. It's because I'm a businessman that maybe, just maybe, I know what's wrong with Washington and I know what we need to do to solve our economic problems. And, Donald Trump doesn't need to be president. This is not his lifelong ambition like Hillary Clinton. He's probably achieved all the things that he set out to achieve. He has it all. He has fame. He has fortune. He has a beautiful wife. He has fantastic kids. This is not something that he needs. You think Donald Trump needs to have to look at this video every day? This is not what he wants. He's actually doing something for the country, I believe. Whether or not he's going to ultimately do everything right or not, but I believe he sincerely wants to help, and he's sincerely doing this for the right reasons. In fact, when he comes out and says, hey, now I'm a politician, he's not really a politician. Just because you're running for office doesn't make you a politician. You could say he's a statesman. Hillary is a politician. She's a lifelong politician in politics with her husband, and the things that she has had to say and do to get to the top are despicable. And, she keeps saying, oh, I don't want to take the low road, right? When they go low, you go high. She's never gone high. It's all low. When they go low, she goes lower, right? And so this debate, I thought, again, hands down, I thought Trump won this debate. I think that he looked a lot more presidential. I think he did a very good job of deflecting this controversy and trying to bring it on the issue and to shine a bigger light on the hypocrisy of the Clintons and of the left, trying to even make this an issue, given the alternative, given it's either Donald Trump or the Clintons. And if you're going to make it about who has treated women worse, then clearly you'd vote for Trump, because the Clintons have done much worse things to women than what Donald Trump talked about doing in a joking manner, putting that stuff in perspective. But so I think this was a great debate for Trump. We'll see what happens the third time. The other thing that bothers me, too, about all these guys that are saying, they're not going to vote for Trump, all these Republicans, none of them has come out and said, I'm going to vote for Gary Johnson. And again, Gary Johnson is not perfect. I didn't support Gary Johnson when he ran for president. I supported Ron Paul, but I did vote for him as a libertarian. And I would still vote for him unless Connecticut was in play. If I thought Connecticut was going to be close, I'd vote for Trump. If I think that Clinton's going to win, in a landslide, I'll vote for Johnson, mainly because, too, I want the libertarians to get 5% vote, because that means they get federal funds in 2020. And again, some people say, hey, this is hypocrisy. Why do I want the federal government spending money? Look, they're going to waste money anyway. So why not spend some of it on helping to get a libertarian elected? Because if we get a libertarian elected, we can massively cut government spending. And so obviously it's a good return on our investment. But it would be nice to level the playing field a little bit. I mean, they don't even mention that in these debates. I wish the topic would come up. Maybe Trump could bring it up even. It's like, hey, the debates are rigged. Where is Gary Johnson? Where is Jill Stein? Yeah, they're not 15% of the polls, but so what? They're there. You've got so many Americans who want a third choice. Way more than 15% of Americans say they wish there was another choice. And you have many states where Gary Johnson is way above 15%. And there's certain demographics where he's way above 15%. Why can't he be in these debates? These debates are a sham because really the Commission on Presidential Debates, their main goal is to make sure that the winner is either a Democrat or a Republican. The problem this time is that you got Donald Trump, who has infiltrated the Republican Party. So he's not really like a Republican. He's in there. He got in through that door, and he's in those debates. But he represents, in my opinion, the type of change that the Commission on Presidential Debates really doesn't want. See, the powers that be, even some of the Republicans, would rather see Hillary Clinton win because at least it preserves that status quo of the establishment, because Donald Trump is anti-establishment. And I think the establishment jumping all over him from this may, in fact, even backfire and create some sympathy for Donald Trump. I'm reading now retailers that are coming out with bad sales. They have a new excuse. It's not the weather anymore. It's the election. Apparently, Americans are so captivated by this election that they're staying at home to watch television to find out, which woman Donald Trump groped 30 years ago. So they're so interested in this election that they don't have any time to shop. I mean, this might be the best excuse yet, but that's the excuse that they're using. I think, though, one of the reasons that we could have seen a big drop in consumer confidence is because it is looking less likely that Trump will win. Because if you think about it, why would there have been an uptick in confidence? Well, maybe there were a number of people who actually thought Trump might win, and that might have given them hope that things might actually change, right? Because if things have been really going bad for you, and you have Donald Trump saying, I'm going to make America great again, and if you actually think, hey, wait, maybe this will work, maybe he's different than all these politicians that have come before him, maybe having Trump as president, maybe things could get better. Now, I'm not necessarily saying that they would, but I can see somebody who's been stuck in an economic rut for years having some hope that maybe something will be different if Donald Trump is elected. But now, when you have a lot of people who are now thinking, well, Trump blew it, right? He's not going to win. It makes sense that people would be less confident, because if you now believe it's going to be Hillary, well, now you have nothing to hope for, right? Because nothing is going to change under Hillary Clinton. I mean, if anything, it's just going to get worse, but nothing's going to get better. She's not going to do anything differently than Obama, who didn't really do much differently than Bush as far as, theory. I mean, government got bigger under both. The deficits got bigger. Which brings me to a crazy article talking about the spin. And, all these leaks that we keep getting from WikiLeaks. I mean, part of what it uncovered is the degree to which Hillary Clinton and her campaign team is working hand in glove with the press, right? They actually use the press. They coordinate stories. They go back and forth. They, hey, do you want us to use this quote or that quote, right? They are obviously not an unbiased outlet. It's kind of like when I was on The Daily Show, and I was the guy that was saying, I'm against the minimum wage. And they took my 4 hours and tried to make me look like a horrible human being by slicing and dicing and taking stuff out of context. But the other guy who was on, who was supposedly, who was pro minimum wage, they gave him the questions in advance. They let him do 2 and 3 takes. They let him look at his answers. Do you like that answer? Do you want to record it again? Right? I mean, the whole thing was staged to make me look bad and him look good. It seems like that's how the media is covering the election. The idea is to portray Donald Trump in the worst possible light and to portray Hillary Clinton in the best possible light. That's why every day, there's another woman now coming out with one of these ridiculous allegations of, being groped, because they have to deflect the attention from all these leaks coming of emails that expose Hillary Clinton for what she is. They don't want to talk about any of that, because that's not salacious. They want to have a pretty girl up there talking about what happened with her panties and Donald Trump. But the media is doing this deliberately, and these emails show that. But I wanted to talk first about this article that I read. I think it was Rachel Maddow or MSNBC. Yeah, Rachel Maddow, very, very left-wing, writes this article about how Obama is a miracle worker because he shrunk the deficit by $1 trillion. Here's the headline. It says, deficit shrinks by $1 trillion in Obama era. Obama's record on deficit reduction is practically a miracle, but it's one that Americans have never heard about. Yeah, they've never heard about it because it doesn't exist, right? What's miraculous is they can make lemonade out of these lemons. I mean, the deficit, the national debt has doubled under Obama, right? There has never been an increase this large. The debt basically increased as much during the 8 years of Obama as the previous 200 plus years of the country, right? All the presidents combined from George Washington to George W. Bush, you take all that debt and add it together, that's how much debt Obama added. And somehow he's a miraculous deficit reducer. Now, how do they come to this crazy thing? Well, they put a graph up there and they show the budget deficit for 2009. And they said, okay, this is the last fiscal budget deficit for George Bush, which it was. But of course, that was the year that dealt with all of the ramifications of the 2008 financial crisis, this massive stimulus. It was an emergency. The crisis just began, and the deficit, blew out of proportion in 2009. But if you look at 2008, the year before that, the budget deficit was barely above $400 billion. That is a more rational basis to start a comparison rather than taking the financial crisis budget, which was way out of whack. But they start from there, and then they show the deficit for fiscal 2015 at about $400 billion, and they say, well, it was $1.4 trillion in 2009, and he's brought it all the way down to $400 billion in 2015, so he's reduced it by $1 trillion, which is so ridiculous. I mean, first of all, where is fiscal 2016? I mean, the projections for fiscal 2016 right now are for a $600 billion deficit. Why not use that? I mean, that we have those projections. That's $600 billion, because that would be 50% greater than what the deficit was in 2008 when it was $400 billion. But forget about the annual budget deficits, because that's nothing. That's not the real story. That's just the on budget. In fiscal 2016, the national debt is scheduled to grow by $1.4 trillion. So in reality, we are adding $1.4 trillion of debt to the economy. We're just admitting to only $600 billion of it. So $1.4 trillion, that's basically what we claim it was in 2009. Although I bet in 2009, the national debt grew by a lot more than $1.4 trillion. But in 2008, I think the national debt also grew by about $1 trillion, even though we only reported $400 billion. But if you want to look at it honestly, the amount of deficit spending under Obama was huge, because 2010, that year was not a crisis year. We had a budget deficit of over $1.2 trillion. 2011, we still had a budget deficit of over $1.2 trillion. This is the deficit, not how much the national debt grew, which was more, but the official deficit. And in 2012, the deficit was over $1 trillion. So you have Obama with 3 consecutive years of $1 trillion deficits, and somehow he's a deficit reducing miracle worker. I mean, this is how the media is going to take a president who has added more debt than any other president, who is completely reckless about adding to the debt, and somehow saying he pulled off a miracle in debt reduction. The debt to GDP has never been this high. The GDP has barely increased under Obama. That's the miracle, disappearing GDP. The other miracle of Obama is disappearing full-time jobs. That's where he performed a miracle, right? He made all those good jobs disappear, and he replaced them with these part-time jobs. But look, the media is constantly going to try to redefine a failed presidency as a success. And one of the reasons they want to do that right now is they want that success to rub off on Hillary Clinton. They want to put up all this positive stuff about the economy because Hillary Clinton wants to run on that. Although, they don't even talk about the economy anymore, right? Because why should they? If this election was about the economy, Trump would win. So I guess the only chance they had was to make it about something else. Just remember, it was Bill Clinton. He's the guy that said it's the economy stupid. When he ran, it was the economy stupid. Well, it's more the economy stupid now. It should be. It's the economy, you idiot. But Hillary doesn't want it to be about the economy because this fiction that the media is peddling isn't selling. The voters aren't buying it, right? They know that this is a lousy economy. But if they can make the election about, who is more morally reprehensible, who's done worse things to women, Donald Trump or Bill Clinton, right? And Bill Clinton is still one step away from Hillary, although what Hillary did to women, you could argue is just as bad because, instead of, believing them, she attacked them, vilified them. She did everything that the left says you're not supposed to do, right? The accuser is right. And the accused is guilty simply by virtue of being accused. But no, when they jumped all over the accusers. Although now, when you have all these people coming out accusing Donald Trump, all of a sudden, yes, they must be telling the truth. Even though they're talking about things that happened, 20, 25, 30, 35 years ago, and they've said nothing about it, and they've waited till a few weeks before the election when this is the topic, and all of a sudden, yes, this is what happened. And, nope, disbelieve it, right? Nobody has an ulterior motive. This is not political. This is not coordinated. Yep, we're just going to believe every one of these accusers. Oh, but we're not going to believe any of the Bill Clinton accusers, right? We're going to forget about these people who are actually accusing Bill Clinton of actual rape versus, somebody put his hand up my dress and I turned around and I thought it was probably Donald Trump. Some of these stories are just ridiculous. Like this one woman who claims 20, 25 years ago, she was in a bar and Donald Trump happened to be there, although she didn't know for sure, but she felt somebody put his hand up her skirt. And when she turned around, she saw a guy that had orangey hair. And so she figured it was Donald Trump. And she didn't even talk to him. But, she figured that was Trump and it must have been his hand up her skirt. First of all, if she's an aspiring actress model and she happens to be lucky enough to be in a bar standing next to Donald Trump, you don't think she's going to talk to him? It's got to be good for her career, right? To try to make friends with Donald Trump. Make some connections, network. You're there. And just even meeting, she's in a bar. This is where girls are to meet guys. You got Donald Trump. Hey, he's a great guy to meet if you happen to be out in a bar in New York. What also sounds crazy is that Donald Trump could be in a bar in New York and nobody know that he's there. Like the only way that you know it's him is because it looked like him because he had, I could tell by the hair. If Donald Trump is in a bar in New York, you think people are going to be talking, hey, look, it's Donald Trump. Donald Trump is here. He's not going to be there in secret, And also, I think, did she say he was alone? What's the odds of that? He had nothing to do. And so he went out by himself into a bar and he just decided to shove his hand up girls' skirts. Come on. And of course, he wasn't even a celebrity back then. He was wealthy, but he didn't achieve real celebrity status until he did The Apprentice, right? Because a lot of people, even though he had his name on some buildings, a lot of people outside of New York still didn't know who Donald Trump was until he became a regular on network television. That's our culture. The average American doesn't know anything unless it's on TV, right? You see some of these YouTube videos, they ask basic questions. Who was the first American president? Who did we beat in the Revolutionary War? They don't know any of these questions. And you say, well, who's Snooki's boyfriend? And that they can answer. So a lot of people didn't know who Donald Trump was until he was on The Apprentice. Which, like this other woman that says, yes, I was on an airplane with Donald Trump 38 years ago, and I sat next to him, and he just was all over me like an octopus, and, he put his hand up my dress. I mean, this is in, the early 90s. Again, I mean, if he said that, well, when you're a celebrity, you can get away with this stuff, he was not a celebrity back then. Although, if somebody is really doing that to you on an airplane, I mean, wouldn't you complain to the flight attendant or say something, or you just keep it bottled up for 38 years. And, in fact, one of these women now, when she came forward, the one that's got Gloria Allred representing her was somebody who was a contestant, I think, on The Apprentice, and she got fired. But now, of course, she's claiming some kind of sexual harassment. Donald Trump just came over to me and just started kissing me. The reason they're all coming up with this, because that's what he said, right? As a joke. Hey, when I see women, I just start kissing them. Give me a tic-tac. When he saw that woman, when he came out of the bus, did he kiss that woman? No, he was a perfect gentleman, right? He didn't start kissing her. But now, because he was joking about, I just like to start kissing women, now all of a sudden women are coming out. Oh, yeah, 35 years ago, Donald Trump just started kissing me. And he chased me all around. He kept kissing and kissing. He wouldn't stop. He was like the kissing bandit, right? I mean, all this stuff. And then they rush to put it on television, and they want to write a story about it. One of the things that's really even bothering me more, I see these women on television talking about how horrible it was that Donald Trump and Billy Bush were talking about this woman's legs, right? When they pull up in this RV, the actress that's going to be in the role. And, by the way, when I did my last podcast at the time, for some reason, I don't know why I thought that the woman who he had moved on years ago and the actress that he was doing this scene with, I thought they were the same woman. I didn't even realize they were talking about two separate women. And as soon as I noticed that, in fact, I noticed it because somebody corrected me on the YouTube video. So I quickly put up a little banner to correct it. But I didn't think it really took away from my point. I mean, maybe it would have been even more valid if it was the same person. But the fact that he was there to film a scene where there's a beautiful young woman throwing herself at Donald Trump sexually, obviously the conversation they're going to have when they're driving up to meet the woman and film the scene is going to gear to that subject matter. So it still makes it more likely that they would be having that conversation. But what I want to talk about now is that these women on television are saying how horrible it was that Donald Trump and Billy Bush were talking about this woman, like she was a piece of meat, because they were talking about her legs. Oh, great legs. Look at those legs, right? And they're all upset. Go look at the video and look at that dress. I mean, that dress is about as short as a dress is going to be without turning it into a belt. I mean, she wasn't covering up much. So that dress was all about flaunting your legs, right? And so any woman that wears a dress that short wants guys to notice her legs. If she didn't, then she wouldn't have a dress like that, right? So you can't flaunt it and then be upset if guys notice what you're flaunting, right? And these guys are in private. They're two guys talking to each other. They don't think anyone is listening, and they see a woman with a very short dress and a very nice pair of legs. I mean, she's got nice legs. There's no denying that. Look at her legs. They're really nice, and she was really flashing them out there. How can they not notice the legs? I mean, that's the whole point of that dress. If she didn't want her legs to be noticed, she could have worn, some cargo pants, and then nobody would have said anything. But the whole idea is I've got this gorgeous pair of legs, and I want guys to notice them. And then they notice them, and somehow they're bad guys, right? Oh, this is horrible. They should completely ignore those legs and pretend that dress isn't even there. Oh, no, they can't do that. That'd be even worse if they start to imagine her without a dress. But the point is, all of this stuff, irrelevant stuff, the media is all over it. Meanwhile, you've got all this stuff, this deluge of data, this data dump of WikiLeaks, of emails, and all kinds of real bad actual stuff relevant to the election. And no one wants to cover it. But one of the consequences of this, I think, is going to be, do you think another self-made businessman, never been in politics, you think they're going to think about running for election again after this? Right, after this grilling? I mean, this is part of it, because the professional politicians, the career politicians, want to send a message to anybody who actually cares about the country. Don't try to get into politics because this is what's going to happen to you, right? This, because how else can you make it to? I mean, Donald Trump is what? He's close to 70, however old he is. You're not going to live your entire life as a private citizen and not do something that's going to be embarrassing. And not, especially with everybody now, today, everybody's got a cell phone. Everybody can take movies. So unless you're in politics from a young age and you're constantly on your best behavior because it's all superficial, right? And I can't let anybody know what a depraved guy I am. And so I have to make sure that I hide all of my, sexual deviancy or whatever the conduct is I don't want anyone to know about. I'm going to really take all kinds of precautions to make sure nobody knows, what's going on, right, in my private life, so I can be a complete hypocrite and nobody will know it, right? Unless you're in politics from a young age and you're constantly trying to shape this public persona and you're hiding everything. If you're just living a normal life because you're not a politician, so you're not worried about how everything might look if somebody happens to get a photograph of it when you're not looking, how are you going to enter politics? Right? Because Donald Trump wasn't a senator. He wasn't a congressman. He's a businessman. He's trying to bring his business experience to the White House. And now, of course, his whole life is now up for scrutiny. Look at me. Look at all the stuff that I've said just about controversial issues that I've said that people say, well, you can't run for office now that you said that, because if you ever run for office, look at all this stuff I've said on YouTube. Look at all my controversial positions. You can never run for office now. So look, I'm supposed to live my entire life without saying anything controversial. I can't say anything that might piss anybody off on the idea that maybe in the future I might run for something. And so I better, live my whole life, because that might happen. Right. I mean, Donald Trump, when he was saying whatever he said in that RV, for whatever reason, he wasn't thinking about, what if somebody actually recorded this? Because he probably didn't even care until he decided to run for president. I mean, if he didn't run for president, nobody would care, right? That this stuff was said. But now it's like, okay, you see what happened? You got trumped. That might be like a whole expression, somebody, getting trumped. This is what happens to you if you're a business guy and you try to run for office. They're going to trump you, which means they're going to dig up all kinds of irrelevant stuff to embarrass you and to try to, change the focus of attention from where it really should be, right, which is on the economy and, national defense or, terrorism, whatever you want to make it on, because I think when Trump is able to talk about the issues, he can win because things are horrible. There's no way you can defend the last 8 years. I mean, other than to the 1%. Yes, Hillary Clinton can get the votes of the super rich. There are some super rich people that, thanks to cheap money, have gotten even richer during the Obama era. But, there's not that many people there. There's not that many votes there, right? That's not where the money is, as Willie Sutton used to say about robbing banks. The votes are not in the 1% of the 1%. And as much as Hillary Clinton tries to pretend she's for the 99%, she's not. It's actually Trump that's more in favor of the 99%. Not that I agree with everything that he says. I don't. There's a lot of stuff that he says that I disagree with. It's just that everything that Hillary Clinton says I disagree with, except some of the stuff she says in private. See, that Hillary Clinton I like better. Right, because she, when she's talking behind the scenes, when she doesn't think any voters are listening, that stuff is not as bad as the stuff she says publicly. So it's like that part. I mean, that actually makes it a little better in that maybe she's not as bad as she seems because she doesn't actually believe all the stuff she's saying to get people to vote for her. But I think based on her track record and based on the constituency that she wants to appease, I think that Hillary Clinton would deliberately enact laws that she knew would be bad just because they would be politically popular and because they would help her get reelected or help her friends get elected. So it doesn't even matter if she knows right from wrong. She's not going to do right if doing wrong is what serves her political interest or what lines her own pocket, because that is what she has a history of doing. But these are not the issues that, the media chooses to put out there, because they're, obviously they're going to get more of an audience if they talk about, sex or women's body parts, or that, unfortunately, this is what appeals to the average viewer, which is also why this is so ironic, right? Because they want to criticize Trump for, his, attitudes about sex or about women, but it's the media that wants to exploit attitudes about sex and attitudes about women to get ratings. Although maybe their real agenda is to make sure that Trump doesn't win, and higher ratings is just a bonus, right? That's just the icing on the cake. Now, tomorrow we are going to have the third and final presidential debate. And pretty much everybody thinks the election is a foregone conclusion, right? That the most recent polls, Trump has collapsed, and it's pretty much Hillary's got this thing in the bag. And clearly, based on the polls, you know, that's what's going to happen. Although you never know, I still think that there is an element where people are reluctant to publicly admit that they're going to vote for Trump. Because in a way, it may be embarrassing to admit that you're voting for Trump based on a lot of the information that has come out to the smear campaign recently. And if you remember the Brexit polls, I mean, everybody was so convinced that they were going to vote against Brexit. All the polls show Brexit failing. Yet Brexit won, and it won, you know, it didn't just squeak by. It had a comfortable margin. So polls have been wrong, and so they could be wrong again, although presidential polls don't have a history of being wrong. But, you know, anything can go. Anything can happen in this era. So I don't say that it is 100% certainty that Hillary is going to win. But obviously, if I were a betting man and I was going to bet on the outcome, I think that it's more than even money that Hillary is going to win at this point. But, you know, we'll see what happens in the debate tomorrow. But, you know, the media continues to hammer Donald Trump on these controversies regarding his attitudes towards women. All of it began, of course, with the release of that hot mic audio with Donald Trump and Billy Bush. And I've already talked about that. But, you know, now they're talking about the Howard Stern show and the things that Donald Trump said when he was on the Howard Stern show. And apparently there's been some pressure on Howard Stern to release some of these archived radio shows. And even though Howard Stern is a supporter of Hillary Clinton, he is refusing to release the audio, saying that would be a betrayal to his guests. So, you know, you got to respect Howard Stern for that. Although a lot of this audio is already there. There's a lot of this stuff on the internet, and people are being very critical of Donald Trump and the fact that he talked about sex on the Howard Stern show. I mean, come on. I mean, did they talk about anything other than sex on the Howard Stern show? I mean, I don't know if the people who are criticizing Donald Trump and the conversations he had with Howard Stern, have they ever listened to Howard Stern? I mean, not only do they talk about sex all the time on Howard Stern, I think they actually have sex live in the studio while the show is going on. I mean, there's all kinds of crazy stuff about sex going on the Howard Stern show. And so if you're going to go on the Howard Stern show, that topic is going to come up. Whether you bring it up or not, Howard's going to ask you about it. And of course, when Donald Trump goes on the Howard Stern show, when he went on the Howard Stern show many times, why is he going on the Howard Stern show? Because Howard Stern has a huge audience. And he has a big audience of a particular demographic, young males, and Donald Trump has products that he wants to sell to young males. I mean, he wants young males to watch his pageants on television. He wants them to watch Miss USA. He wants them to watch Miss Universe. He also wants them to watch The Apprentice. He does have a line of clothing, men's clothing. He wants them to buy his clothes. So he is a marketer. He is a showman. And he is trying to push his products. And he needs to appeal to the designated market, which is the Howard Stern audience. And how do you reach the Howard Stern audience? Well, you talk about sex, because that's pretty much all a lot of the people that listen to Howard Stern's think about. I mean, they're young guys. I mean, this is what young guys are interested in. And Howard Stern rose to fame, even though Howard Stern is no longer a kid. He rose to fame based on being sexually explicit and appealing to this particular market segment. And look, he's got this huge audience now on SiriusXM. He makes a lot of money because he's able to deliver this audience talking about sex. And Donald Trump wants to tap into that audience for obvious reasons. And so he's on the show. I mean, when in Rome, right? When you're on Howard Stern, you're going to talk about sex. Now, would it be appropriate for a presidential candidate to go on the Howard Stern show and talk about whether or not he masturbates? No. But Donald Trump did not go on the Howard Stern show as a candidate for president. He went on representing his pageants or The Apprentice or his clothing company. And, if he wanted to stoop down to the level of that audience in order to appeal to that audience and be entertaining and be interesting, well, that's his prerogative. He's not doing it as a candidate for president, but the way somebody speaks as a private citizen, versus a political figure, a potential president or a president, night and day. But what really bothers me is the way they want to rip stuff out of context and try to cast Trump in the worst possible light. Like, one particular example is a conversation he had about his daughter. And of course, he has several daughters. And Howard Stern starts talking about his daughter, Ivanka, and he starts talking about how pretty she is. And of course, Donald Trump, yes, beautiful girl. And then Stern says, well, do you mind if I, refer to her as a piece of ass? Now, I'm sure he's not happy about, oh yeah, that's not the best way that he would refer to his daughter. But hey, that's a compliment coming from Howard Stern. That's the level he's on, right? She's a piece of ass. All right, okay, yeah, I wouldn't choose that word, but okay, I'm not going to make a big deal about it. I know you meant it in a good way, right? He's just, yeah, okay, fine. They made a big deal like, oh yeah, Donald Trump is okay with Howard Stern calling his daughter a piece of ass. What's he supposed to do? Start a fist fight with him, defend his daughter's honor? He knows he's joking around. But then, they start talking about her, and Howard Stern says, well, did she have any breast implants? And then he says, no, she didn't have any. She's just always been voluptuous. She's a natural girl. They're acting like, well, he's having this conversation about his daughter's breasts. No, he's not. Howard Stern says, hey, did your daughter have breast implants? What's he supposed to say? I mean, he knows she didn't have them, so correct him. No, she's natural. She's not fake. She didn't have these things. But he admits that she's a beautiful girl. But if you listen to this conversation, Donald Trump quickly steers the conversation away from his daughter being beautiful. And look, she's beautiful. Look at her objectively. She's a very attractive woman. And, let Trump be proud of that. She's an attractive woman. But he then starts to talk about her intelligence, how smart she is, right? That she went to the Wharton School of Business. And he starts talking about how she's doing well in business. And you can hear in his voice, that's really the pride. Yes, he's glad she's pretty, but he's more proud of her intellectually. He's proud of the woman that she is on the inside and how smart she is and how she's succeeding in business. And none of this is written about or talked about. But if you listen to it, that's what Donald Trump wanted to talk about. Howard Stern wants to talk about her breasts, but Donald Trump wants to talk about her mind. But he is cognizant of the audience. He's having fun. He's on the Howard Stern show, and, he wants to get invited back again. It's free publicity. He can publicize his stuff. So go listen to that interview. He is a proud father, and he's proud of a lot more than the fact that his daughter doesn't have breast implants. Then here's another conversation, another perfect example of where Trump did nothing wrong, and the media wants to vilify him. So in a conversation, Howard Stern is asking Donald Trump about dating younger women. And of course, you date younger women. I mean, that's a lot of guys date younger women. Certainly if you're wealthier and you're famous. Look at Sean Penn. Sean Penn's what, 56, 57? I just read an article. His new girlfriend is 24. I mean, you've got Hollywood. It would be so hypocritical for anyone in Hollywood to criticize Donald Trump for his penchant for younger women when look at what's going on in Hollywood, where 20, 30-year-old gaps between the women and the men are very, very, very common. So they're talking about the fact that he likes younger women and so they're talking about how old. And so Donald Trump ends up saying 30 is the perfect age. 30 is the perfect age for women. And then he says, but when they're 35, it's time to check out. Now, somehow this is being interpreted as this is a bad thing for Donald Trump, like, oh, he's, women over 35, you got to dump them, that somehow this comment about 30 being the perfect age and 35 being checkout time, that this is somehow makes him a bad person, the way he looks at women. Not at all. Think about this conversation. He said, what's the perfect age for you? If for a guy, an older guy like you going out for younger women, I mean, what age? 30 is the perfect age. Why is 30 the perfect age? Because when a woman is 30, right, she's still youthful. She's still very young. In fact, a lot of women, when they're 30, are prettier than when they're 20. They mature, their features mature. They don't have as much maybe baby fat in their face. So they're still very beautiful and very youthful. But they're not kids anymore. They're out of college, right? They have a career. They got stuff going on. They have life experiences. They have relationships experiences. They kind of they've grown into their own woman. They know what they want. They're more independent. I can see that a guy like Donald Trump, who's looking for a younger woman to date, right? This is not about marriage. It's about dating. He's talking about dating. That obviously 30, he doesn't want to date someone 20, 22, 24. 30 is the perfect age. Now he says, well, 35, that's time to check out. Now, why would he say that? Well, here's the deal. When women are 35 and they're still single, they want to get married. They want kids. They have a biological clock that is suddenly ticking very loud. Now, they're talking about older guys dating younger women, and what's the perfect age? Well, 30, because when a woman is 30, that biological clock doesn't tick so loud. I mean, hey, it's when they kind of get up to about 35 that they really start to really think about, I got to get married. And so what is Trump saying? Hey, I can date them when they're 30 to 35, but then I got to check out because I just want to date. I don't want to get married. And if Donald Trump basically will break something off with a woman who's 35 when he's just dating because he doesn't want to get married, that is good for the woman. I mean, what is he supposed to do? Just lead her on? Just pretend that he's interested in maybe going all the way with this relationship and putting a ring on her finger and fathering her children? Should he pretend that just so he can keep having fun with her? Or should he be a gentleman and basically bow out of the relationship so that she can find somebody more appropriate, somebody who is interested in marriage and is interested in children? When a woman is only 30 and that kind of stuff is further away, okay, she can have some fun with Donald Trump. But I think it's a gentleman of Donald Trump to say, look, when it's 35, okay, I'm not going to take a 35-year-old woman and have her waste her time with a relationship with me when I know she wants to get married and have kids. That's what I think Donald Trump was referring to. It's not like 35 is too old. I mean, come on. I mean, look how gorgeous Melania is. She's 46, 47. She's beautiful. I mean, you could be plenty of beautiful 35, 40-year-old women. That's not what Donald Trump was talking about. Clearly, a woman who's 40 years old is not too unattractive for Donald Trump to date by a long shot. But what I think he's referring to is the fact that that's when they get to the point where they really want to get married and they want to have kids. And if you're just trying to have a good time and try to date, then you got to check out at 35 because, it's not going to work. Now, maybe you're talking about exceptions. Oh, let's say the woman is 35 and she's divorced and has a few kids and doesn't want to get married again. Okay, that's a different situation. But maybe Donald Trump is talking about dating women that don't have kids, right? If you're just trying to have fun, you're trying to date, you want to go out with a young woman, if she has children, that's going to be an inconvenience. So generally, you're talking about a single woman with no kids. Okay, she's probably not married. She wants to get married in most cases. She wants to have kids. That's what I think that they were talking about. But they're trying to vilify him as if somehow he's sexist or he's, he doesn't value women when they get older. He only cares about young. No, that's not what he was talking about. Not at all. But they just want to take all this stuff and try to make Donald Trump seem as bad a person as possible. Like, look at the conversation about the Miss Universe pageant, because they had some woman that came out of the blue, one of the contestants. Like, can you imagine how many contestants there are in Miss Universe pageant? I mean, they have the pageant every year, and there's so many people there, right? The whole universe. And they got one person to come out to say that, yeah, one time I was there and I was, changing backstage and Donald Trump came in and I was changing and I was really uncomfortable about it. And she didn't like it because he was talking about the Miss Universe pageant on one of these Howard Stern shows. And obviously he's trying to get the Howard Stern audience to watch the show because they want to have bigger Nielsen ratings because they sell advertisements. That's how they make money in television, right? They sell ads, so they want eyeballs. So he's on the show hoping that Howard Stern's large audience will tune in to see all the beautiful women. And he's talking about how beautiful these women are. And he's talking about how, sometimes, the most beautiful women aren't even the winners. I mean, there's just so many nice women there and you can look at them all. And the subject comes up about, behind the scenes and when they're changing. And he's like, yeah, I'm the owner of the pageant. And so, I get to go backstage. And, it's nice because I'm backstage and some of these women are changing and they're very pretty. Right. And that's obviously, I can see all the Howard Stern's audience. I mean, this is like their fantasy to be able to, substitute places to be able to go backstage at the Miss Universe pageant. And somehow now he's being portrayed as this big pervert. And he's like, intimidating all these girls and these poor girls and his pageants. And now here's Donald Trump coming in there, this little pervert ogling all the women. I mean, give me a break. I mean, first of all, you talk about women that are in pageants, and these women have been in lots of pageants. This is when you're in Miss Universe. This isn't your first pageant. I mean, first of all, you had to win a big pageant, right? In America, you had to win Miss USA, but before you're Miss USA, you're Miss some other town, right? I mean, these girls started these pageants since they're very, very young. But I'm sure behind the scenes, behind the curtain in dressing room, they have to change swimsuits, evening gowns, whatever they're doing. But you got models. They do runway shows. I mean, they keep coming out in different outfits. They got to keep changing behind the scenes. I mean, you're an actress, you got wardrobe change, and you're back there and you're changing in and out of stuff. And there are camera people there. There's lighting, there's makeup, there's guys walking around. I mean, this is the industry. Women in this industry are used to being in their underwear or maybe being semi-nude and having some guy walk through. This is no big deal. This is the pageant world. This is Hollywood. This is show business, theater, fashion. This is the world that he's in. And somehow they're trying to turn him into some kind of pervert, running loose at the Miss Universe. But all of this is part of the media trying to redefine Donald Trump as this horrible, sexist, misogynist, womanizer, rapist, assaulter, so that nobody thinks about the economy when they actually go in to cast their vote. And, even his wife was out there talking about this and putting it in perspective. And, and she says, look, in many cases, she said, she feels like she has two boys at home. They have their 10-year-old son, Barron, and a 70-year-old husband, Donald Trump, who in many cases acts very boyishly. And maybe Billy Bush was bringing out the little boy in him, or certainly you go on the Howard Stern show. But just because you act like a boy sometimes and say things that are inappropriate with your buddies or on a Howard Stern show, that doesn't define you as a man. It doesn't define you as a human being, as a father, as a husband, as a potential president. But the media doesn't want any of this to come out. They just want to bury Trump. And again, it's not that I'm this ardent Trump supporter. I mean, I'm not. I mean, I very much dislike Hillary. And I know there are a lot of people that are just voting Trump because they want to vote against Hillary. I mean, it would be more than that for me if I voted Trump. But again, he's still my second choice. I still prefer Gary Johnson. And it's not that Gary Johnson's perfect either. Far from it. I mean, it's always triage, right? It's, which candidate is the least objectionable. And I generally find less to object about in Gary Johnson than even in Donald Trump. But I think Hillary Clinton is the most objectionable for many, many reasons. But the media doesn't care about all that. But my defense of Trump is not that I'm defending, hey, this is, he's a Boy Scout and he's the perfect example of what men should be in their relationships to women. No, I'm not saying that at all. But the media has gone so over the top the other way in spinning this narrative. And when you look at the emails, particularly these Podesta emails that were released about Hillary Clinton, you see to the extent to which the Clinton campaign and the media are working together. And this is not a conspiracy. This is nothing official. The media is liberal. I mean, there's no hiding that fact. Everybody admits it. All these guys want Hillary Clinton. And so their objectivism has gone out the window. And they feel some kind of sense of patriotic duty to help elect Hillary Clinton. So it's not like, there's a deal to do this. It's just how it evolves. And yes, they coordinate and reporters are much nicer to the Clinton campaign. And when they report something, they want to make sure and get the quote accurately if they think it's a good quote, or they want to, hey, which line do you want us to use, or how do you want us to do this story? Whereas when they're writing a story about Donald Trump, they want to try to figure out the worst possible way to spin it. How can we report this to make it the most negative about Donald Trump? I mean, that's just the way it is. And, when Donald Trump is out there talking about, the election is rigged, the election is fixed, I think that's really what he means. Not that, the votes are being counted inaccurately, not that, there's ballot stuffing or dead people voting, not that that doesn't happen, on the margin some places. I'm sure that it does. But by and large, the election itself will be fair in that, they're going to count the votes fairly. What's unfair is the media bias and the way that bias lends itself to reporting what is supposedly news, because so many voters base their decision on who to vote for based on the coverage. And so if the coverage is slanted in favor of one candidate, Hillary Clinton, then in that way you could say it's rigged, it's fixed, because it's not fair. I mean, obviously, who has a bigger beef? It'd be Gary Johnson or even Jill Stein. I mean, look how rigged it is against them. They're not even in the debates. I mean, so certainly Gary Johnson should be saying, hey, the election is rigged. I mean, how could it not be? I mean, he's at what, 9% in the polls. Among independents, I think he's around 12 or 13% of independents. So why isn't he there? I think he's well over 15% of the youth vote. So there's a huge constituency that already likes Gary Johnson. Can you imagine how many more votes he would get if he was in the debate? And of course, if he was in the debate for an hour and a half, assuming he got through the debate without a big Aleppo moment, he had a good debate. You know how many people would all of a sudden want to vote for him? He would be so much higher than 15%, because you have so many people that are only voting for Trump to stop Hillary. And you have so many people who are only voting for Hillary to stop Trump. Don't you think some of those people might like Gary Johnson and then vote for him instead of against one of the other two? So he should certainly be able to talk about the election being rigged. I don't think he is, but somehow when Donald Trump talks about it, now it's being spun that, look, this is terrible. He's suggesting that that the economy, he's undermined the legitimacy of the process, and now we're thinking about riots. Just like, when he joked about Hillary Clinton going to jail, all of a sudden he's Adolf Hitler because he wants to jail his political opponents, when he didn't say anything like that. He just said he would appoint a special prosecutor. The only time he did say you'd be in jail, kind of jokingly, when she talked about, about why she wants to be president, because the joke was, well, yes, if I'm president, I'm going to appoint this independent prosecutor, and that independent prosecutor might prosecute you, and a jury might convict you. But at no point did he say that he's just going to grab her and throw her in a gulag, like it was the Soviet Union or something. But that's how the media spins it. Anyway, we'll see what the debate is like on Wednesday night on Fox News, and I'm sure I will have some comments on that debate in a future podcast. But, we got a very weak consumer confidence number today. It was a big drop. It was the biggest drop in 11 months. And, I don't think it's an accident that consumer confidence is dropping at the same time that Trump's poll numbers are dropping, because I think that there was a lot of hope and optimism on the part of Trump voters, just like there was a lot of optimism initially on the part of Obama voters. Remember all the optimism in the African-American community about President Obama, because, he was African-American. And so simply having a black president would mean that things would get a lot better for black people. So as if just because he's black, somehow he can do things for blacks that white presidents couldn't do, or because he was black, he would care more. And so therefore he would do things that would help blacks. Well, after 8 years of that, right, blacks under a black president have it's been a disaster. And that's one of the things that Donald Trump points out, is that that's one of the greatest failures of the Obama administration that nobody talks about in the administration, is when Obama ran for office, he was pointing out all of the inequalities, and he pointed out how poorly African Americans had fared during the Bush years, and he promised that things would change under the Obama years. And the only thing that changed was that it got even worse for African Americans under Obama than it did under Bush. Of course, another factor that's going to be weighing on the economy in early 2017 is going to be the increase in the cost of Obamacare premiums. The news coverage now is showing that the expected increase next year is going to be 25%, which is a big number. And so those people that continue to be enrolled in Obamacare are going to see a big increase in their premiums. Well, where's that money going to come from? They're going to have to spend less money other places in order to spend more money on their health insurance. And that reduction in other spending is what's going to be a depressant for the economy. And clearly they're going to want to offset that with some kind of stimulus. Also, of course, this story is not being given a lot of news coverage because Hillary Clinton is associated with Obamacare and it's a complete failure. Yet the media doesn't want to play up the increasing evidence of the failure of Obamacare, which is the escalating and skyrocketing costs, because one of the things Obama promised, along with the lie, if you like your doctor, you can keep them, was that Obamacare was going to bring insurance costs down. Instead, it sent them through the roof. So that enthusiasm that was there is certainly not there now, right? I don't think any African-American voters are under the delusion that things will get better if they vote for Hillary Clinton. Because after all, if they didn't get better under Barack Obama, why would they get better under Hillary Clinton? I mean, where is Hillary going to be able to succeed where Obama failed? I mean, if a black president couldn't help blacks, why is a white woman going to do it? I mean, is being a woman, is that Trump being black, right? Is it more likely that a woman, by virtue of the fact that she's a female and not a male, is she going to be more caring and more sensitive to the needs of the black community, more so than Barack Obama, who was a member of the black community? I don't think so. I don't think her feminism is going to trump his blackness. And so if he couldn't succeed, what chance does Hillary have? So I don't think you have any of that optimism in that camp. In fact, I think most of the people in the Democratic Party who will be voting for Hillary Clinton are not under the delusion that anything is going to improve based on this vote. I think they're mainly voting for Hillary because they just do it out of rote. They just vote for Democrat, because that's what they've done all their lives. Or they're voting for Hillary because they don't want Trump, because they feel whatever, he's a racist or he's sexist or whatever they feel. They just don't want to vote for him. And so they're voting for Hillary, not because they're excited about Hillary, but because they don't want Trump. But I do believe that in the Trump camp, there is a lot of genuine enthusiasm for their vote. After all, the people who are voting for Trump, given all of the negative publicity surrounding Trump, if they're still voting for him, despite all this, and despite the obvious flaws or problems, it's because they really believe in him. In fact, if you look at these speeches, right, even though all the media, it's all about how, Trump can't win, Trump's already lost. I mean, we might as well, what's the even point of having the election because we already know the outcome, right? He's already done as far as the media is concerned. Yet his rallies are huge. 10,000 people or more show up to hear him speak. Nobody, I don't even know if Hillary goes out in public, but even, her vice presidential pick goes out. Nobody shows up to hear him, but you got huge crowds for Pence. So I think the people who are voting for Trump are far more enthusiastic than the people who are voting for Hillary. I mean, they may have been enthusiastic 8 years ago when they voted for Barack Obama, but today, after they've seen the failures under Obama and the fact that they didn't get all the benefits they were hoping for, they may vote for Clinton, but they're not happy about it, right? And that also might be part of the problem and why it's possible we can have a Brexit-type upset, because I don't know how motivated the Clinton voters will be to go to the polls relative to the Trump voters, who are far more enthusiastic about their candidate. And again, a lot of people are just so fed up that they just want to vote for Donald Trump as a protest, just to register how upset they are, right? They just want to basically tell everybody that they're fed up and they're not going to take it anymore. And they want to elect Donald Trump because everybody is against him. All the, the powers that be. And a lot of people, feel left out of the economy. They feel that they've been let down, and they have a right to. A lot of it is for the wrong reasons. They don't realize why things are such a disaster. They may feel that it's because politicians didn't help them enough. It's because politicians did too much. It's a free market that would have delivered the benefits that most people want. A higher standard of living, a higher paying job, right? Those things come from the free market. They don't come from government. But a lot of people don't think so. They've been conditioned to believe that you get this stuff from government, and when they don't get it, they feel left down. But I think a lot of people see the messages, the anti-Trump forces. Everybody seems aligned. It's big government, Wall Street, all of the powers that be, all of the people that the little guy might want to blame for their problems. None of them want Trump, right? They're all saying, don't vote Trump, don't vote Trump. And in order to basically send a message to those guys, what do? You vote Trump. It's like you do the opposite of what everybody wants you to do. All the people that you're mad at are telling you not to do something. So what are you going to do to show them how mad you are? Do exactly what they're telling you not to do. So that is one of the things that maybe, we could actually get some kind of an upset at the polls. But the point I was initially trying to make about all this has to do with consumer confidence. I think that a lot of these enthusiastic Trump voters were also enthusiastic to the extent that they got polled in this consumer confidence measures, because they actually believed that if Trump won, things could get better. Just like the people who were voting for Obama 8 years ago thought that if Obama won, things would get better. Now, they were wrong. And maybe the Trump voters who are so enthusiastic about Trump, maybe they're wrong. Maybe Trump isn't going to make America great again. I'm not even talking about whether he would or he won't. The point is that the people who are voting for him think that he will. And if you thought Trump was going to win, and you thought Trump was going to make America great again, and you happen to get caught in a poll of consumer confidence, you would be more confident because you thought Trump was going to win. And it was the anticipation of a Trump victory that was making you confident. So now, as Trump is falling in the polls and the prospect of a Trump victory is diminishing, it makes sense to me that consumer confidence is also diminishing. Because now if you think, well, Trump might not win, well, then why am I confident? Because things are going to stay the same. Things are not going to improve. In fact, they're probably going to get worse. I was reading this op-ed in the New York Times, and it was written by Paul Volcker and Pete Peterson, two pretty good guys, right? And they were talking about how the candidates in the election are ignoring the debt problem, which by and large they are, right? And they point out that the problem is bad and it's going to get a lot worse, but that there's still time to do something about it. And, you know, as much as they're trying to sound the alarm, I still think they're sugarcoating this thing because there is no time to do anything about it. I mean, we have a crisis. We have to deal with that. There's the time to, defuse the bomb was a long time ago. Now the bomb's going off. I mean, we just have to deal with the damage, right? Try to find a way to minimize it and just, get ready for it. But even though they're trying to shine a light on the debt problem, they're also trying to bury it. Because I read in this article, they talk about how our debt to GDP is now 75%. And it's really bad because, debt is 75% of the economy. And that's the same thing. When they had the last debate, the third debate, the last question I think that was asked had to do with the national debt. And it was pointed out at the debate that the debt to GDP ratio is 75%. It's like, what do you mean 75%? It's like 107%. Why are they saying 75%? If they want to talk about how bad it is, why not really talk about how bad it is and use the accurate number, 107? The way they get to 75% is they ignore all of the bonds that are owned by the various government trust funds like Social Security. Right, because the government says, well, we don't have to worry about the money we owe ourselves, right? We owe it to ourselves, so let's not count it as part of the debt. So let's pretend that the debt to GDP is only 75% because we're only going to count the debt that we owe to third parties, right? We're only going to count the bonds that are held by the public, but we're not going to count the bonds that are held by other government agencies. Now, wait a minute. I mean, that's, heads I win, tails you lose, because when they want to talk about the Social Security trust funds, they always want to talk about, the trust funds are sound. The trust funds have plenty of money up until, 2030 or 2040. They want to talk about these trust funds. Wait a minute. But if on the one hand, you're going to say that the bonds in the trust funds don't matter, so we're not going to count it when we think about the debt, then how are you going to talk about the trust funds when you just said they don't matter? They want to have their cake and eat it too. When it comes to talking about the soundness of Social Security, they want to talk about all the assets they have in these trust funds, right, which are all these government bonds. But then when they talk about the debt, they want to ignore those bonds as if they didn't even exist and claim that it's not real debt. Well, if it's not really a debt, it's not really an asset. You can't have it both ways. You can't claim it's an asset and then claim it's not a liability. It's either both or it's none, but they just want to lie. But I think in reality, though, we need to look at the bonds and the trust funds as an actual liability, because does anybody believe that the government is going to default on its Social Security commitments? Because that's what they're all saying when they're agreeing that we shouldn't count those bonds, that they're not real debt, and we should just look at bonds held by the public or foreign central banks, or maybe they're still counting the bonds, I think, held by the Federal Reserve in that 75%. But if we're going to say we're not going to count, the Social Security, does anybody believe that the government is going to tell Social Security recipients, hey, those bonds don't really count. And so we're broke, even though we have $4 trillion worth of government bonds. We're not going to send you out your Social Security checks. We're just going to default. No, of course they're going to honor those payments. I mean, I think that politicians are more likely not to pay the bondholders than to pay the Social Security recipients. I mean, why don't they not count the bonds held by China, right, as part of the national debt? Because obviously, we default on the bonds that the Chinese own before we're going to default on the bonds that the Social Security trust funds own, right? Because the Chinese can't vote. But those retired AARP voters, they vote in high numbers. So to try to claim that this is not a real part of the problem, but they don't want to admit, television debates don't want to admit, even Pete Peterson or Paul Volcker don't want to admit that debt to GDP is already well in excess of 100% of GDP. See, the article was saying, and that these guys wrote, is that if we don't do something, our debt is going to exceed our GDP, and that's going to be a disaster. Well, it already exceeds our GDP, so it's already a disaster unless you want to assume right now that we're not going to make the payments to Social Security, which would be an asinine assumption because no politician, even Donald Trump, oh, yeah, we're not going to cut any Social Security benefits. Nope, we're going to pay all the Social Security benefits. So we still wanted to pretend that our debt to GDP is much lower than it actually is. Also, while the press was focused on, who Donald Trump may have kissed without permission, and I'm actually going to say a little bit about that in a minute, but while all that was going on, that sideshow, there was another WikiLeaks email, which I thought was very interesting, which came from Donna Brazil, where she is emailing John Podesta about how bad the economy is, about how people are in despair, about how, yes, the unemployment rate has come down and people have gotten jobs, but the jobs are really low paying and they're part-time, and that meanwhile housing costs are exploding and that people are now spending half their income on their rent and that things are really getting bad. And, the most interesting part about this is that Donna Brazil publicly, if you look at what she says publicly, and she puts out tweets and she goes on as a surrogate, she's on television talking up the Obama administration and how great it is and how successful it's been and how many jobs they've created, right? So publicly, she talks about how great the economy is and how everybody is better off. And, we should elect Hillary Clinton because Barack Obama has done such a great job. See, that's what she says publicly. But privately, she talks the opposite. She sounds like Peter Schiff in private, right? She's peddling fiction when she talks in private about how she talks to people and they tell her how awful it is, how they have so much despair, how, things are just getting worse. It's just like what Hillary Clinton says, right? You say one thing publicly and you say something else privately. This is just, par for the course, I guess. For the Democrats, you always have to have a public position and a private position. But to have somebody who's been a cheerleader for the success of the Obama administration, privately talking about what a failure the Obama administration's economic policies have been to the very people who she's trying to claim publicly are benefiting from these successes that she knows don't exist. I mean, this should have been a much bigger story than what was going on with Donald Trump. But I guess when it comes to ratings, apparently one of the women that Donald Trump kissed without permission was a porn star. And so that obviously was a very interesting story that everybody wants to focus on, this porn star that Donald Trump kissed without permission, which, I wanted to get into this topic too, because I started to read all this about, women coming out and saying that Donald Trump kissed me, whether it was 10 years ago, 20 years ago, and he kissed me without my consent. He kissed me without permission. And I'm thinking, is this really where we are? Now, I don't know. Maybe this has changed. I don't really know the new politically correct rules. Are guys really asking permission to kiss a woman? Is this really what we've come to? But certainly it wasn't like that 20 years ago. There's no guy that would ask permission. Especially too, when you look at Hollywood. Hollywood is like an extreme example. But in Hollywood, you have all these examples. A guy will just grab a girl and start kissing her. And in some cases, the woman is squirming around. She's punching him in the back with her arm. She obviously doesn't want to get kissed. But the guy persists, and then eventually she just gives into it, right? And then all of a sudden she's hugging him, and it's a passionate kiss. I mean, did Rhett Butler ask Scarlett O'Hara for permission to kiss her? No, he just kissed her. I mean, you've got, what about James Bond? Is James Bond asking a woman if he can kiss her? No, he just kisses her. In fact, he kisses her and starts taking off her clothes. He doesn't ask her for permission. This is just, Hollywood obviously is an extreme situation. But how can all this be a big deal now that he's kissing women without their consent? Now, if these women say, well, he kissed me and then I tried to get away and he pinned me down and he pinned my arms to the ground and he forcibly kissed me. All right, that'd be one thing. But if he kissed you without your consent and that was it, I mean, what's the big deal? So this whole thing, nobody is coming out. I don't hear anybody talking about, oh, it's okay. Like, oh, no, he would never kiss somebody without permission, right? Trump denies it. All these stories are false. I don't even know who these women are. And it's all about, well, yes, I would never do that. But why can't you admit, yeah, I don't know, I kissed her. Maybe she was into it. Maybe she wasn't. How are you supposed to know? And of course, let's assume Trump did kiss one of these women without her consent. And at the time, she didn't say anything about it. That was just the end of it. All right, okay, she didn't want to be kissed, and he kissed her. But she didn't make a big deal about it at the time. How's he supposed to know? What's the big deal? Is this what our society has come to? And, you have the economy, right, collapsing. You have voters, basically disgusted, basically, everything is falling apart. The economy is probably on the verge of the worst economic crisis, including the Great Depression. We have so many big issues. And this election is being decided on whether or not Donald Trump had permission to kiss somebody 15 or 20 years ago. Who cares? But again, nobody comes out and says, you don't need permission. This is not rape. This is giving somebody a kiss, right? And seeing what happens. This is how men and women interact. Now, I don't know who wants to change the whole nature of the way men and women interact, but it seems like it's been all right, for generations. And I still think, and maybe I'm wrong on this, but I think I'm right. I don't think guys are asking their dates for permission to kiss them. I don't. I mean, is this going on now? Maybe it's on college campuses. I know they've got over the top there on college campuses and on, consent. I make a pretty big distinction in my mind, right? I mean, that's first base. But nobody wants to come out and say that this is all, a mountain out of a molehill, or it's not even a molehill. You're making a mountain where there should be nothing. This shouldn't even be an issue. And even if, Donald Trump, propositioned somebody in the past, what difference does it make? There's nothing illegal about that. Why is it even a news story? And of course, anybody could make it up. I mean, there's no way to verify any of this stuff. What two people say in the privacy of a conversation, that anybody could come up and say something. The fact that the media jumps all over this trash, these ridiculous non-stories, and you got all kinds of real meat, right? All these WikiLeaks data dumps. And I was, the way the Democrats handle this, the way they deflect this, I was watching on one of the Sunday morning shows, and they had the campaign manager for Hillary Clinton and was asked about some of these very damaging emails. And all he said was, well, these things are fake. We don't want to comment on this because, it's so easy to fake an email. You got the Russians stealing them and they can doctor them up. And then that was it. They went on to another subject. I mean, he didn't even answer the question. He already knew. I mean, this is basically what they say, right? Whenever somebody asks you about any of these emails, all you do is talk about how, well, it's so easy to fake emails. You don't actually deny any of the specific allegations because, of course, they're true. So instead of talking about the emails or actually answer the question, you use the emails, right? Once they bring it up, you segue into a discussion about how easy it is to fake emails. And so what you're trying to do is imply that the emails aren't true without actually saying they're not true by talking about fake emails, fraudulent emails, and talking about how this is from the Russians and the Russians are trying to influence our elections and this is Russian sabotage. So you completely change the subject and you don't even have to talk about it. But of course, the interviewer, they ask the question, it doesn't get an answer. They go on to the next because they want to spend most of their time talking about Trump and talking about all these women and talking about the salacious stuff that the TV audience is interested in. And so this has enabled the Clinton campaign to escape all this. I mean, if this was a normal election, her candidacy would have been sunk by all these leaks, by all the hypocrisy, by all the lies. The only reason that she's still alive, in fact, and leading in all these polls, is because the media has been able to deflect the campaign away from the issues and focus just on all of the sex and the other allegations that are more salacious and get more ratings. And people can come out and they can feign outrage about how terrible this person is and how we all have to make sure that he doesn't become president. And so then we give Hillary Clinton a glide path to an office that under normal circumstances she never could have slid into.
Well, yesterday we finally got the release of the initial estimate for the third quarter GDP, and that is the GDP estimate, which the Atlanta Fed had originally come out at about 3.8 early on, and they had steadily reduced their estimate. They got down to as low as 1.9 before ratcheting it up a couple of times, and their estimate was at 2.1 when we got the official release. And the number came out at 2.9, not only much higher than what the Atlanta Fed had been estimating, but much higher than the consensus forecast, which had been 2.5. Now, I am very suspicious of this number. This is the strongest number in over 2 years, and it comes out less than 2 weeks before the election. And of course, one of the issues Donald Trump has been the weak GDP growth, which has averaged just 1% for the last 3 quarters. All of a sudden, it's 2.9. I mean, triple. Does anybody really believe that suddenly the U.S. economy in the fall of 2015 all of a sudden was 3 times as strong as it's been for the last 3 quarters? I mean, I don't think so. I don't believe that for a second. And I do believe that after the election, when we get the revisions, we will get a downward revision to this number. But, even if this number were real, and even if it holds up, if you average the last 4 to get the entire year looking back, you're still barely at 1.5%. You're just below 1.5 for the entire year, which is still extremely weak growth. But, once you look beneath the surface of this 2.9, it's very easy to see how they rigged it, to use Donald Trump's expression. And not that it's, some kind of a conspiracy, but look at these numbers. First of all, the result, and this is probably not part of the rib cart, maybe this was accurate, but there was a 10% spike in exports. This is the biggest gain in exports in 3 years. And it's not, manufactured products that we're exporting, right, where you got some high-paying jobs. It was primarily led by a one-time surge in soybean exports. Apparently, they had a really bad harvest down in South America, and so there was an extra amount of soybeans that we were able to export that under normal weather conditions we wouldn't have been able to sell. And I read that if you take out the soybean, because soybean exports accounted for one third of the GDP growth. That means if it was a normal, weather condition down in South America, and we just exported the normal amount of soybeans, instead of 2.9%, we'd have got 1.9. That would have missed the Atlanta Fed number, and it would have missed the consensus. So just based on soybeans alone. Now, we don't have a lot of high-paying jobs down there on the farm. You don't get paid a lot of money to pick soybeans. So this is not like some good news that we just had this huge surge. Yeah, temporarily it helps out the farmers who own those beans, but it doesn't mean a hill of beans when it comes to the economy. But also look at their inflation numbers, because remember, all of this is based on the deflator, which I think significantly understates inflation. But if you look at the number that the government used for the third quarter, it's 35% lower than the assumption they made for the second quarter, right? Second quarter, they used a deflator of 2.3, which maybe that sounds, I mean, that's a little bit more believable. I still think it's too low. But for the third quarter, they decided to use 1.5. I think maybe even 1.4 and change, but rounded up to 1.5. Now, assuming that you used the same deflator in the third quarter as you used in the second quarter, because to me, I mean, most likely the relative pace of inflation hasn't slowed down. If anything, it's probably picked up. But let's say we use the same number, that would have taken another 0.8% off of the GDP. So if you factor out the one-off bump in soybeans, and then you use the same inflation that we used in the second quarter and the third quarter, now you're down to 1.1, which is pretty much the same as we've had for the last three quarters. And to me, that makes more sense. If we grew at 1% for the prior three quarters, I doubt anything has changed in the third quarter. And so maybe it's the same. Now, the other factor that really boosted the GDP in the third quarter was a big boost in inventories. Now, I'm not really sure where that came from. Is it that retailers are just stocking up early for the Christmas season? In which case, we simply pulled forward GDP from the fourth quarter to the third quarter, which is very convenient for Hillary Clinton, because by the time we get the fourth quarter GDP numbers, it'll be next year. The new president would have already been sworn in by the time we find out what the number was for Q4. And so if we got this big inventory build in Q3, then it's probably going to mean that Q4 numbers will be lower because we pulled that inventory growth into the third quarter. And of course, I think once again, retailers are overestimating the ability of Americans to go shopping this Christmas season. As much as they want to buy stuff they can't afford, they can't afford it so much that they can't even do it. And so I think that these inventory builds again are going to weigh heavily on U.S. GDP next year. Also yesterday, in addition to the release of the GDP numbers, we got the consumer sentiment number, which was below estimates. But not only that, it was the lowest consumer sentiment number in 2 years. So we got the highest GDP growth in 2 years, yet the lowest consumer sentiment in 2 years. That doesn't seem right. I mean, you figure consumers should be happy if the economy is growing so much faster than it was in the past. Now, again, I think that the drop in consumer sentiment has to do, or had to do, with the diminished probability of a Donald Trump victory, as consumers rely themselves on the prospects of 4 more years of hell, which they've gone through under Obama, and now they're going to have to go through it under Hillary. Although now, look, given some of the new polling data, I just read a poll, most recent poll on ABC, showed that the gap between Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump, even in the official polls, had now narrowed to just 2 points. And that was before the FBI dropped the bombshell on Friday with respect to them reopening the investigation that they never should have closed. In fact, they should have closed it because they should have indicted her, but they're now reopening the email investigation. And that announcement came out early in the trading day. And in fact, I was looking at my phone, looking at quotes, because I was down in my booth. I'm here in New Orleans at the investment conference, and all of a sudden I saw a big spike in gold. In fact, at one point it was up $15, and I saw the dollar tank. The dollar index was down 50 or 60, and I was wondering what just happened. I mean, what came out that caused that? And then I looked on the news, and I saw what was going on with the FBI and Hillary. And of course, I know, and in fact, I went on. They called me, and I went on CNBC. And I tried to put my CNBC interview from yesterday up on my YouTube channel, and then NBC filed a copyright infringement on it, and they took it down. And I'm not really sure why they did that, because I've been putting up videos from CNBC. In fact, the last video I put up of my Fast Money CNBC, we got almost 250,000 views on my channel alone. I mean, that's more people than watch Fast Money on CNBC. So you would think that they would like the publicity. But, I did talk positively about Donald Trump. So I don't know. Is that a coincidence or not? The only time I talk, real politics, they had me on to talk about Trump. and then I put it up on my YouTube channel, and there is a copyright violation filed about it. But it's no secret that the markets want Hillary Clinton to be, elected. And so when this news came out, and all of a sudden, hey, wait a minute, maybe this is going to put the Hillary Clinton sure thing reelection in jeopardy, and the market sold off, and the dollar sold off, and gold rallied. Because why does Wall Street? Why does Wall Street want Hillary Clinton? Because Hillary Clinton continues the status quo, which everybody on Wall Street likes. I mean, the big bankers, look at all the money that the Wall Street bankers are donating to the Hillary Clinton campaign. I mean, there's a reason that they're giving all this money to Hillary Clinton, and it's not out of patriotism. I mean, why do you think they paid her? She was collecting $250,000 a pop to talk to Goldman Sachs. I mean, what could she possibly say that's worth $250,000? What could she say that's worth $50? I mean, there's nothing, and it's not like she's entertaining as a speaker. She's not that dynamic. People probably bored out of their mind listening to Hillary Clinton talk. No, these speeches were payoffs or paybacks. It's advanced bribes, or maybe bribes for things that already happened. That's what's going on here. That's why they were setting up all these arrangements. So if there's some kind of jeopardy between the cozy relationship that the banks have with the government, with the Federal Reserve, they don't want Donald Trump upsetting that apple cart, because there's a chance that that game is going to end if Donald Trump is president. I mean, we don't know for sure. We know it'll definitely continue if Hillary is president, but Donald Trump is an unknown, and there's a good chance that he's going to go there and try to clean house, drain the swamp, which is what he's saying, and they don't want that swamp drained. And so the market sold off. But this is a very interesting development that's going on, because apparently, Hillary destroyed over 30,000 emails. And the worst part is she destroyed them after she got a congressional subpoena. Had she been smarter, she would have destroyed them a long time ago. She wouldn't have waited. That's how arrogant she was. But then she actually gets a subpoena. And then the subpoena says, hey, don't, preserve those records. They're under subpoena. We want you to bring them in. And then she destroys them, which alone is a criminal offense that should have lined her in jail, but nothing happened. But now, apparently, as part of this Anthony Weiner investigation, because he's been sexting with, underage girls, so they confiscated his computer. But apparently, the computer that he was using has over 10,000 or something emails of his wife's, who works in the as an aide or to Hillary Clinton, and apparently maybe 1,000 or more of the emails that Hillary destroyed were emails that were sent to her that are now there preserved on Anthony Weiner's laptop. Now, how they got from hers to his? I mean, Donald Trump actually warned about this a while ago, and he thought, hey, this could be very suspicious because she knows about Hillary's personal email account. Maybe Weiner knows about it, and who knows what he's doing with the information. And so now this stuff is coming out. So this stuff was announced, and now I think this potentially can turn the dynamic, because now they're not talking about girls anymore that are accusing Donald Trump of inappropriately kissing him. The election now, or the coverage is now shifting from Trump's indiscretions with women and how Trump treats women to Hillary Clinton and the criminal activity that she has been covering up. So this is a very, very important development, to the extent that maybe a lot of the salacious bombshells that dropped, maybe the media's gone by. Those stories are old now. That's old news. We got 10 days till the election, and now the media is going to be focused on a brand new topic, because, you want to get ratings now. I mean, they've already played out that story. They might have miscalculated when they released that audio from Billy Bush. Maybe they should have waited till a couple of days before the election, because now people are forgetting about that and everything that followed. And now they're focusing on this new FBI investigation. And of course, Hillary Clinton is demanding that they release everything. Now that seems suspicious to me. Maybe she's demanding it because that's not going to happen. I mean, if she actually thought the information was going to be released, I'm sure she wouldn't be demanding that it be released. Maybe that's just, showboating because she knows that it's not going to come out. But hopefully it will come out. But either way, just having it out there allows Trump to turn the dynamics of this conversation. and maybe even Hillary Clinton is not going to be able to get any traction out of this trumped up GDP number, because now she's too busy deflecting talk about the emails that might be on Wiener's computer and this new resurgent investigation. And another big issue, and Donald Trump is able to hammer on this, which I think is going to help him here in the waning days of the campaign, rather, is Obamacare and the surging Obamacare premiums. I mean, I'm talking about, some people are getting their premiums doubled, but average is probably going to be much more than the 25% increase. There are a lot of people that are going to see their premiums increase next year, 50% or more. They're getting their notices now, so they know it's coming. You see, that's part of the thing, that Obama designed a lot of this to happen, a lot of the bad things to happen after 2017, because, he's no longer president. So even the penalty, there's a big jump next year in the penalty for not buying insurance. And that happens in 2017. So, Obama's out of Dodge. But I guess the problem is some of the announcements are coming out now, and Hillary has to deal with it because the election hasn't happened yet. So some of this stuff is blown up on her campaign. So even though Obama's out of Dodge, Hillary's stuck there. And this is going to be a bigger issue. But, I read this article in the New York Times, and this article was about the fact that the penalty for not buying insurance, right, the penalty tax, was too low, and that a lot of Americans were opting to pay the penalty instead of buying insurance. Now, this is exactly what I said and wrote was going to happen from day one. And now the New York Times finally gets around to writing a story that they should have written from the very beginning. Instead, I was writing this kind of stuff, not the New York Times. In fact, I pointed out, and nobody pointed this out but me, at the time when the Supreme Court ruled this unconstitutional tax or to be constitutional. The way they were able to justify this is the Supreme Court said that the tax itself is so low that it won't actually compel behavior. Remember, one of the reasons that it was challenged is the people challenging Obamacare said it's unconstitutional because the law requires you to buy a product, and the government cannot require you to buy something. And if they can't do it directly, they can't do it indirectly by taxing you for not buying it. And that's a valid argument. It's 100% true. And so they went to the Supreme Court with that argument. And what the Supreme Court argued to justify the tax is they said, well, yes, the government can't force you to do something with the tax. And they're not doing that with this tax because the tax is so low that it's not going to actually force anybody to buy insurance. Because insurance is so much more expensive than the tax, people will simply pay the tax instead of buying insurance. And so the irony is that the Supreme Court said Obamacare is only constitutional because it won't work. That's how ridiculous it is. And what I wrote at the time, I said eventually they're going to have to dramatically increase the penalties in order to force people to buy the insurance, because Obamacare is based on forcing young, healthy people to overpay for insurance so that older, sick people can get something for nothing. Well, the problem is the young, healthy people, A, don't have the money, but they don't have the desire to buy something that they don't need, because if they ever get sick, well, then they can buy the insurance then, because there's no ability to discriminate based on pre-existing conditions. So I said that what was going to happen was young, healthy people would drop out, they would pay the tax, which is exactly what they're doing, and then the cost of staying in would skyrocket, which is exactly what's happening because you're having surging premiums. And I said that as premiums surge, then more and more people will decide to pay the tax instead of the premiums. And that is what's going to happen, and the whole thing is going to unravel. And I said the only way to save it potentially would be to dramatically increase the amount of the tax penalty, to actually force people to buy what the Supreme Court acknowledged the tax was too low to compel. But I said that I bet if the government then jacks the penalty tax way up, that it's still going to be constitutional, because who is going to go back to the Supreme Court, right? And now all the way back up again and say, okay, you said it was constitutional when the tax was really low, but now they've increased it tenfold, and now it's so expensive. Is anybody going to be able to get this case all the way back up to the Supreme Court again? Not a chance. So in other words, the Supreme Court says it's constitutional only because the penalty is really low, and then after they get the constitutional verdict, now they jack the penalty way up. But had the penalty been way up initially, then the tax would have then the whole Affordable Care Act would have been held unconstitutional. But because the penalty tax was low when they argued before the Supreme Court, they said, okay, it's constitutional because it's low. Well, now they jack it up high, which would mean it's unconstitutional, except no one's going to care because the Supreme Court's not going to get a chance to rule on it again. But of course, ultimately, it's not going to work at all. And where we're really headed and where Hillary Clinton will take us, I have no doubt in my mind that Hillary Clinton wants single payer. She wants socialized health insurance. And that's where Obamacare takes us, because it completely destroys whatever was left of the free market system. And so once you've destroyed healthcare, now you can come as the savior. Just like, the Federal Reserve, almost destroys the economy by inflating a housing bubble, which bursts, and then you have a financial crisis, and now they claim credit for saving us, right? They're the firemen. They set your house on fire, and then they show up to put out the fire, and they want credit, right? That's what the government's going to want for destroying our healthcare system. Now they're going to say, oh, you need us to save it, which is, one of the reasons that, I prefer Trump over Clinton, because there's no way he's going to do that. Now, of course, I know on his stump speech, he talks about repealing and replacing. Now, I don't know, maybe the pollsters said you can't just repeal Obamacare. You got to say you're going to replace it. But, he never says what he's going to replace it with. And I'm hoping he's not going to replace it with anything except the free market. And that would technically not be a lie, right? We're going to repeal Obamacare and replace it with the free market, right? So just leave off the words free market. You're still replacing it. Just a lot of people assume that he wants to replace it with another government program. Hopefully that is not the case. What we want to bring back to the healthcare system is the free market, because we've replaced the free market with government. And I want to get rid of government and bring back the free market, so the free market can do for healthcare what it's done for technology. One of the crazy things, too, about healthcare, and one of the reasons that all the proponents of big government, they want to claim that, healthcare is somehow different than other goods, is they say, well, healthcare gets, they come up with new things and more creative things, more sophisticated things, so it's more complicated. And because it's more sophisticated and more complicated, it's more expensive. That's nonsense. I mean, how much more complicated and sophisticated are our cell phones today than they were 5 or 10 years ago? But how much cheaper are they today than they were 5 or 10 years ago? How much more technology is in our laptops or in our television sets? Having more technology, being more complicated and being more sophisticated doesn't mean more expensive. Not in the free market. The free market does two things. It increases quality while it decreases price. Government does the opposite, right? It decreases quality and increases price. And that's what's going on in healthcare. And of course, it's going to go on even worse if Hillary Clinton gets elected. But maybe the odds of Trump. But I've been saying, look, I look at these polls, and yes, I mean, there's a big margin of error. And in general, Clinton has been way ahead. And I know that there is a predisposition of a lot of people to just vote Democrat because they're just impoverished and they believe the only hope they have is for the government to steal money and give it to them. I mean, that's part of the reason that the government, particularly the left, wants to trap people in poverty, because they buy those voters, right? They cripple people and say, here, I got the crutch. Vote for me and I'll help you walk, right? But meanwhile, it's the government that cripples them. So the more dependent voters they can create, the more voters who think their only way out of poverty is government. But government is why they're in poverty, and the real way out of poverty is free market capitalism. But maybe there's people are in such despair, even as, again, President Obama's own advisor down in Brazil coming out and admitting how desperate the situation is for most Americans. Maybe it's so bad, and maybe Hillary Clinton's criminal activity is now, the focal point of the campaign in the waning days. And again, as I said, maybe the polls don't quite reflect people who want to vote for Trump, but for whatever reason are embarrassed about acknowledging that that's what they're going to do to whoever is running the polls, or the fact that I do believe that there is a large percentage of Trump voters who are highly motivated and who honestly believe that Donald Trump can deliver on his promises. I think the percentage of Hillary voters who actually think anything is going to get better if they elect her is extremely small. And therefore, they are much less motivated to actually go out and vote. And certainly, there's still a lot of residual distrust and hate for Hillary on the part of Bernie Sanders supporters. And as much as Bernie is out there encouraging his supporters to go and vote and hold their nose and vote for Hillary, a lot of them probably don't want to do it. And so this election, as I said, is hardly in the bag. It is not the sure thing that the media makes it out to be. There still is a good probability that this is a Brexit or this is a Bundy verdict. You know, there's that verdict where everybody assumed that the individuals involved in this were going to be convicted, and nobody predicted an acquittal. And of course, now I hear in the media, oh, this they're only being acquitted because they're white, and they show that this is a double standard. It's got nothing to do with the fact that the defendants were white. What it has to do with the fact is that there was sympathy among the jury members for their plight and their circumstances. And they're upset at the government. They're upset at the status quo. They understand that their own situation has been deteriorating. And this is a way of standing up. Is it a form of jury nullification? Are they trying to send a message to the government that they're mad as hell and they're not going to take it anymore? Well, maybe the jurors are sending that message and the powers that be still don't get that message. Well, the voters of this country may be willing to send a similar message as those jurors, and that message can be sent by voting for Donald Trump and against the establishment, against the media, against Wall Street, against everybody that they perceive is the problem. And hopefully the solution isn't a man, but a principle, is freedom, is liberty. We can make America great again. It's not about Donald Trump. It's about Donald Trump dismantling all of the government that took away our greatness. Right now, we have a great government and we have a weak country. I want the opposite. What makes a country great is a small government. When governments are small, individuals are great. Individuals do great things. You can't have a great government and a great country. It's one or the other. So if we want to make America great, we've got to dismantle the government that's preventing us from being great.
Well, today, the possibility of a Fed rate hike in December rose about 10 points. We're now at about an 80% probability, at least the way the markets assess the odds, that the Fed will raise rates in December after failing to raise rates today. And if you remember, after they didn't raise rates last time, there was some probability of a November rate hike, but by this morning, the probability of November had pretty much been reduced to about zero, with everybody believing that the Fed would hike in December. And now, as a result of their failure to hike in November, the probability apparently is now higher based on the language of their non-hike. This despite the fact that there were only two dissenters. When the Fed didn't raise interest rates last time they met, there were actually three guys who voted for a hike, and there were six that voted not to hike. This time, it was 7-2 in favor of not hiking. So what happened between meetings that caused the one guy who wanted to hike rates last time to decide he doesn't want to hike them now? I mean, is it possible that some data came out over the course of those weeks that caused him to reassess his feeling about the strength of the economy? And if so, why is that guy going to flip back to hike in December after just flipping to no hike? Now, is it pure politics? I mean, they'll never admit that. Was it like, well, a hike in September was far enough away from the election, but I won't do it in November. I mean, I don't know. I mean, if you don't want to raise rates based on proximity to the election, I mean, you could have made that argument all year long, right? I mean, hey, we can't raise rates in an election year. So I think that argument could have held true at any point during the year. Because remember, the economy and the stock market has been a big part of the Hillary Clinton campaign. And so the Fed wouldn't have wanted to have taken any action at any point during this year that might have hurt her. Remember, it was important in the primary. One of the reasons that Hillary Clinton was able to beat Bernie Sanders was the idea that the economy was in good shape thanks to Obama, and she wants to continue that. And so had the Fed raised interest rates during the primaries, it might have made it harder for Hillary Clinton to fend off that outsider challenge. Clearly, the Federal Reserve prefers Hillary Clinton to Bernie Sanders. So you could have been making these political arguments all year long. But the fact of the matter is, we had 3 dissenters last time, and now only 2. Yet, for some reason, the probability of a hike has now gone up rather than down. But here is the language. This is what they wrote. The committee judges that the case for an increase in the federal funds rate has continued to strengthen, but decided for the time being to wait for some further evidence of continued progress towards its objectives. That's it. Now, based on this, everybody is jumping to the conclusion, oh, they're going to move in December. Why? I mean, what did they say? They said that they want to see more evidence. They said that the case for a rate hike has continued to strengthen. Yes, they've been saying that all year long. It's been continuing to strengthen all year, but apparently not quite strong enough to merit a hike. So is the economy really going to keep strengthening between now and December? I mean, I already think it's faltering. I mean, you can certainly argue that a lot of the economic data, I'll get to some more of it that already came out this week, but the data is already weakening. And so to the extent that they were looking for stronger data, they didn't get it. And they said, so for the time being, they're going to wait. Well, how long is the time being? I mean, apparently that means one more meeting, but how do you get that from the words for the time being? Now, this is a funny part. They wrote that they're going to wait for some further evidence. Apparently, in the last statement, when they didn't hike rates, they said they needed further evidence. And so now they need some further evidence. And people are saying that that means they don't need as much. Now, I don't know. I mean, does the word some before further mean that you don't need as much evidence as you used to need? Because you used to need further evidence, but now you only need some further evidence. But even if some further evidence is less than further evidence, since we had no idea how much evidence was involved in further, we don't know what some further is because we have no idea how big a number further meant. So if it's smaller than what they used to need, but we don't even know how much they used to need, then how do we know that they need such a small amount that they're ready to go in December? I mean, I don't know. Maybe in December they'll change from some further evidence to a little more evidence. I mean, so how much is that? Or a bit more? How much is a bit? Who knows? They've never defined what they needed in the first place. Again, they tweak the language every once in a while to create the illusion that they're progressing towards a goal that they may never hit. It's like a never-ending mark that they'll continue to move further and further away just to make sure they don't get there. Now, I do acknowledge that once the election is over with, they certainly have a bigger cushion to raise rates and not have to worry about the immediate political impact because it's going to be many, many years before there's another election. So they might be able to get it out of the way, and even if the market tanks, you know, it's not going to have any immediate political ramifications because, you know, they're not going to do a recount. And they did raise interest rates in December of last year, so that did create a precedent of raising rates. But this is the highest the probability has been. I mean, 80%. It hasn't been this high this year. And the probability that the Fed doesn't raise rates has never been this low. But, you know, a lot can happen between now and December that might change the Fed's mind. One is an election, which is less than a week away now. And by the way, I saw a poll yesterday, an ABC poll. Donald Trump was ahead by a point. This is a poll where he was trailing by 12 points a week earlier. And this poll was taken before, I believe, the FBI announced that they're reopening the email investigation, and all of the Anthony Weiner stuff came. So who knows where the poll might be in another day or two when all of this is fully incorporated into the thinking of the voters. Now, I recognize that, we don't elect presidents based on popular vote. So the electoral map still heavily favors Clinton based on the polls as they exist now. So I think the markets are still assuming that Clinton is going to win, but the probability of a Trump victory is significantly higher than it was a week ago. But probably more importantly for Trump is he's got this momentum now going. And if the momentum continues in this direction between now and the election, it could carry him over the top in some of these key states and might, tilt the electoral map in his favor. One thing that is worrying the Clinton camp is some of the numbers on the early voting in African Americans, which is way down over the prior couple of years. And the thought is that African American voting may revert back to normal levels pre Barack Obama, because it was record high. In fact, the highest ever for African American participation was in the 2012 election when Obama was up for re-election against Mitt Romney. That was record high African American participation, and of course, overwhelmingly 90+% of the African American vote went to President Obama. And so, if there is that big a drop in African American participation in this election, that is a big deal. And I've been saying all along that there isn't a lot of enthusiasm in that community for Hillary Clinton. I mean, there was for Barack Obama, because there were a lot of people that believed that just having a black president would automatically be good for blacks, that somehow he was going to be more in touch with their needs. And even though, President Clinton used to pretend he was the first black president and he felt their pain, he really wasn't black, but Barack Obama was. And so a lot of people thought, well, this is going to be great, because he's black and I'm black, and so he's going to pursue policies that benefit blacks. Well, he didn't. In fact, he pursued policies that made their lives worse. Any way you want to look at the data, the African-American community is in worse shape today than it was 4 years ago, than it was 8 years ago. And so they feel let down. And there's no reason to just be enthusiastic about voting for Hillary, because, again, she's not black. And if a black man couldn't help the black community, why should a white woman help him? I mean, it's not going to be about her femininity. It's not going to be like, oh, if we just had a woman, the woman is going to fix it for us because we've had all these men. Nah, I don't think it's gonna work that way. I mentioned that before. So we're seeing this drop in enthusiasm. And by the way, if 90% of the white vote went to Mitt Romney in 2012, you can imagine all the cries of racism and, the only reason that he won was because all these white racists were voting in such heavy numbers for Mitt Romney, right? But you can get 90% of the black voters can vote for the black candidate, and nobody ever mentions that there's any racism going on. It's a total double standard. But you have lots of black voters voting for Obama because he's black. I mean, that could be the main reason. They might not say that to a pollster, but, there are a lot of people voting for Hillary because she's a woman. I mean, in fact, she's out there saying, hey, we need to have the first woman president, so vote for me because I'm going to be the first woman president. Look, if I were a woman and I were running for president, I would not want anybody to vote for me because I was a woman. I wouldn't even bring that issue up. The point is, let's elect the most competent person, or the person who you think is the best, and gender has nothing to do with it. And then if you happen to win an election where gender is not an issue because you don't make it an issue, and then, we have the first woman president, well, then the victory means something. But if you're saying, hey, I'm a woman, I'm running for office, so vote for me so we can have the first woman president, you're actually advocating a vote based on sexism. You're telling people, vote for me. Even if you don't think I'm the best choice, vote for me because I'm a woman. Well, how can you say that? It's being a hypocrite. If you're accusing men or people of, discriminating against women, but now you're advocating the discrimination against men. You're saying, hey, don't vote for Donald Trump, even if you think he's better because he's a man. vote for Hillary Clinton because she's a woman. But somehow voting for a woman because she's a woman is not sexism. But if you vote for a man because he's a man, well, then you're a sexist. I mean, I'm very happy to see the first woman president, but we don't have to stoop so low. We don't have to scrape the bottom of the barrel and make it Hillary Clinton. We're not so desperate for a woman president that we're going to take Hillary Clinton. Let's have a good woman president. Let's make sure that the first time we have a woman president, we have a good one. That way we have a good role model for other women to aspire to. I mean, why should we put Hillary Clinton there and say, oh, she's the first woman? Because as a woman, I would be offended, right, by that. And it's like, well, gee, I mean, why should we make the first woman president so bad and so corrupt? What if she actually becomes president and then she gets indicted and then she gets impeached and she has to go to jail? Is that the legacy that you want for the first female president, to also be the first president to actually be impeached, to be tried and convicted, and then put in jail? Is that the legacy that we want for the first woman president? Hey, let's pass on this woman and let's wait for a more worthy woman to seek this office. But getting back to the rate hikes, so there's nothing in this particular paragraph to me that jumps out and says we're going to raise rates in December. Because A, we don't know how the election is going to affect the markets. Because if Donald Trump does end up pulling off this upset, the markets are going to tank, I believe. I think the stock market's going to get clobbered, just like, with Brexit, right? The stock market got clobbered. I think the dollar is going to get clobbered too, because the belief is going to be the Fed is going to be easing, just like the Bank of England eased. The U.S. dollar was weaker yet again today, although it gained back some of its losses following the Fed statement, which supposedly raised the probability of a December rate hike. But it wasn't enough to take the dollar back into positive territory. In fact, the dollar index closed down about 0.33 at 97.36. The dollar index was above 99 last week. And, the fact that the dollar is selling off and gold is rising, even as the expectations of a December rate hike are increasing, this supports my thesis that at this point it doesn't matter. Right? Even if the Fed does deliver a rate hike in December, it's too little too late for it to be negative for gold or positive for the dollar, because whatever the Fed does, it is going to be less than what the markets had already anticipated and baked into prices, both the exchange rate of the dollar and the price of gold. And I think the markets are looking beyond a rate hike to what happens next, because even if we get this December rate hike, which is still a big if, but even if we get it, I think the likelihood of the Fed taking it back and cutting rates is greater than the likelihood of them raising rates again. Now, I know I said that initially when they first raised rates a year ago, December, I said it's more likely that they'll cut them rather than raise them again. And that still may be the case, because this December hike is not a sure thing. And if they don't hike in December, I'd be willing to say this: if they don't hike in December, they're not hiking. They're not going to hike at all next year, because if they're not hiking in December, the election is over. They're afraid of hiking. And especially if the probabilities stay this high and then the Fed doesn't hike, that'll be it. So if we make it past December, then I will have been correct in that the last hike would have been the only hike and that the next move will be an ease. But if somehow they end up with another December rate hike and they go back on the path of raising rates once a year, I really doubt we'll make it all the way to December of 2017 without the economy officially relapsing into recession, or without the stock market slipping into a bear market, and therefore the Fed will be forced to reverse course, at least based on its own thinking, and cut rates and launch QE4, regardless of whether or not it hikes rates in December. And so the dollar really has no place to go but down, and gold no place to go but up. And, by the way, gold was above 1,300 for much of the day. In fact, it was above 1,300 when the Fed came out with its statement at 2 o'clock, and then gold lost about half its gains. It closed up about 870 at 1296.50, but still positive. And, gold was around 1250 about a week ago, and I think the main difference between now and a week earlier is the increased probability of a Trump victory, even though it's not a probability, it's a possibility rather, but the possibility is now higher and the price of gold is going up. But if he actually wins, I think the price of gold is going to go a lot higher. Remember how much the price of gold went up in pound sterling because of the surprise Brexit vote? So I think something big like that could happen. And I do think if we get a Trump victory and the market tanks as a result, not that I think that Trump is bad for the long-term stock market. I think he's bad for the bubble. It's bad for perceptions. And so if the market tanks following a Trump victory, even if the Fed was going to raise rates in December, there's not a chance that they're actually going to do it. But also, even if the markets get what they want, which is Hillary Clinton, they may realize, oh my God, we got Hillary Clinton, because, be careful what you wish for, because you might get it. So not only might it be a buy the rumor, sell the fact, but the market might really tank as people realize that Hillary Clinton is not good for the U.S. economy. And who knows? I mean, if Hillary has coattails and if the Democrats take the Senate, or even worse, take the House, who knows what kind of crazy programs Hillary Clinton could get, enacted if she had a Congress of her own party. So the market could tank either way. And so that would take a rate hike off the table, if a rate hike is even on the table. Meanwhile, the stock market continued to weaken. The Dow closing below the 18,000 level. We closed at 17,959. And technically, we look like we're really starting to break down. And this, again, could be the stock market beginning to price in not just the fact that they believe the Fed is going to hike rates in December, but that there is a greater likelihood that Donald Trump will become president, and the stock market is very worried about that. The NASDAQ was down almost 50 points today, 48 points. This is the weakest the NASDAQ has been really since July. We're really getting some strong signs of some of these stocks really starting to break down. And, if the carnage in the stock market accelerates into the election on Tuesday, that also won't bode well for Hillary Clinton, because the perception will be, the market's coming down, so it was a bubble and now it's falling and people get nervous. What Hillary Clinton wants is everything to look as good as possible. She wants the best picture possible for voters to have in their mind when they step into that booth. And if the stock market is tanking, especially when the belief is that Hillary Clinton is going to win, voters could think, oh, look, the stock market is going down because people believe it's going to be Hillary Clinton, and that might cause some people to vote Donald Trump. And, when I talk about the stock market reacting badly to a Trump victory, it's not because I think that Trump is bad for business and Hillary is good for business, or that Trump is bad for the economy. The stock market has nothing to do with the business environment or the economy. In fact, companies could do much better as far as what they're able to earn under a Trump presidency than they will earn under a Clinton presidency. But the stock market is not about the economy, and it's not even about earnings. It's about the Fed. It's about cheap money. It's about continuation of the status quo. And if you want the status quo to continue, if you want the cozy relationship between Wall Street and government and the Fed to continue, well, then you want Hillary Clinton, because she represents a continuation of what we saw under Bush and under Obama, and now under Clinton and under her husband before that, right? It's just been one continuous party that has benefited, Wall Street to the detriment of the economy and the underlying fundamentals of a lot of these businesses whose stocks are so overpriced thanks to this policy. And Donald Trump throws a monkey wrench into this whole thing, because nobody actually knows what a Trump presidency will be like. And I don't even think Trump, the candidate, even gives you that much insight into Trump, the president, because I don't know how much of what Trump is saying are talking points that he thinks will resonate with voters and not turn voters off, versus what he would actually do in the best interest of the country were he put in that position, assuming he actually knows what is in the best interest of the country, or maybe he will surround himself with people who will. But he clearly, in my mind, understands that things are bad, right? When you're talking about making America great again, You acknowledge that it's no longer great, that we've lost something that we once had. Whereas other people want to bury their heads in the sand, like Hillary Clinton, and claim there's no problem, that claim that everything is fine, right? That we just need a few more regulations and a few more government programs, and America will be better than ever. At least Donald Trump recognizes that's not the truth. But in order to solve these problems, there's going to be a lot of short-term problems in the market. And hey, the market doesn't want short-term problems. The market just wants another fix of the drugs. And the best way to get more cheap money is to continue the status quo. Today, U.S. stocks extended their losing streak to 9 consecutive days. We haven't had a losing streak this long since 1980. That was 36 years ago. 8 consecutive down days. That last took place in the financial crisis year of 2008. So we had tied that yesterday, and now we bettered it, and we're back to the longest streak since 1980. Now, the record for consecutive down days is 12. Now, the last time that happened was in 1966. And if you don't know what the significance was of 1966, that was the peak of a bull market that ended in 1966. And the bear market that ensued went on for 16 years in nominal terms, and much longer than that in real terms, because the Dow hit 1,000 in 1966, and it didn't get above 1,000 until 1982. And of course, adjusted for inflation, 1,000 in 1982 wasn't even close to 1,000 in 1966, certainly in terms of gold, right? Because gold was $35 an ounce in 1966, and in 1982 it was probably about 500. So in gold terms, the Dow was slaughtered during those 16 years. Even adjusted for the CPI, I don't think we got back to 1,000 until towards the end of the 1990 stock market bubble. That's how long it took to achieve the real levels that we had in 1966. So that's when we had a 12 consecutive down days. Now, we'll see. I mean, we may well be down on Monday, and so that would make it 10. And if we're down on Tuesday, 11. And if Trump wins, then we'll probably be down on Wednesday. So we'll see if we can set this record. It's rather a dubious record. Gold, on the other hand, was going in an opposite direction. It managed to finish the week with a small gain, but nonetheless closing above 1,300, closing out the week at 1,304. That's the highest weekly close in some time. Silver also eked out a small gain of 8 cents at 1841. The dollar continued its losing streak of late, with the dollar index closing below 97 with a 96 handle. 96.89 was where the dollar index closed out the week. So as stocks are weakening, so is the dollar. Gold is strengthening. But what does this portend for the presidential election? Because typically when the incumbent party wins, which in this case would be Hillary, because even though Barack Obama is not up for re-election, he is a Democrat. And so Hillary represents the same party. And normally when the incumbent wins, which is what everybody expects, the stock market is rising prior to the election. Normally when the stock market is falling, it's an indication that they are going to oust the incumbent party in favor of whichever party was out of power. So based on the stock market, it looks like Trump is getting ready for an upset win, which of course would be even worse for the stock market. But is the stock market falling because the markets are worried about a Trump presidency? Or is it simply falling because it doesn't matter, because even if Clinton wins, which is what the markets anticipate, it's a bubble, and the Fed is threatening to raise interest rates in December, which is their next meeting. And so maybe the stock market's going down for that reason. But of course, even if people were still undecided, the weakness in the stock market going into the election could cause some people to maybe vote Trump. because they're worried that the bubble is bursting. And of course, as I said on my last podcast, the Democrats want voters going into the booth in as good a mood as possible, and the stock market tanking, maybe the day before the election day, if we get some kind of big sell-off on Monday, is not the kind of image that Hillary wants voters taking with them into the voting booth. I suppose she just wants them thinking of Donald Trump molesting women and voting for her, despite all of the allegations coming out against her, and despite an economy that, despite today's jobs numbers, which at least, on the surface, we're a little shy of estimates, but the Obama administration is still out there touting these numbers as somehow being good. We did get the non-farm payroll number that came out this morning. And this, of course, is the last official look at the labor market before the Tuesday election. So this is going to be in all the news stories tonight. And of course, it gives President Obama's people some talking points. I saw Labor Secretary on television today trying to talk about how great this jobs number is and how it validates all the good, high-paying jobs that have been created during the Obama recovery. I mean, this thing was pure spin because the jobs data doesn't confirm that at all. But the numbers that came out, they were looking for 178,000 jobs. And, I was thinking, the conspiratorial element here, I was thinking that maybe the number would be big, right? Because this is it. This is the last number before the election. And clearly they would like to see a larger number, a higher number. But then I thought, well, but a number too high could really cause the stock market to tank. After all, the Fed is in hiking mode, and a really strong job number would only solidify the idea that the Fed is going to raise rates, which already seems pretty solid. I mean, the probability is maybe 80%, maybe a really strong jobs number, and it would have gone up to 90% or something like that. So that would have been problematic. So maybe they just wanted one that was kind of Goldilocks, not too strong, not too weak, just enough that they could, talk about it as if it was a positive. And that's really the kind of number we got. We got 161,000 jobs, which was a little bit below the consensus, but they did revise the prior month up. So the net effect was, I guess it was kind of in line, maybe a slightly better than what some had been looking for. Although I know the whisper number, there are a lot of people that thought maybe we'd get a 200,000 number, and we didn't do that. The official unemployment rate, though, did tick down. That's good, right, for the president, back down below 5% at 4.9%. The labor force participation rate also ticked down to 62.8%. Hours worked stayed the same, but wages were up a bit. And this was also something that they were taking credit for. Not only did we get a 0.4 increase in average hourly earnings, which was a little bit better than the 0.3% that they were expecting, but they went back and revised the prior month from up 0.2 to up 0.3. So the president taking credit for American workers finally getting their long overdue, well-deserved raise. Of course, beneath the surface, once again, the picture is not quite so rosy. First of all, when you look at the household survey, you'll see a mass exodus again of workers out of the workforce. 425,000 workers said adios to the labor market. We now have 94,609,000 able-bodied Americans who are no longer part of that labor force. And of course, the labor secretary was trying to blame the participation rate on the retirement of the baby boom. Yeah, nice try. The problem is the baby boom is too broke to retire. They're working longer than ever. The mass exodus from the labor force is young people in their 20s and 30s. They're not retiring. What's retiring is their aspirations to have a job. They're just, thrown in the towel before they even step in the ring. That's what's going on in this market, and nobody wants to acknowledge that. But even more so is the multiple job holders soaring to a new high for this so-called recovery. This is the number of people working 2 or more jobs. Hey, some of these guys have 3 or 4 jobs. And in fact, if you look at the household survey, it confirms that we lost 103,000 full-time jobs and we gained 90,000 new part-time jobs. And of course, a lot of these part-time jobs are being worked by people who already had another part-time job. And of course, the higher paying jobs, we lost 7,000 manufacturing jobs. Those are the jobs we need. We lost another 2,000 jobs in mining and logging. These are productive jobs. So that's 9,000 new Trump voters, right? And a lot of these guys might have been card-carrying Democrats, labor union guys, but now they're out of work. And so Donald Trump is the only one that seems to feel their pain and is promising some kind of relief. I mean, all Hillary is promising is more of the same, and nobody wants that except Wall Street, right? They want more of the same because the same has been good to them. But it hasn't been good to the 9,000 people who lost their jobs in manufacturing and mining, nor is it really good to a lot of these workers who are hobbling together 2 or 3 crappy part-time jobs. Again, Zero Hedge put that chart up on their website about waiters and bartenders versus manufacturing. And since 2014, they point out that we've added 547,000 waiter and bartending jobs. And during that same period of time, we've lost 36,000 manufacturing jobs. I wonder how many of those former manufacturers, each guy is maybe working 2 or 3 of those waiter bartender jobs. Also Zero Hedge pointed out something with some graphs that I've been talking about, and that's been the collapse in the restaurant industry. I mean, the restaurant industry has had a tough year. Look at what's happening to a lot of the stocks of these operators. Our earnings are going down. And so if Americans are not eating out as often because they can't afford it, right? So if the restaurant industry is having such a tough time, why are they hiring so many people? And the reality is they're not. They're not hiring so many people. They're just hiring so many part-time people. That's why the number is so big, because they're completely transitioning their workforce from full-time workers to part-time workers. And that's why the numbers are so big. And that's why this whole thing is a lie. And when the labor secretary goes on television, he's spreading fiction if he's talking about this robust economy where we're getting all these jobs. And in fact, still a lot of these jobs that the government assumes were created are there as a result of this birth-death model. I mean, that's there every month, and there's no actual proof that any of these jobs exist. They're just guesstimating it. And what they mean by birth-death, if you don't know, is they're referring to the creation or destruction of companies, right? Every month, new companies are started up, and of course, every month, other companies are shutting down because they failed. Well, the reality is, and this has been going on for a while, more companies are failing than are starting up. So you would assume that the birth-death assumptions would assume more jobs dying than being born. But that's never the case. They always think that more jobs are being created by companies that are starting up than are being lost by companies that are calling it quits. But I doubt that's the case. I mean, I think that's a case of wishful thinking. I think the statisticians who believe the economy is growing just assume that a growing economy is resulting in more businesses starting up than winding down. But since the economy really isn't growing, since I think we're actually in a recession, it makes sense that in this recessionary environment, more businesses would be shutting down than starting up. And in fact, that is the case. Yet that is not the case when it comes to these birth-death assumptions. So I think all these numbers are nonsense. In fact, there was some guy on CNBC this morning that was pointing out how, the GDP numbers are so low and the productivity numbers are so low. He said that, does it really make sense that if businesses are hiring all these workers to do all this work and they're not productive and they're not adding to the GDP? He said no. Therefore, the productivity numbers must be wrong, the GDP numbers must be wrong, and the jobs numbers must be right, because employers wouldn't be adding all these workers if the workers weren't productive, because why hire them? So he wants to assume all those numbers are wrong, and the only number that's right is the jobs number. I would rather make the assumption that all the other numbers are right and the outlier is a job number. And the truth is employers aren't hiring all these people because the job numbers are not legitimate. The job numbers simply reflect the preponderance of part-time work over full-time work. and the bias in the statisticians at assuming companies are starting up when in fact more companies are shutting down. So that is the dubious number that should be suspect. I mean, people who want to grab onto the jobs numbers as if they're legit and then use that as a reason to dismiss all the other numbers that have far less, bias in them than this one. And of course, again, the GDP numbers, I mean, it's actually worse than that because of the ridiculous deflators that are not capturing the full extent to which prices are rising. And so the real GDP number is actually a lot lower than the numbers that are being officially reported. And again, that still jives with me with these bogus jobs reports that don't reflect legitimate full-time jobs being created, but really disguise the overwhelming number of full-time jobs that are being lost, but are just being replaced by part-time jobs. We got the election coming up on Tuesday. We'll know the results, I guess, late Tuesday night, early Wednesday morning, and we'll see the verdict that the market has. Obviously, the market thinks that this phony party can go on longer if we elect Hillary Clinton, but that the party might end sooner if we elect Donald Trump. And as far as I'm concerned, the sooner this party ends, the better, because the sooner it ends, the less horrible the hangover will be, and the less difficult the task of correcting all these mistakes will ultimately become. Well, it's not going to be a new record as far as consecutive declines for the U.S. stock market. The 9-day losing streak ended today in a huge, I guess, pre-relief Clinton victory rally. The markets had been factoring in a higher probability of a Donald Trump victory ever since the FBI announced that they were reopening the email investigation thanks to a treasure trove of 650,000 emails on Anthony Weiner's, a.k.a. Carlos Danger's, laptop computer. And apparently they've now gone through all 650,000 emails in well under a week. And yesterday, on a Sunday afternoon, Comey made the announcement that the FBI had completed their investigation of these additional emails and that nothing had changed from their original recommendation, which was, if you forget, that despite recklessness and carelessness on the part of Hillary Clinton to have set up this private server and to have used it to send out classified emails, that they found no evidence of deliberate wrongdoing, that Secretary Clinton just made an honest mistake because she had no idea that it was a bad idea to send classified emails on your private server. She just screwed up. And I remember at the time I said, if that was true, then she's too incompetent to be president. If she's really that naive, if she really thinks that, she doesn't really have to handle classified data with any kind of care, that you could just send it over any, email account, then, I said she's not competent enough to be president. So either, she's not competent enough to be president or she's dishonest and she lied. And of course, there is plenty of evidence that Hillary Clinton lied with respect to whether or not she did, in fact, send classified emails, because she claimed that she did not, and then the FBI found them. But also she engaged in a cover-up, obstruction of justice, because as soon as she knew that she was under investigation, she destroyed evidence that she was ordered to preserve. Now, the only thing the FBI said is that the emails themselves did not raise to the level of a crime, or that they didn't think they had enough evidence of criminality. But I still think that on a separate issue of a cover-up, of obstruction of justice, of deliberately going against a congressional court order, all the other things that Hillary Clinton did to cover up what she thought may have been a crime, in and of itself is an even bigger crime. But the FBI is not even weighing in on that. They simply said that, yes, there may be classified emails that are on this computer, but it's the same as before. It's careless, it's reckless, but, we have no evidence that she actually knew that her conduct was criminal, and so therefore we're not going to or recommend the prosecution based on this new data. So they've now reclosed the investigation that they just reopened. Now, of course, I remember from day one, as soon as they did this, I kept thinking, well, what if they clear her before the election? That's going to give her some kind of a boost, because now all of a sudden it's going to be, oh, Hillary vindicated, and people will start to think about that, especially if it's 11th hour type announcement, and all of a sudden she can get a boost just before the election. And especially, too, since as soon as Comey opened up the investigation, all of a sudden he was praised by a lot of Republicans who had criticized him in the past. And so now, are they going to be able to flip the switch and start criticizing him again? Just like, some of the Democrats initially had nothing but good things to say about Comey, and then all of a sudden he reopens the investigation and he's in the doghouse. I mean, of course, so obviously it all depends on whether you like what he's doing, whether you think he's an honest guy doing his job or just a political hack. But I thought that if he came out with some kind of a vindication, which really doesn't vindicate anything, it basically preserves the status quo that, according to the FBI, she's careless and reckless, but not the criminal in these emails, that it would help. And I even thought maybe this was all part of a grand conspiracy, that they were deliberately reopening the investigation so that they could close it last minute and give her this boost. But I don't know, because certainly over the last week or so, or 10 days, however long it's been, this story has dominated the airwaves. It's kept a lot of the stories that might have otherwise come up about Trump and about the various women accusing him of stuff. That has kind of been on the back burner. And so Trump has probably had a pretty good 2 weeks. So I don't know that this is something that they did deliberately. And of course, there's a lot of people that voted early. So there are a lot of people that voted early and don't know that Clinton was vindicated, right? They voted before it happened. But what certainly might have happened is there might have been a lot of pressure brought to bear on Comey by the Obama administration, by the Clinton machine, to come out with this favorable conclusion just before the election. They just kind of got his mind right, cool hand Luke style. And so he came out and said everything is okay. But as soon as this was announced on Sunday, when the markets opened, gold tanked. Gold was down immediately like $15. And in fact, it was down $23 by the time they closed the session here in the U.S. And the stock futures had a big rally. All the world's markets rallied because everybody wants Hillary Clinton, right? Because she's the status quo. She's the devil they know. And in fact, the Dow rallied, I think, 370 points. We closed right on the highs of the day, or right near the highs. The NASDAQ up 119. The dollar rallied across the board. Well, I guess some of the commodity currencies, the Aussie and Canadian dollars, were up a bit, but the yen had a big down day. The euro dollar index now back above the 97 mark. And this was just one big celebration now, because Hillary Clinton's not going to get indicted before she's sworn in, too. I guess there were people that were thinking that, well, hey, even if we elect her, maybe she'll get indicted either before she's sworn in while she's still president-elect, or maybe shortly thereafter she does take the oath of office, and then there could be an impeachment and all that. But now I guess the odds of that have been reduced, although I still think even if she's ultimately not charged with anything on these emails, there is a bigger investigation going on with respect to the Clinton Foundation and the misuse and the misappropriation of charitable donations to private use. It's clear to me that the Clintons have used their foundation to enrich themselves in ways that certainly is unethical and immoral, and at a minimum is tax evasion, but maybe it's higher criminal activity of embezzling these funds. I mean, these are funds that people gave supposedly for charitable purposes. Although I think in many cases the charity was a ruse, in that a lot of the major donors who were putting money into the charity knew that the money was simply going to line the Clintons' pockets, but they were routing it through the charity to basically money launder the bribes, which is in fact what they were. The Clintons were selling influence and laundering the money through their charities. And of course, they were pulling all the money out tax-free, which to me is very ironic and shows the hypocrisy of the Clintons. And there's nothing really that I hate more than hypocrisy. And because, Hillary Clinton has made a big deal about Donald Trump and the fact that he hasn't paid taxes because he's utilizing legitimate deductions, loss carry forwards from his real estate days, and he's been legitimately utilizing his deductions to minimize his tax. And what he's doing is not evading the payment of income taxes. He is avoiding the payment of income taxes using all the legal means available to him. And that is not a crime. There is nothing wrong. In fact, I think it was Judge Learned Hand from the Supreme Court who said that no American has a patriotic duty to pay any more taxes than the law provides. And so you are not obligated to pay as much tax as possible. You have the right to try to arrange your affairs so as to minimize your tax and pay the littlest amount that you can legally pay. So what Donald Trump was doing is no different than what every other taxpayer does. Certainly every taxpayer who hires a tax attorney, the purpose is to minimize your taxes. I mean, everybody that sets these, look, whenever somebody makes a contribution to an IRA, they're minimizing their taxes. I mean, are we going to, if anybody has an IRA, are we going to say, oh, you're a bad guy? Why'd you set up an IRA? Look, the government made IRAs possible, right? And part of the appeal is the tax deductibility. So people minimize their taxes by making contributions to their IRAs, right? So that's what Donald Trump was doing. But what Hillary Clinton is doing, and her entire family, right down to her daughter. There was a news story that came out also on Sunday. In fact, there were quite a few WikiLeaks that came out on Sunday that were obscured by all the talk about the vindication from the FBI, closing the email investigation. But one of the WikiLeaks shows correspondences with respect to Chelsea Clinton and the fact that, her $3 million wedding. And that's an expensive wedding, $3 million. The wedding was paid for, and I don't know whether it was the entire $3 million or just part of the wedding, but that the money to pay for that wedding came from the Clinton Foundation. And apparently, according to this email, it was not just that there were a lot of things that Chelsea had been doing over the years that were being subsidized by the Clinton Foundation. Basically, her lifestyle was being subsidized. So even the daughter is stealing from this charity, which I also thought was ironic as I was watching on CNBC this morning, and they were interviewing David Tepper, who recently moved from New Jersey to Florida. And New Jersey has a very high state income tax, and Florida has no state income tax. And he claims that his move had nothing to do with taxes, which, again, I don't like people who lie about things. Just be honest. What's wrong? Yes, I didn't want to pay these huge taxes. See, he's claiming he moved for the weather. He's claiming he moved to be closer for his family. Yeah, right. I mean, come on. He could still fly down there in his private jet as often as he wanted. In fact, he could have moved down there, left his tax domicile in New Jersey, and still spent the winters in Florida, and he still could have enjoyed the weather. He just would have paid the higher New Jersey tax. The fact that he went out of his way to re-domicile himself for tax purposes, Florida, it wasn't for the weather, and it wasn't to be closer to his mother and his sister. It was to be further away from the New Jersey income tax. Just admit it. You're doing the same thing as Donald Trump, but he wants to get on his, holier-than-thou high horse and pretend that taxes had nothing to do with it. Well, you know what? Why don't you move to California? They got nice weather out there too, right? You didn't consider that. You went to Florida that has no state income tax, and obviously you got so much money, you can move your mother and your sister anywhere you want, right? They don't have to all live down there in Florida. So the guy's just lying when he says that he didn't move to escape the taxes. But then he talked about how he doesn't think Trump is a generous guy, that Trump isn't giving enough to charity in his opinion, that he doesn't think Donald Trump donated to the relief effort after Hurricane Sandy in New Jersey, or that he didn't give enough after 9/11. No, I have no idea. I don't know how much money Donald Trump donated to charities and which charities he donated to. But let's assume he didn't donate to charity, right? I doubt, I'm sure he did, but let's say he didn't donate. And Tepper's saying, well, I can't vote for Trump because he didn't donate to charity, so I'm going to vote for Hillary Clinton. Well, not only didn't Hillary Clinton donate, remember, the Clintons, they took a tax write-off for their underwear. Remember those guys? But not only did they not donate, they steal from charities. They steal from the Clinton Foundation. I mean, what's worse, not donating to charity or stealing the donations that other people have made for charities and spending them on yourself? Yeah, how many hungry people could they have fed in Haiti with all the money they spent catering that $3 million wedding, right? So that's what bothers me. People stealing from charity versus maybe Trump didn't give enough to charity. But a lot of these emails that came out about the Clintons doing this, it didn't get a lot of media attention because coincidentally, you have this. Just like the original bad news came out on Hillary of the transcripts of her speeches to Wall Street, and all of a sudden, that's when we got the news from Donald Trump and the hot mic auto recording with Billy Bush, and that was all over the news. And so Hillary Clinton didn't have to deal really with the revelations regarding her and her Wall Street speeches and her, I have a public position and I have a private position. All of that got obscured by the coverage of Trump. And then she lucked out, if you want to call it luck, that, the Sunday announcement came out and it knocked all the negative information from her right out of the headlines. But the irony that I wanted to talk about, or the hypocrisy, is that Hillary is committing actual tax evasion. Hillary, her husband, her daughter are taking millions and millions of dollars and certainly millions of dollars of benefits because they're using the Clinton Foundation money to pay for their private jets and to pay for their vacations and their hotel rooms and their food and their entourage and their entertainment. They're living this grand, lavish lifestyle based on money they're really embezzling from the Clinton Foundation, and none of it is taxable income to the Clintons. At a minimum, they should all be on salaries, and all of this money that is basically has nothing to do with the charity and is just for their personal use and enjoyment and benefit, all of that should be salary payments to the Clintons, and they should be paying income tax on it. But they're not. They're not reporting any of this as legitimate income. And of course, the source of it all is bribes. It's influence peddling. It's companies giving money, laundering it through a foundation to influence Hillary Clinton and the decisions she's making as Secretary of State. And she's using her power as Secretary of State to deliver benefits to people who bribe her through her foundation, from which she can withdraw that money tax-free, evading personal income taxes, and using it to subsidize her lifestyle. So that's still out there. So who knows? She could still be elected president and still end up getting indicted and charged criminally for crimes related to that foundation, even if nothing actually happens as a result of having sent classified emails through her personal server, because that was done out of ignorance. It wasn't a crime. It was just because she was that dumb. And if she really is that dumb, she shouldn't be president. I don't think she's that dumb. I think she's pretty smart. I think was smart enough to know what she was doing when it was wrong. And I think the real reason that she set up the private server was because she was going to be doing emails having to do with all the bribe money that is being laundered through the Clinton Foundation. And she wanted to do that out from under the public eye. She didn't want those emails known. Those were probably some of the emails that she destroyed. Those 30,000 destroyed emails probably implicate her in all that pay for play, quid pro quo, bribery type stuff. It's probably not the top secret stuff that got destroyed. It's the stuff that's really implicating her in other crimes. But in her effort to cover up her other crimes, right, she compromised the country's national security because she ended up transmitting classified information over her private server. That wasn't her intention. Her intention was to hide from the government and from the public through the Freedom of Information Act all the other illegal activity that was going on. And in order to cover up her own crimes, she was willing to put the national security in jeopardy. And otherwise, that's treason. She's probably guilty of treason, which, treason is one of the only crimes in the Constitution, legitimate federal crimes, along with counterfeiting and piracy. I mean, that's it. Those are the only real federal crimes that are legitimate in there. I mean, I know the federal government has now usurped all sorts of things, and there's lots of federal crimes now. But the only legitimate ones that are actually mentioned in the Constitution are treason, piracy, on the high seas, and counterfeiting. And so, in effect, she's actually guilty. I believe this is treasonous activity. And I don't know, treason carries a death penalty. So not that I'm saying she should be put to death, but she should at least be put behind bars. But the last thing she shouldn't be put is in the White House. In any event, the markets clearly were happy. Right? There's a huge rally, a relief rally, a victory rally, because now everybody assumes, okay, this is it. She's going to pull it off after all. Well, you know what? We'll see. I still would say that the odds are that Hillary will win, although I do believe that her odds are not nearly as strong as the odds makers believe. I think that Clinton doesn't have it in the bag. Despite the polls, I still think there is a path for Donald Trump to pull this out Brexit style and actually win this thing. Also, over the weekend, Donald Trump released a final 2-minute campaign video, really summing up his message, a very, very positive message in that, yes, he laid out the facts that America is a corrupt society, that our leaders are corrupt, and that we have a nation in decline, that we've lost our jobs, that the middle class has suffered a declining standard of living. All that is very dark in that it's true, but then there is a hopeful message that all this can change if we simply vote for Donald Trump. Now, maybe it will, maybe it won't, but at least I think people listening to that commercial, a lot of undecided voters may be swayed by that message of hope and change, because it worked very well for President Obama, yet nothing changed, but people still have hope. But they don't have any hope that Clinton is going to do anything. So maybe they have some hope that Donald Trump, because he did an excellent job in that video of pointing out the problems. It remains to be seen whether he has the solutions, but he knows there's a problem. And the first step in solving a problem is acknowledging that it exists. You have other Pollyannas like Hillary Clinton that think everything is great, that think big government and all these taxes and all these regulations and central banking and central planning, that everything is great, that America is on track, that we've been recovering these last 7 years, 8 years, instead of getting sicker and sicker. And I think that this commercial, which recognizes the plight and the despair that a lot of voters are feeling right now, I think that that is going to be a very, very pivotal commercial in getting some of these on-the-fence voters to pull the lever for Trump. Meanwhile, Donald Trump continues to talk to huge crowds that he's having at his rallies. Meanwhile, the only way Hillary Clinton can draw a crowd is by having a famous pop star, whether it's Beyonce and Jay-Z or Katy Perry. And now, she's got Bruce Springsteen at her rallies and Bon Jovi. I mean, come on, who's not going to come out to see these people sing, right? So Hillary Clinton stands there, next to Bon Jovi and Bruce Springsteen, as if the people crowding into these theaters are there to see Hillary Clinton. No, Hillary Clinton's, they just have to get through Hillary Clinton, because what they really came to see is the show. They want to see a pop star. They want to hear the music. Hillary's just a distraction. She's in the way. Donald Trump doesn't need any of this. People are there to actually hear and see Donald Trump. He doesn't need a pop star to help draw a crowd. But what does that tell you about the relative enthusiasm between the Hillary voter, who's actually coming to see Bruce Springsteen or Beyonce, versus the Donald Trump voter who's coming to see Donald Trump? Because unless Beyonce is going to be in the voting booth, right, why is somebody to go vote for Hillary Clinton? I mean, because, there's no pop star there to greet him. But the people who are enthusiastic about Trump, they are more likely to actually show up than the people who just want a free concert. And in order to get it, they have to stomach an introduction from Hillary Clinton. So we'll see. And if Trump does win, this victory rally is going to unravel very quickly because the powers that be are very, very nervous about what a Trump presidency might mean for the very, very cozy relationship that the markets have with the government and the Federal Reserve. And that's why these markets are rising. It's not that they're rising because they think that Hillary Clinton is going to be good for business. I mean, clearly she's not. She's horrible for business. The only thing she's good for is cheap money, right? And stimulus and bubbles, because she's part of the status quo. She started this establishment that believes in this, this trickle-down monetary policy. And so everything's going to continue. So that's why you're seeing these rallies, a relief rally, because they think, the monetary spigots are going to stay open, and it's still going to be about bailouts and protecting the status quo. And if Trump wins, that falls into jeopardy. But I do think even if Clinton wins and pulls this thing out, I think it's going to be a buy the rumor, sell the fact. I think the market will sell off on a Clinton victory. It might rally initially, open higher, knee jerk. In fact, the rally might even last the entire day. But I do think shortly after the announcement, I think the markets will now start to look at, hey, what does the Clinton presidency actually mean? And it's nothing good for the economy. Meanwhile, people still believe the Fed is going to be raising interest rates in December. And I think once the election is over, the one thing that the markets have to look forward to is a rate hike. And that's not the type of Christmas present that anybody on Wall Street wants. So I think the downtrend can resume. On the other hand, if Trump wins and the markets sell off, depending on how much they sell off, it might be a buying opportunity. But for me, I think that I still want to continue buying in the foreign markets, getting my money out of the dollar. I think regardless of whether it's Trump or Clinton, the U.S. dollar is going down. I think it's going much lower. I think gold is going much higher. Obviously, on a Trump victory, I think gold can go up $100 that day, if Trump wins. But either way, I think gold is a buy, especially if gold sells off on a Clinton victory. If we do get another sell-off on gold, I think that is a great buying opportunity. Meanwhile, I will be recording, obviously, again on Wednesday, and I will be giving you my take on the results of the election. Of course, I might be sending out some tweets. I sent out a few interesting tweets on Sunday. A lot of people retweeted them. So check my Twitter channel, maybe my Facebook page for some posts. So until then, don't forget to vote, and where I stand. If you're in a swing state, vote Trump. If you're in a state where Hillary is going to win for sure, like, California, then you can vote for Gary Johnson. And I don't think Gary Johnson is going to win, but the key on voting for Gary Johnson is that if the Libertarians get 5% of the vote, and they may not even pull it off. I mean, that's so unfortunate that they can't do it. But if they get 5% of the vote, then whoever has the Libertarian nomination 4 years from now, who may be a lot more libertarian than Gary Johnson, but whoever has that nomination will have a much better chance because they're actually going to have some federal funds to go up against the Democrat and Republican machines. Well, what a difference a day makes. Between Tuesday evening, when the markets first began to realize that Donald Trump was going to actually win the election, and the predictions of collapsing stocks and soaring gold prices appear to be taking hold, because at one point the Dow was down about 800 points and gold was up about $60. All of a sudden, the sentiment started to shift. And by the time the U.S. markets had opened for trading, gold had lost its rally. The stock market had surrendered, had recovered rather its losses. And we began a huge rally. In fact, the Dow was up about 1,000 points this week. This was one of the biggest up weeks in the Dow, I think, since 2011. Also, the gold market ended up down. I think gold was down about $70 on the week. It was better than $100 below the high that it hit on Tuesday night. Percentage decline of about 5% or so. Silver also down about $1, about a 5% move on the week. Gold and silver stocks, they were down closer to 20%. And the opposite was going on in the bond market than the stock market. I just said the stock market had its best week since 2011. The bond market had its worst week since 2013. And it looks like a lot more carnage can come if we really start to break down. Yields are still low. The yield on the 10-year is just above 2.1. And on the 30-year, it's now above 2.9. These are still low yields, but they're not nearly as low as they were a little bit ago. But what's more important is the momentum in this move and how much higher interest rates could potentially go as this bond bubble deflates. But what is responsible for this change of heart? Everybody was so convinced that the markets would tank if Trump was elected that we had a 300-plus point rally on Monday, the day after the FBI decided that they weren't going to do anything about the email scandal. And the market rallied because people thought, oh, okay, this means that Hillary is a shoo-in. And so the market rallied because Trump wasn't going to be president. And then Trump became president, and the market rallied even more. And again, the opposite on gold. Gold sold off when it looked like Hillary would win. Then it had a big rally when it seemed like she wouldn't. And then after she did, and we got Trump, the metals went the other way. What is responsible for this change of heart? Now, remember, I always said it never made sense to me why people thought Hillary was good for the stock market. I mean, what did Hillary mean? I mean, for business, more regulation, more government, higher taxes. What was Donald Trump promising? Well, he was promising tax cuts, tax reform, more importantly, repatriation, regulatory reform, repeal Dodd-Frank, right? Repeal Obamacare. So he's saying we're going to take away the regulations. We're going to take away the taxes. That has got to be good for the economy. So why were people so excited about Hillary when Trump was the one that was talking a pro-growth, pro-business agenda? And what surprised me was how quickly people figured this out as far as understanding that Trump was better than Hillary. And then all of a sudden we had this big rally. But here's where the markets have it wrong and really haven't looked at it. And I touched on this on my video blog. So, you should watch that too if you haven't. There might be a little bit of repetition between the video blog and this podcast, but I want to get into some things that I didn't get into on that video blog. But a lot of people are now looking at the possibility of Trump along with a Republican Congress where we don't have divided government, we have united government, and it might unite behind Donald Trump, although he promised to drain the swamp, right? That was what he ran on. It seems like he's surrounding himself with people who've been swimming in that swamp. And I don't know to the extent that much water is going to come out of it. So far, it looks like business as usual as far as the people who are advising him. But he does seem to have a lot of support from maybe some of the conservative heritage foundations or some of these organizations. So he may be getting some good advice, better advice than past presidents may have had. But the idea is that this new united government will embark on massive fiscal stimulus that up until this point had been missing because we had divided government. And so we had gridlock. And so that meant that all the stimulus had to come from the Fed. And so we were simply relying on monetary policy, which was QE and low interest rates. But now we don't have to rely on the Fed because now we're going to get double-barreled Keynesian stimulus, right? We're going to get tax cuts and pro-growth tax reforms and regulatory relief. That's one stimulus. But the other stimulus is going to be big increases in government spending on infrastructure to put people to work, on the border to keep out the illegals, more money for our vets. We're not going to make any cuts to Social Security. We're going to build up our military. So we're going to have this guns and butter type economy, not necessarily war, but we're just going to spend, and we're going to have massive fiscal stimulus. And therefore, we no longer need the monetary stimulus, right? Because now we're going to get the fiscal stimulus that has been missing for so long. And now we're going to get all this extra growth coming from this fiscal stimulus. But also, we're going to get more inflation because there is going to be larger deficits.
But mainly, I think they're talking about the higher inflation coming from stronger growth, more so than rising deficits. But it's the latter that's actually true. But people are jumping to this conclusion that we're going to have this renaissance of growth thanks to this new stimulus that had been missing for so long. And a lot of people, want to make the comparison to Ronald Reagan and how he came in. And there are a lot of similarities between, electing Reagan and electing Trump. But there also are some important differences that people who are making these comparisons are overlooking. I mean, first of all, Reagan was an outsider of the Republican Party, very much like Trump is an outsider. They weren't, carbon copies of one another. But when Ronald Reagan came to power, the Republican Party was dominated by Rockefeller Republicans. These were very liberal Republicans. Basically, Nelson Rockefeller was the Rockefeller with whom they were associated. He was the grandson of John D. By the way, John D. was the richest American ever of all time. Not America, the richest person to ever inhabit the earth, adjusted for inflation. I think I've seen estimates of his net worth of, $400-500 billion in today's dollars. Contrast that to the richest living person in the world, who I still think is Bill Gates. And he's worth about, 80 billion. So a small fraction of what John D. was worth. And by the way, Bill Gates dropped out of college, but Rockefeller did him one better. He dropped out of high school. So the richest person in human history was a high school dropout. So, you don't need to go to college or even high school, really, to succeed. But his grandson, who was a governor of New York, was very liberal and dominated the party. Now, the first challenger to that was Barry Goldwater, who did get the nomination, surprised everybody by getting the nomination in 1964, and then went down in flames in one of the worst losses ever when he ran against Lyndon Johnson. And then, of course, the party swung back when they nominated, and Richard Nixon was elected, who was very much a Rockefeller liberal Republican. And, the economy was not good under Nixon. Nixon, of course, we know, resigned in disgrace, and his vice president, who, by the way, Gerald Ford wasn't even elected. He wasn't his running mate. It was Spiro Agnew, and he had to resign, right? And then Jerry Ford became vice president. And then when Nixon resigned, Ford became president. He's the only, this is a piece of trivia, he's the only American to have been both vice president and president, but never been elected to either office. So he became president. And then he actually appointed Nelson Rockefeller to be his vice president. So that's how important this Rockefeller wing of the Republican Party was. When Ronald Reagan took that nomination in 1980 from, I guess his main challenger, there were a lot of people, but George Bush, who he ultimately picked to be his running mate, right, was more of the Rockefeller variety. And nobody in the Republican establishment liked Reagan. He was very much of an outsider. I mean, he didn't say I'm going to drain the swamp, but that was the idea, right? It wasn't that things were bad under Jimmy Carter. They were, but they had been bad under Gerald Ford. They had been bad under Richard Nixon. And he was really changing the ideology of his own party. And he won in a landslide. He got this coalition of Reagan Democrats, right? Disgruntled Democrats who voted for Reagan. Well, a lot of Reagan Democrats were the ones that voted for Trump, right? They maybe voted for Obama once or twice, but they didn't want to do it a third time in Hillary Clinton. So they voted Trump. But Reagan was an outsider. And, like Trump, he was known as an entertainer. I mean, even though he had served as a governor of California, he had two-term governor of California, most people associated him with his movie career or his television, being the spokesman from General Electric. I mean, that's all everybody knew about him. And when he ran, I mean, he was an actor. It was kind of a joke. How you're going to elect an actor? I remember, he wasn't like a big star. He was more, he did a lot of B movies. I mean, he was known, but he never really made it, to the upper echelon of Hollywood in that golden era that he came about it. I mean, the movies that were most featured during his campaign were these Bedtime for Bonzo movies, where he starred opposite a chimp. So people would make fun of him, but they knew him as an entertainer. And That's how they know Trump. They know him from Celebrity Apprentice or The Apprentice, right? They don't necessarily know him as a real estate developer. I mean, some people do. The people of New York do, just like the people of California knew him as a governor. But to the nation at large, Trump's an entertainer, not a politician, just like Reagan was an entertainer. And he came to power at a time of economic malaise, of economic stagnation. I think that's the environment what we've been in. One of the differences is back then, the statistics kind of revealed that there was a stagnation because the statistics actually showed that the economy was weak, right? You had lots of inflation, you had high unemployment, but the measures that were used back in the 70s are not the same measures. You know, the methodology has been changed. So it's not as apparent that inflation is as high as it is or unemployment is as high as it was then. But it's certainly apparent to the voters, and that's why many of them voted for Donald Trump. In fact, if you look at the vote totals, Trump, you know, he got about the same amount of votes, maybe a little bit less than Romney and McCain got, mainly because of the third parties took about 5% of the vote collectively, which is very, very high. And so if you threw those third party votes away and kind of attributed the votes 50-50, then, you know, he might have had more votes. I think he would have had more votes than either of those Republican nominees. But you saw a huge collapse in the number of votes that Hillary Clinton got relative to the number of votes that Barack Obama got. So a lot of Barack Obama voters either voted for Trump or they just didn't vote at all. They were just so unenthusiastic about her candidacy that they just didn't show up for her. So this election was very much like the 1980 election in that the economy had been bad and the people knew it, and they saw hope and change in a outsider entertainer who was coming to Washington to drain the swamp, and there was a lot of enthusiasm. One of the differences, though, is that, you know, Ronald Reagan campaigned at least about balancing the budget. I mean, Trump mentioned how much debt we had, but he never promised to balance the budget. And Ronald Reagan was talking about cutting a lot of government spending. But of course, when Ronald Reagan came to Washington, and which is something that could in fact happen to Donald Trump, when he came to Washington, he got trapped in Washington. Everybody surrounded him. And, you know, and all of a sudden, a lot of the things he wanted to do, particularly when it came to cutting government spending, politically, he didn't do. Now, I know, you know, he had a deal with the Democratic House. He had Tip O'Neill there. And Donald Trump has, you know, both branches of Congress. So maybe it won't be as difficult. He won't have to compromise as much. But we got the big fiscal stimulus under Reagan. We got tax cuts. We got increased government spending, so we got a big jump in the deficit, right? Or the national debt rose from about 30% of GDP when he was sworn in to better than 50% of GDP when he left office. Big increase in the national debt. But we had tight money, right? Volcker had interest rates very high. Of course, rates were coming down during most of the presidency, but they started very high and they gradually came down. Bond yields were about 14% when he came in on the 30-year, and they were back below 8% when he left, which I guess is low in comparison to 14, but it's sky high compared to the under 3% that the 30-year is yielding today. Inflation, which was running at about 9% when he was elected, was down about 4.5% when he left office. And again, it was a more honest measure than it is today. But you had falling inflation. You had this huge boom. And a lot of people are making that argument today. That is why you're seeing the carnage in commodities and emerging market currencies. That is why the dollar is soaring, because the idea is we no longer need the Fed's cheap money, because now we've got the fiscal stimulus. So the Fed is going to be able to raise interest rates more than we thought before. And as a result of tighter monetary policy, yet faster economic growth and larger budget deficits, we're going to have more inflation, which again may lead to even higher interest rates. And that's going to cause the dollar to rise. And this is what is wreaking havoc in the markets. And none of this makes sense. If anybody bothers to analyze this, they would understand that it doesn't make sense, because the circumstances that people are describing are impossible to coexist. The reality is, if we have bigger deficits as a result of tax cuts and more government spending, the only way for that to happen would be for the Fed to monetize it. The Fed would have to have even more monetary stimulus to offset or to make possible the fiscal stimulus. I mean, that's one of the reasons we didn't get fiscal stimulus, not so much because of divided government, because we couldn't afford it. You know, the Fed couldn't print any more than it already was printing. I mean, it was already doing QE. It would have to do it double if the deficits were rising. So if the markets think that we can increase the deficits the way we did under Reagan, yet it result in rising interest rates that helps the dollar or the tighter monetary policy, they're crazy. In fact, even if you look at what happened when George W. Bush was elected to replace Bill Clinton, right? During that time period, we had increase in government spending. The Clinton surpluses went away. We got the Bush deficits. We got tax cuts. We got more government spending. And we actually got rate hikes after the Fed lowered them down to 1% for a while. We eventually got rising interest rates and a pickup in inflation, but none of that helped the dollar. And none of it stopped gold from having a huge rally. So the people who are jumping to these conclusions just don't understand. They haven't connected the dots that should be very obvious, because any increase in interest rates that results from larger deficits would choke off the very recovery that people are betting on. In the alternative, if the Federal Reserve makes the decision, and maybe there'll be some pressure on them to do that, to cooperate with the government, to monetize these much larger debts. And remember, if the Fed didn't monetize these debts and it allowed interest rates to rise, the interest expense would grow dramatically on the national debt. So in addition to a larger deficit because of lower tax revenue and more spending, the government would have to lay out more money to pay the interest, not only on the new money it's borrowing, but on all the money it's already borrowed, where the bonds are maturing and need to be rolled over into a higher interest rate environment. Now, I realize that economic growth will also generate some additional tax revenue, just like it did under Ronald Reagan, but it's not enough. It won't be enough to fully offset the impact of the tax cuts. Yes, there might be some additional revenue, but it might not make up for the size of the cut. And of course, then you throw government spending increases into the mix. These budget deficits could skyrocket well north of $1 trillion a year, maybe closer to $2 trillion a year than $1 trillion a year. But none of that is possible without massive money printing on the part of the Federal Reserve. And so now you've got massive inflation. That is not good for the dollar. By definition, that's the dollar losing purchasing power. It's not bad for gold. I mean, I hear people saying, oh, we're going to have more inflation, so sell gold. That doesn't make any sense. If we're going to have more inflation, you should buy gold. But the mentality is we're going to have more inflation. Therefore, the Fed is going to fight that inflation by raising rates. And so the higher rates will mean a stronger dollar, and that's going to hurt gold. But what people don't realize is that the Fed will not fight higher inflation. They will surrender. It's inflation that's going to win the fight, not the Fed. The Fed is not even in a position to step into the ring with higher inflation, because the minute they try to fight the inflation by raising rates, they crush the bubble economy. I mean, what do you think is already going to happen to mortgage rates based on this huge increase in bond yields this week? They're going to spike, and bond yields could keep rising next week, and the week after that, they could keep going up until they swear in Donald Trump. And of course, you know, Donald Trump has already said, and some of his surrogates have said, that what Donald Trump wants to do is he wants to borrow on the long end. He wants to take advantage of these low interest rates to finance deficits with 30-year bonds. And so if he's going to be selling all these 30-year bonds, bond prices are falling now in anticipation of that massive supply, because the Fed is not buying it, right? If people think there's no more QE, emerging market currencies are being slaughtered. They're not going to be buying dollars. They're now starting to sell dollars. They're going to have to start selling their treasuries. So if you got all the emerging market central banks trying to unload treasuries, you've got the Fed not buying any, and now you got the U.S. government trying to sell massive quantities of long-term treasuries, how can the price of those bonds not collapse? And if bond prices collapse and interest rates skyrocket, what happens to the over-leveraged corporate sector? What happens to the over-leveraged consumer? What happens to the housing bubble? What happens to the banks? What happens to the government? Everything implodes. It's a much worse financial crisis than 2008, and so it can't happen. And so if we really get the big deficits that everybody selling gold and buying dollars thinks are coming, they're going to be monetized. We're going to have lots of inflation. And even if interest rates go up, even if the Fed raises interest rates slightly more rapidly than people believe they're going to raise them, if they even raise them at all, the increases will be tiny, incremental, and rates will be rising at a pace that is slower then inflation is accelerating. So even though nominal rates will be rising, real interest rates will be falling, and that is going to be extremely bearish for the dollar and bullish for gold, the exact opposite of the reaction in the market right now. But today, that reaction is there. It's real, and it is driving some momentum. You have algorithms, you have forced selling, you have margin calls, you have, famous Druckenmiller came out and said, oh, I sold all my gold on the evening of the election because all the reasons that I bought it no longer exist. What reason did he buy it? Because all the reasons I bought it still exist. Yes, having Trump as president is better than Hillary Clinton, and having regulatory reform or tax reform and less regulation is good, but that doesn't give us a free pass. We don't get a get out of jail free card from this mountain of debt that has been built up under Obama, under Bush, under Clinton. This is a gigantic bond bubble that has been inflating really, for decades, and we don't get a free pass because we have Trump. Our economy is so screwed up. The imbalances are so enormous from decades of this bad policy that we just can't elect Donald Trump, and now everything magically goes away. Again, it's like if you've been a drug addict or an alcoholic your entire life, and then you make the decision that you're going to change, you're going to go to rehab, right? The American voter, if they really voted for, okay, yes, we're going to change. We're going to throw the bums out. We're going to drain the swamp, and we're voting for Trump. That's like the decision. Yes, I admit I'm an alcoholic. I've been making mistakes in the past. I acknowledge it, and I'm going to do something about it. Okay, well, what do you got to do about it? Check yourself into rehab and prepare for a very, very difficult experience as you go through the withdrawal symptoms of a drug addict who's no longer taking drugs. And if we are going to get to where Donald Trump wants to take us, we've got to go into that rehab as a nation. We've got to deal with these problems, these imbalances. And that means we got to deal with this debt. And to me, it means we got to restructure it. We've got to reduce it. And we've got to make massive cuts to government spending. Because if you want less taxes, you need less government. The large taxes are there to support the big government apparatus. And so if you want to reduce the burden of government, you have to reduce the cost of government. You can't just say we're going to reduce taxes, but still have all the government, and we're just going to borrow the difference because there's a cost there. But nobody is looking at what Donald Trump would actually have to do. It's like, you buy a business, like maybe Trump buys a business, and then after he owns it, he looks at the books and he realizes, crap, this company's in worse shape than I thought. It is in worse shape than he thought, or at least it's in worse shape than he was willing to publicly admit. And now he's got to do something about it. Well, he can't just continue to make empty promises that the taxpayers can't keep. So there's no way that we can have the economic growth that everybody is so excited about until we deflate the stock market bubble. And, Trump talked about a stock market bubble when he ran for office. Is it no longer there, even though the market is now at a record high? Is it no longer a bubble just because he's president? And remember, one of the things that Donald Trump said he wanted to help fix our trade problem was a weaker dollar. He said, oh, these foreign countries are manipulating their currencies. Their currencies are too low. Well, they're a lot lower now than the day before he got elected. So if the problem was the dollar was too strong, we got a bigger problem now because the dollar's a lot stronger now that we've elected Trump. So people are not connecting these dots that really don't make sense. So when will the markets flip? How long will this narrative be able to remain if interest rates keep rising at the pace they're rising, it can't happen for long, because the higher interest rates are going to have to turn the stock market rally into a decline. And I also have a feeling too that during this week you had a lot of people lose a lot of money. Obviously, a lot of people made money, but people were caught on the wrong side of trades, and then they got reversed, and they reversed again. And we'll see, when the dust settles, how many hedge funds just blew up in the last week. I mean, and what kind of losses there may have been from funds that were unable to meet margin calls. People are trading on leverage with borrowed money. I wouldn't be surprised if there's some companies that got hurt because their clients lost so much money that they wiped out their account and went upside down. So we'll see what happens as a result of that. But once the noise settles, maybe more and more people will understand that what they think can happen is impossible, because it's inconsistent. You can't increase deficits by a massive amount when you're already broke, when you have $21 trillion in debt, and expect it not to have an impact. Reagan, our debt to GDP now is 105%. I mentioned that under Reagan, it went from 30% to 50%. We're already more than double the debt to GDP as Reagan ran it up to. And meanwhile, the GDP is a lot more fluff. We had a lot more manufacturing back then than we do now. And of course, back in 1980, America was still the world's biggest creditor. Now we're the world's biggest debtor. So we were selling bonds when we were good for the money. Now we're broke and we're asking people to lend us even more. And of course, we were offering bondholders a sweetheart deal, 14% interest when you had 9% inflation. I mean, that was a 5% real rate of return. And you could lock it in for 30 years when you had a Fed committed to fighting inflation, and inflation was falling and falling and falling, and you can lock in these great bond yields. I mean, what's the deal now? We're asking our creditors to buy our 10 years at 2.1% or 2.9 on the 30 year when inflation is above 2% already. So they barely have any positive yield. But if they lock this yield in and inflation keeps rising as people expect it to rise, they'll have negative yields. I mean, it's impossible. And of course, if interest rates rise to a realistic level, let's say long-term rates go to 5 or 6% in the next year, which is still pretty low. I mean, we can't even come close to affording that. I mean, nobody could afford that. I mean, what, mortgage rates would go back up to 7, 8%? And especially if we get some reforms, Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac stock is jumping too, because they think, Trump will save them and privatize them. Yeah, but without the government guaranteeing the mortgages, they're going to be a lot more expensive, because now there'd be private sector risk, so that it'd have to be accurately priced. Right now, it's not priced because you have the moral hazard of a government guarantee. But even if the government continues to guarantee the mortgages, they're going to guarantee them at a rate that's so high, nobody could afford to pay these inflated prices. So this whole bubble is in danger of deflating. And despite what Druckenmiller is saying, the reasons to buy gold have not gone away. They are, in fact, stronger than ever, because if anything, Trump might accelerate the collapse of the bond bubble and therefore cause the Fed to have to restart QE sooner than it might otherwise have restarted it, and do it on a bigger scale. And of course, all that extra money printing is just going to cause that much more inflation, which ultimately erodes the value of the dollar that much quicker and sends gold higher that much quicker. Also, when it comes to the debt and the ability to finance even larger deficits that would result from the fiscal stimulus of tax cuts and spending increases, the budget deficit right now at about 600, 700 billion a year is on the rise. And again, that is just the on-budget official budget deficit. The national debt is really growing at about $1 trillion a year. So that's the true increase in the debt burden that needs to be financed. Well, what are the other things the Federal Reserve has been promising in addition to the rate hikes that it's thus far really failed to deliver is its commitment to shrink its balance sheet by allowing the balance sheet to run down, to not roll over the maturing bonds in its portfolio, and to allow the portfolio to shrink down to its pre-crisis level. That was something that Yellen was saying the Fed was going to do. And of course, I was saying that it was a lie, that she wasn't going to do it because doing that was going to be impossible. Well, imagine how much more impossible it would be if there was fiscal stimulus. Because if the Treasury has to sell not only bonds to cover the current budget deficits, but to cover the larger deficits that result from the stimulus. But what if it also has to resell all the bonds that the Federal Reserve doesn't roll over? I mean, now you're talking about the government having to sell, what, 2 trillion, maybe 3 trillion worth of treasuries a year? I mean, the amount of debt that the U.S. Treasury would be asking the markets to absorb, coming into the markets, looking for buyers of U.S. Treasuries, when who can afford them? I mean, the dollar is rising so that foreign currencies are tanking, so that foreigners who we would need to buy these treasuries have less spending power with which to buy them. Americans don't have any money to buy bonds. Where is it going to come from? I mean, maybe if they start dumping their stocks, they could free up some extra money, but it's not even close to what the government is going to require. So again, if we're actually going to get fiscal stimulus, then monetary stimulus is more important than ever. It's not that it's either or. We can certainly have the monetary stimulus without the fiscal stimulus, but it's impossible to have the fiscal stimulus without the monetary stimulus. The only real way to finance tax cuts would be massive cuts in government spending, including national defense, which Donald Trump is promising to spend more, unless, of course, we can find a way to invoice the Japanese and the Europeans for their share of the cost. But I don't even know how much we can get there. But then also, Donald Trump has promised to increase spending in other areas, and he promised not to touch the third rail of politics, Social Security and other programs. Now, yes, if he gets rid of Obamacare, that might save something, but the rest of the government budget is growing on autopilot. The only real way to have tax cuts without monetary stimulus is to have massive cuts to government spending so that we no longer spend the money and so we don't need to raise the taxes. But if we're going to keep spending the money and we're not going to raise the tax revenue and we're going to borrow the difference, the only possible way to do it is for the Federal Reserve to print like never before. I mean, we're talking helicopter money, we're talking massive quantitative easing, and that is ultimately what's going to happen. The question is, how much longer will it take for the markets to figure this out?
I want to switch gears, though, and talk a little bit about the aftermath of the election. I mean, if you see some of these protests now around the nation, the protests of Donald Trump winning the presidency, I mean, it really is a disgusting display. And also it's a display of hypocrisy, because it was the left that was accusing the right of, Donald Trump says he doesn't want to accept the results of the election. You have a big movement now among Hillary Clinton supporters to have the electors, when they vote, not cast their ballots for Donald Trump, the person who won in their state, but to vote for Hillary Clinton anyway, to be a faithless delegate, which, again, I understand the concept of electoral college. I mean, that's part of the fact that the founding fathers did not want America to be a democracy. They wanted us to be a republic. They didn't want the public voting for president. They wanted the electors voting for president, and they wanted the people to vote for the electors. So it was the representatives of the people who would cast their ballots for president and vice president, not the people directly. But in a way, the electors turned into rubber stamps for what the people wanted to do. But in theory, the electors who are going to be voting in December in their various state legislatures, wherever they convene to vote, even though they may have pledged to vote for Trump, there are a number of states that allow the delegates to vote for whoever they want. They can vote for Clinton if they want. And the Clinton supporters are arguing that, well, she did win the popular vote, just like Al Gore won the popular vote. So just vote for her. She really should be the president. After all, this whole electoral college system is bad. It's undemocratic. Of course it's undemocratic. That's why it's there. We're not supposed to be a democracy. That's why the senators were appointed by the state legislatures. That wasn't democratic by design, right? That's why Ben Franklin famously said, when asked, what type of government have you given us, Mr. Franklin? The answer was, a republic, if you can keep it. Unfortunately, we didn't keep it because, we ended up degenerating into more of a democracy, which was exactly what our framers feared. But now you have people saying, the delegates should just vote Hillary anyway. And this is super ironic because
it was the left, it was Clinton and all the Clinton supporters that were saying, well, Donald Trump doesn't want to accept the outcome of the election. Well, now it turns out that the Clinton supporters, they don't want to accept the outcome of the election either. They're the ones that are saying, oh, it's rigged based on this rigged system that was established hundreds of years ago by a bunch of white men, and it's undemocratic. And so let's just ignore the rules of the game and let the electors vote for Hillary anyway, because she won the popular vote. And she did. But if you look at geographically, Trump won the country. I mean, outside of these major cities on the West and East Coast and, a couple other ones, I mean, Trump won the heartland of America, and he won a lot of big states too. But I mean, you have a lot more Trump support nationwide. The Clinton support is concentrated in certain parts of the country, whereas the Trump support is spread out throughout most of the country. And of course, there still are a lot of Trump supporters out on the West Coast. It's just that they live in parts of the state. They're not in the major cities of LA and San Francisco. They're, again, spread out across the state. So geographically speaking, you have bigger regions of California that vote for Trump than the ones that voted for Clinton. But nonetheless, the same people that were so critical of Trump saying, well, we'll see whether I want to accept the results. Maybe it's rigged. Maybe something goes wrong. And they were saying how terrible that was and how he's not respecting our traditions. Well, now they don't want to respect those traditions because they want to abandon the Electoral College and have the electors just vote for Hillary, even though she lost fair and square. I mean, it wasn't even close on the electoral map. I mean, Donald Trump got 290 electoral votes. I mean, he killed her. It wasn't even a squeaker. They couldn't call the election early because in all the states that he needed to win, it was close, but he was ahead in every one. So it would have been almost impossible for him not to win, just statistically, because he didn't even have to win all the states that he was winning in, and Hillary wasn't winning in any of the states she needed to win. So even though it took a long time to officially call it, it wasn't that close in an election, and he won. So, but now you've got these people trying to overturn it. But even worse, did you see some of these videos of the protests? There's one in particular. It's a horrible video. I don't even like to promote it. I mean, I saw it because my wife told me about it. And there's a group of young black, I think they're men. I think they're all men. I can't really tell how old they are. It's a little grainy, but they're probably, teens or early 20s. And they're beating the crap out of this, older white guy because he voted for Donald Trump. They grabbed this guy and they're punching him in the face. When he's on the ground, they're kicking him in the face. When he gets back up, they're punching him in the face again. And you can hear a woman, a black woman, by the sound of her voice. I can't see her, but, she sounds as if she's black. And that's not a racist statement. I mean, just speaks in the way a black woman would speak. And she's saying, he voted for Trump, beat his ass. He voted for Trump. And, I just kept thinking, I didn't even hear about this thing. I had hey, check this video out. It didn't even have that many views. And I looked for various copies of it, and there were no real viral copies going around. I mean, maybe there were, and I didn't see them. But I just thought to myself, okay, so that guy who's being helplessly beaten, he's not even fighting back. His arms, he never even raises his arms to defend himself. He's just getting pummeled from all angles, right? And he's the deplorable, and these are the civil Clinton supporters. But what really, got me thinking was, what if the races had been reversed and the political affiliations had been reversed? What if a bunch of young white guys had been beating up a older black man, and there was a white person yelling, he voted for Clinton, beat his ass, he's a Clinton voter. Imagine that. Would you have heard anything but that on the nightly news? It would have been the lead story on every channel. It'd be in the New York Times and the Washington Post as proof of how a racist society, how Trump supporters are racist. Here's these 5 white men beating this poor black man simply because he exercised his right to vote and he voted for somebody with whom they disagree, right? It would be all over the place. Instead, you have all these young black guys beating the shit out of a white guy for voting for Trump, and it's not even mentioned. I didn't hear anything about it. I mean, maybe it was on the news and I didn't hear it, because I don't watch it, all the time, but I didn't hear about it. I guarantee you, if it was white kids, Trump supporters beating a black Hillary support, it'd be the only thing that I would have heard about. It'd be going over and over again. So again, it's all these examples of hypocrisy, the hypocrisy of the left, and it's on display dramatically now on the internet.
The stock market continues to ride the Trump wave to new highs. In fact, the Russell 2000 hitting an all-time record high today, and the enthusiasm for stocks not being dampened by the carnage in the bond market. We now have the yield on the 10-year Treasury up at around almost 2.3, and the yield on the 30-year now just below 3%, 2.99. Yields are still low, but nowhere near as low as they were, and of course nowhere near as low as they're headed, because it's not just the fact that bond yields are rising, but the rapidity with which they're rising and the technical damage that is being done. This, again, as I said earlier, podcast, this could be the beginning of an explosive move up in interest rates. And right now, nobody seems to care, least of all Janet Yellen. She testified today. In fact, Janet Yellen's supposedly hawkish testimony is one of the reasons that gold sold off today and the dollar rallied, because before she spoke, gold was actually a little bit positive on the day, and the dollar was, I think, a little bit down. But it was supposedly her hawkishness with respect to rate hikes. No, she did say that it would likely be appropriate to raise rates soon, and everybody interprets soon as meaning the next chance they get, which is less than a month from now. Although, if the Fed really is determined to raise interest rates in December, why not just say it? Why say it may be appropriate to raise them soon? Just say it's appropriate to raise them in December. I mean, be more specific. They still want to leave themselves plenty of wiggle room. So even though the markets are saying it's a 95% probability, the Fed is still being very coy and being data dependent. But I think what's more important for the markets is the fact that Janet Yellen acknowledged that if we get a fiscal stimulus, which she doesn't even think is needed, she pointed out that we have a growing economy, everything is good, that the unemployment rate is very low, and that stimulus now, in the form of tax cuts or extra government spending, could overheat the economy, and that she is going to have to, adjust her monetary policy based on what Congress and President Trump ultimately decide to do. That's what's scaring the bond markets, because what Yellen is saying is that if Congress and Trump want to step on the gas, she's going to have to tap on the brake, right, to prevent, this thing from overheating, meaning that with unemployment already so low, any stimulus now risks making inflation too high, meaning that the Fed would have to act to rein it in. Even though she still suggests that the pace of rate hikes will be slow, she's implying that that pace will pick up if need be to offset the stimulus effects of tax cuts and spending increases. And that is what is rattling the credit markets. But, what Janet Yellen or nobody else seems to understand is that any significant rise in long-term interest rates will crush this bubble economy, that it will be more than enough to offset the stimulus effect of tax cuts or higher spending, because increased interest rates will hit the economy harder than will the relief supplied by the tax cuts or the spending increase. In fact, if interest rates go up, the big spending increases are going to be on interest rates. People are going to have to spend more money paying interest on the debts that we've already accumulated. The drag from a monetary tightening will be much stronger than any kind of boost we get from the so-called fiscal stimulus. But the markets, again, are oblivious to this. Meanwhile, the market is still overreacting to this idea that, this Trump revolution is such a game changer in that we're going to have massive deregulation, all these business-friendly tax cuts that are going to create this boom. First of all, even if we were going to do that, we still have to deal with the problems that exist that have been built up as a result of decades of bad monetary and fiscal policy that have left us in this giant rat hole. As I said, I think in my last podcast, just acknowledging that you've got a drinking problem or a drug problem doesn't mean that you've solved it. you first have to kick the habit. You first have to check into rehab and go through the withdrawals before you can, get your life back together and repair the damage you did while you were a drug addict. Maybe you wrecked your family, you wrecked your business, and that's what we've done. And I said, Donald Trump thinks, he bought this car and it's all shiny on the outside, but, he looks under the hood when he becomes president. He realizes, what a clunker this thing is. There's a lot of work that needs to be done. We just can't go speeding off into the sunset. But people actually want to assume that, oh, this is perfect, that there's no sins that we need to atone to. We just go straight to economic heaven. That is not going to happen. But even Trump himself, right, is already backtracking from a lot of the things he was talking about. Remember, he said, I'm going to drain the swamp. Well, look at all the people that are the, front runners for these cabinet positions. They're all the people that have been swimming in the swamp. Now Mitt Romney, right? They're talking about him, Secretary of State. Now, I don't know if that's a rumor, but he's got a lot of other establishment people that seem to be filling up the cabinet, as well as people who were large donors to the various PACs that might have been helping his campaign. But, look at the stuff that he said about Obamacare, right? He was, let's get rid of Obamacare. But now he's talking about, well, we want to keep the provision that says that insurance companies can't discriminate based on pre-existing conditions. Well, how could you keep that? That's the whole cornerstone of Obamacare, because that's why you have to have the mandate. That's why you have the tax penalties. Because if you're going to say that insurance companies can't discriminate based on pre-existing conditions, then you have to mandate that everybody buy insurance. Otherwise, they won't do it. And of course, the problem with Obamacare, as the Supreme Court correctly pointed out, is the penalties are too low. People aren't buying it anyway. They'd rather pay the penalty than buy the overpriced insurance. So if Donald Trump wants to keep that popular provision, then he's got to keep the rest of it. You got to force people to buy insurance. In fact, you got to make it more expensive for them not to buy insurance if you're going to make this kind of thing work. But, he still doesn't want to level with people and tell them the truth. Donald Trump is still trying to be popular. He's still talking about, hey, I'm going to cut everybody's taxes. Right? Well, whose benefits is he going to cut? If you're going to cut taxes, that means the government has less money. So if the government has less money, they can't make as many payments that they promised. So who's going to give up something? He's not talking about anybody giving anything up. No one's going to get fired. No one's going to have their benefits cut. So he's trying to be all things to all people, even keeping this popular part of the Obamacare. Look, it's like saying, hey, why can't you buy life insurance on your spouse after they die? You got guys that are paying life insurance every month, these premiums, because if they die, they're worried about how their wife and kids are going to support themselves. But, they're probably not going to die. So why waste your money on life insurance if you're probably not going to die? Just make it so life insurance companies can't discriminate based on pre-existing conditions. And then if you die, then the surviving spouse can go and buy the insurance on you after the fact. Of course, at that point, they'll just want, give me $1 billion worth of insurance, right? Oh, by the way, my husband's already dead, so here's where you send the check. No point in making my premium payments because, he's already died, so I just want to collect the death benefit, right? Insurance doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way in life insurance, and it doesn't work that way in health insurance. But so far, to me, everything seems business as usual. And, even if we get some kind of spending increase and tax cuts, it's not likely to be a game changer. Meanwhile, the game can't change. It was difficult enough. Think about what happened when George Bush came in and he reversed the Clinton surpluses, right? Of course, a lot of that had to do with the bursting of the NASDAQ bubble. But we had some spending increases early on in the Bush administration and some tax cuts. The dollar tanked for 7 years. That's when gold went from under 300 to 1,000. All this happened during Bush, where we got fiscal stimulus. Because in order to have that fiscal stimulus, we needed monetary stimulus. Now, of course, the monetary stimulus back then pales in comparison to the monetary stimulus we have right now. And I thought it was ironic that Janet Yellen talked about the current monetary stimulus, and she basically claimed it was moderate. Like what we have right now is moderate stimulus. My God, interest rates are practically zero. The Fed is doing much more now than it did at any point during the 1% era under Greenspan that gave us the housing bubble. And now this is moderate. Of course, maybe the Fed is only considering this moderate compared to what they've got up their sleeves.
because I think what they're going to have to launch to accommodate any kind of additional fiscal stimulus is massive quantitative easing. In fact, I think that's the main reason that we haven't seen fiscal stimulus in the past. It's not that, Congress wasn't willing to do it. I'm sure that they could have got a bipartisan bill. The problem was that it's unfinanceable, that the Fed was already doing so much and it really couldn't do any more. I mean, people were thinking, well, the Fed is acting because Congress is not. Well, if Congress acted with stimulus, the Fed would have to act even greater because somebody has to buy all the bonds that the government is selling, right? If the government needs to sell not only all the bonds to finance the current deficit, but all the extra bonds to finance the larger deficit that results from the tax cuts or the spending hikes, and the larger deficit that results from the greater interest expense on the existing debt. So if now the government needs to borrow all this extra money, who's going to lend it to them? Not the foreign central banks. They're selling. They're actually competing. Somebody has to buy the bonds that the foreign central banks are selling. Is it mom and pop Americans? Is it like, victory bonds after World War II? Not a chance. Mom and pop, they're broke. They don't have any money. And of course, Wall Street, they don't want to buy bonds. They're buying stocks. They're piling into the market at the highs. People want to dump bonds. I mean, especially if you realize how much downside risk there is in the bond market. I mean, what's the upside potential? Minimal. What's the downside risk? Talk about trying to pick up pennies in front of steamrollers. So everybody wants to get out. This thing could drop through the floor. Interest rates can spike like they've never spiked before. Even if the Fed isn't moving up short-term rates, long-term rates could skyrocket because that's not the Fed, that's the demand. And if the Fed's not supplying the demand, if it's just a private sector, there is no demand, and bond prices will implode. And that is going to take the entire economy with it. It's going to crush the housing market. It's going to crush corporate America. It's going to crush junk bonds. It's going to ultimately crush these banks when they have to start dealing with the losses that result. What about the auto bubble that is just starting to pop? I mean, this is going to open up a much bigger hole in that bubble. People are underestimating the extent to which this phony recovery was based on cheap money. And you take that cheap money away, and there goes that phony recovery. The whole thing implodes, and it'll probably happen even before we get around to any kind of fiscal or stimulus with tax cuts or spending, because all this stuff has to happen. It doesn't happen overnight. They have to create the bills. They have to vote on them. I mean, it takes a lot of time to enact this stuff. In the meantime, higher interest rates are happening right now. The market is already marking down bonds and marking up interest rates in anticipation of what they believe is going to happen. So long before we get the stimulus of tax cuts or this infrastructure spending, we're going to get the drawdown, the sedative of higher interest rates that will deliver a shock to the credit markets and ultimately to the equity markets. And then as everything starts imploding, now the Fed has to completely change course and start talking about more quantitative easing. Now, how much longer can the markets ignore reality in the bond market? How much longer can we live in this fantasy land where we pretend that we can do something that is impossible to be done? Again, I think this narrative is fueling itself. And a lot of times, of course, Wall Street, once something starts, they try to rationalize it. I mean, all the people that think a Trump presidency is now going to be great for stocks, these are the same people who a week before he was elected said it would be horrible for stocks. So they're going to change on a dime. They're going to try to justify anything that's happening. They're not looking at reality. If they were, they would have even understood why Donald Trump was probably going to win. They wouldn't, this wouldn't have been such a shock. These are the people that actually thought the economy was so strong. Now, they're realizing that it wasn't, but the whole basis for buying the dollar all these years was how strong the economy supposedly was. But the reality is, if the economy was that strong, then Hillary Clinton would have won. It's only because it's weak that she didn't, and it's because it's weak that the Fed's not going to be able to follow through with the rate hikes. We already have a weakening economy, and the collapse in the bond market and increase in long-term interest rates is kicking a weak economy in the groin. It's been a while since my last podcast, and I've gotten quite a few emails from people wondering just what happened to me. Well, first of all, I was out of the country for about a week, and I did manage to get one podcast off from my hotel room. But then when I got back, I was really kind of backed up with work, And then by the time I caught up, I came down with a case of laryngitis, which has still not completely gone away. And so you'll probably hear it in my voice, and I'll do my best to get through this podcast. But I waited a while because I was trying to get some of my voice back. I have no idea why I lost it, but it was very frustrating because I actually had a lot to say, but wasn't really able to speak my mind. But I got to get something out now before people really start to get worried about me. But in any event, I want to start off by talking about the stock market. The Dow hit another new record high today. Intraday, we got to, I think, 19,824. We closed at 19,796, getting closer and closer to the 20,000 level. NASDAQ, on the other hand, that was down today. But one of the interesting things about this, of course, is the rally is supposedly predicated on Donald Trump and all of the great things that are going to happen as a result of Trump being president. And of course, the very people who are buying this Trump rally are the same people that were telling us what a disaster it would have been if Trump won. So, he won, but now they've reversed course. I'm sure if Hillary won, the market might be rallying now. They would just put a different spin. They'd be saying, oh, we dodged a bullet of Trump and, Hillary's coming in. The markets were looking for an excuse, I think, to rally. And there were a lot of shorts in the market. So now we're rallying. But the interesting thing about this is if you remember when Donald Trump was running for president, remember he kept talking about the big, fat, ugly bubble, right? And I'm not referring to his comments about Rosie O'Donnell, right? When he was talking about a big, fat, ugly bubble, he was talking about the stock market, right? Well, now, if you listen to Donald Trump talk, he loves the stock market. He's taking credit for the gains in the stock market. He wants us to judge him based on when he was elected, not based on when he's inaugurated, because he's trying to claim credit for the gains in the stock market. Well, wait a minute. If the stock market was a big, fat, ugly bubble before Trump was elected, and if now the stock market is much higher, isn't it bigger? Isn't it fatter? Isn't it uglier now than it was then? Well, if that's the case, why doesn't Donald Trump still call it a bubble? Well, because when he was a candidate, it was Obama's bubble. Now it's his bubble. He owns the bubble, and therefore he doesn't want it to pop. He doesn't want to even acknowledge that it's a bubble. He wants it to keep going up. He wants people to feel good about the fact that he's president, and he wants that to be reflected in a rising stock market. So no one even seems to get the irony of this. They're still looking back at, when Reagan won, we had a big rally in the stock market. Yeah, but A, not initially, and B, the market was cheap when Reagan was elected. I mean, we had a huge bear market. I pointed this out from 1966 to really 1982. But yes, when Reagan was first elected, there was a honeymoon and stocks rallied for like the first month because it was going to be a big change from the Carter years. But then we had a bear market for 2 years. Stocks went down about 25%, even though they started off cheap. But now stocks are very expensive. And they're very expensive based on very low interest rates, which are not nearly as low now as they were when Trump was elected. In fact, the yield on the 10-year Treasury got above 2.5 today for the first time in 2 years. Yields are going up every day. Oil prices also, we traded intraday above $54 a barrel. This is a new year and a half high. And it's not just oil prices, it's a lot of other industrial commodity prices that are rising because people are expecting more inflation. Well, when Reagan came in, we already had high inflation, and the expectation was inflation was going to come down. Well, now we have low inflation, and the expectation is it's going to go up, except it's going to go up a lot more than people think. Also, of course, when Reagan came in, I mentioned this, interest rates were extremely high, and they had no place to go but down. Now they're extremely low, and they have no place to go but up. So the market is in very different position now than it was then. And, Donald Trump is not even promising the same type of tax reform as was Ronald Reagan. He's promising, maybe some middle class cuts, but not big drops in the marginal rate of tax. So it's not even going to be as transformative. And of course, I mentioned this before, what enabled all of the Reagan tax cuts was enormous debt. We had all this untapped borrowing capacity, and we were able to sell the bonds to the private sector because we offered high yields. Well, now we're $20 trillion in debt. We have no capacity to run up the debt to the same degree, nor can we sell it because we can't afford to pay the interest. Yet, despite that, you still have people in the Trump team talking about issuing 50, 100-year bonds. They can't even issue 30-year bonds or even 10-year bonds. They have to keep rolling over these T-bills. I mean, they can keep talking about, lengthening the maturity on the national debt, but there's actually no possibility that we can afford to do that. So there really isn't any precedent between now and the Reagan era. And at least, Reagan was talking about big cuts in government spending. He didn't make them, but he campaigned on it. Trump didn't even talk about it. Trump campaigned on more government spending. And that's a promise that's a lot easier to keep if you're willing to take on the debt and if the Federal Reserve is willing to cooperate. But, people have all this hope that we can, have this deregulation. Look, Ronald Reagan campaigned on getting rid of the Department of Energy. And it had only been around for a few years because it was started by Jimmy Carter. Well, the Department of Energy is still here, right? So, are we even going to be able to get rid of Obamacare? I don't know. They're already backtracking on that, right? It's very difficult. But a lot of the deregulations, a lot of people are telling me, hey, Trump's a businessman. Yeah, but government isn't a business. It doesn't run like a business. I mean, so it's very difficult to think, well, I'm going to get rid of the inefficiencies of government. Government by its very nature is inefficient. And a lot of this spending, of course, is on autopilot. So it's a lot easier said than done. Sure, Trump talks about waste, fraud, and abuse, but hey, everybody talks about that. But all that waste, fraud, and abuse has a constituency. And of course, Trump has to work with Republicans in Congress and maybe Democrats. They all want to get reelected, especially in the House. They're up for reelection in 2 years. And so, it's going to be hard to have any kind of cuts in government spending that's going to endanger the reelection prospects of all these incumbents. So this is a lot of misplaced optimism. Even if you go back to Bush, remember when Bush 43 came into office after 8 years of Clinton, hey, the market was excited, but, the bubble was already deflating that we inflated under Clinton. And what did Bush do? He cut taxes and increased government spending. Remember the initial stimulus checks? Or he came in. So he did Keynesian stimulus. And what was the result? Bigger deficits, right? The surpluses went away. We got deficits. What happened? The stock market did not do well under the 8 years of Bush. It basically went sideways. It went down and then came back up, but it didn't really make much headway. But you know what went up when Bush was president? Gold, oil, emerging markets, because the dollar tanked. The whole bubble, in fact, the dollar bubble that we had in the second term of Clinton deflated during the first and second term of Bush. We've got an even bigger dollar bubble now that blew up in the second term of Obama. And so now Trump is inheriting that bubble too. And if he's going to do the same thing as Bush, make the deficits bigger, then the dollar bubble is going to deflate that much quicker. And the bull market in gold will resume. The bull market in other commodities will resume. So really the opposite of what investors expect is going to happen. But, this honeymoon is going on and everybody thinks this is great. And the narrative is feeding on itself. But people are ignoring the big rise in interest rates and assuming that none of it matters, right? That all of a sudden higher rates don't matter because we're going to get all this extra growth from these so-called tax cuts or government stimulus. Well, the reality is if interest rates rise, it doesn't matter about the stimulus. The sedative that will result from higher rates will more than offset it. Plus, the markets are assuming that higher interest rates will have no effect on U.S. asset prices or the economy. And they're wrong on both those counts. We have a bubble economy. If rates go up, the bubble pricks. If you move interest rates higher, by definition, stocks and real estate are less valuable. They're more valuable in the lower the rate. As rates go up, their values come down. Multiples have to go down. Plus, the whole economy is built on cheap money. Yes, it's a phony foundation, but we take it away, and that phony economy that we erected on that foundation of cheap money comes toppling down. And I don't believe that Trump nor any of the Republicans in Congress want that to happen. They don't want it to happen because they know they're going to get blamed for it. So what they want to do is kick the can down the road to the best that they can. They want to continue to extend and pretend that is business as usual. And even though we might have some more business, knowledgeable guys in the Trump cabinet, it's not going to change any of these dynamics. Now, I wanted to go back and talk about the jobs numbers that came out a week ago. And I guess I haven't done a podcast since then. And I want to go back because these were supposedly a good report. But again, beneath the surface, it was another bad report. And of course, this is the same type of report that candidate Trump would have been critical of. But now that he's president-elect, all of a sudden he probably wants to take credit for it. But the consensus was for 170,000 jobs to be created. Now, we beat it by 8,000, but we revised down the prior month from 161 to 142. So the net of the 2 months was that fewer jobs were created than was originally reported. But the big number that the papers jumped all over was the unemployment rate, which moved from 4.9 to 4.6. That was a 9-year low. That is a lower unemployment rate than at any point during the Obama presidency. But what people didn't talk about was the negatives in the report, the downtick once again in the labor force participation rate, the fact that real wages actually dropped 0.1%. They were supposed to rise 0.2. That was the first drop in wages all year, first time that happened. But more importantly, the reason that the unemployment rate went down was because another 446,000 Americans left the labor force in November. And again, we saw the number of multiple job holders hit a new all-time record high. In fact, I think over the past 3 months, we've seen full-time employment decline by 99,000 jobs, while part-time employment has surged by 638,000 jobs. So that trend continued in November and was really unreported in the news. We get all this talk about fake news. Well, you know what? Whatever you hear on CNN and on CNBC and on NBC or CBS, that's all the fake news, right? These guys simply regurgitate propaganda that's been spoon-fed to them by the government. If you actually want to get the real news, it's the fake news channels that are probably going to deliver it to you, right? I don't even know if they mention anything that I'm doing, but I'm sure they think that everything I do is fake news. But I mean, this is about as real as it's going to get. And in fact, the reason that Donald Trump is the president-elect is because the economy has always been much weaker than all these fake news organizations were reporting. When President Obama was talking about the fiction peddlers, he was talking about the fake news people. Well, the fiction peddlers were actually the fact peddlers. The people that were talking about how great things were, they were the ones that were peddling fiction. That is why Donald Trump won the election. It's not because the Russians rigged it. It's because the economy was a disaster and the voters knew it. That's why so many of them voted for Donald Trump. And forget about this whole thing about, he didn't win the popular vote. Yeah, because he didn't need to. He only needed to win the electoral vote. I bet if the election was about popular vote, he would have been in California. He would have been in New York. He would have been in some of these big states. He would have spent more time there, and he would have got a lot more votes because the economy is rotten there too. And he would have tapped into that if he had to. But he's a smart guy. He's a businessman, and he knew how to win the election. He knew what the rules were, and he played by the rules. Now, of course, you have some people wanting to rewrite the rules. They're trying to hope that the Electoral College doesn't vote for him, right? And I've said this before. This is the first time that I've ever heard conversations about the Electoral College not rubber stamping the popular vote. I generally like that. I love that. I mean, I think they should just, the Electoral College should just elect Ron Paul. Just vote for him. Ignore what the voters did. I mean, that's the whole thing about the Electoral College. They're supposed to be a deliberative body. They're not supposed to be a rubber stamp. The founding fathers knew that the average American was too dumb to vote for president. That's why they wanted them voting for electors who were supposedly smarter. And this is when you had to be 21 to vote. And, when you were 20 and male, right? And generally, you had to own property or pass the literary test or poll tax. These are the regulations or the restrictions that were imposed by states. Remember, if you were 21 years old in, 1790, chances are, that you had been working for 6 or 7 years, right? You maybe finished school at 12 or 13. By the time you're 21, you've probably been married for 5 years and have 2 or 3 kids. I mean, a person today doesn't reach the level of that maturity in today's society in probably 30, 35. I mean, people stay in school until they're in their mid-20s, maybe later 20s. There are people that stay in school, they don't even graduate, they get a doctorate degree, they haven't worked a day in their life, and they're pushing 30. And they're not married, they have no kids, they don't own any property. I mean, so we have the equivalent really of 10-year-olds voting today based on, the criteria from back then. So obviously, the people who are voting are not capable of making good decisions. Yet, despite that, they still managed to vote for Trump over Hillary Clinton. But all this is a bunch of noise with respect to the Electoral College somehow deciding that now is the time that they're going to vote based on the fact that, the Russians rigged the election. It wasn't the Russians. It was the lousy economy. And quite frankly, the fact that the public is getting fed up with corruption, and Hillary Clinton is the poster girl for corruption. She is the face of corruption in American politics, and a lot of people are fed up with it, especially given the weakness that was underlying the economy that so many people ignored. But I said this before, just because a weak economy got Trump elected doesn't mean that now the problems are going to be solved because we elected him. Not even close. The problems are here. They're bigger than ever. And nothing that he's actually proposing is going to do anything about it. We need major restructuring of our economy. We need to acknowledge the bubbles that exist in the asset markets. We need to allow higher interest rates, not because it's going to be easy, but because it's going to be difficult. The market needs to go down, the stock market, the real estate market. Government needs to shrink, and that includes all the entitlements that Trump promised not to touch. And we don't need the government to spend more money on infrastructure. To the extent that we're going to have infrastructure spending, it needs to come from the private sector. But to be honest, we can't afford it. We're broke. We have other things that we need to do besides building up infrastructure. If we can afford it, great. But we have a lot of other things that need to be done because we have to repair the damage that was done by generations of profligate spending and cheap money courtesy the Fed. But none of that's going to stop, right? The budget deficits are going to get bigger, not smaller, and the cheap money is going to keep on flowing. And we are headed to a real crisis. That's going to be the only thing that's going to give our leaders the political courage to do the right thing, because things are going to be so bad that they're going to get voted out of office either way. So then when their backs are to the wall and they have no choice, they'll do the right thing. Now, I don't think that's really courage. Courage would be to do it in advance. But there's really no precedent for any politician acting in the self-interest of the country above his own self-interest. It's usually when they've run out of maneuvering room and they've got no choice. Okay, fine, I'm finished either way, so I might as well do something good. And just like, Trump was criticizing the stock market bubble when he was a candidate, but he's embraced it now as president-elect, he will do an about-face on the Fed. He was critical of the Fed and Yellen while he was running for office. Believe me, he is going to do an about-face, just like with Mitt Romney, who became his buddy, even though he didn't become Secretary of State. They all buddy-buddy. He's going to get buddy-buddy with Janet Yellen because Trump needs Yellen, and Yellen, of course, needs Trump if she wants to get reappointed. So they need each other, and he's going to do an about-face there. So what's going to be sacrificed is the dollar. And, of course, if you go back to the campaign itself, Trump campaigned on a weaker dollar. He wants a weaker dollar. He says these other countries are manipulating their currency because he's saying their currencies are too cheap, meaning the dollar is too high. And so he wants to try to bring back some type of trade advantage by debasing the currency. And that's one promise that he's actually going to be able to keep.
Well, yesterday we got the final jobs report of the Obama era. We got the December non-farm payroll. Now, technically, when we get the January number, the first Friday of February, half of that would have been during the Obama presidency. But because we won't get the official news until the Trump presidency, I'm sure that Donald Trump is going to take the credit or maybe have to deal with the blame, depending on how that number ends up being received, whether it beats the consensus or misses. But this is really the final jobs number for Obama. And, the number came out okay. I mean, it missed. The consensus estimate was 175,000 jobs. And the actual number, at least until they revise it next month, was 156,000. So that was below what was expected. Now, they did revise upward the prior month from 178 to 204. And the month before that, they revised down a bit. So I guess when you take it, all the revisions, it was probably about a push on the number. But generally, the markets pay more attention to the most recent number rather than the revision. So this report, should have been seen as, not so good. But most of what I was reading was about how strong not only this report was, but the entire job creation legacy of Barack Obama. This is what you get from the mainstream media that peddles all the fake news about what a great economy President Obama is handing off to Donald Trump. That, we have really low unemployment. The official unemployment rate ticked up from 4.6, but still 4.7. So low unemployment, all these jobs being created, forgetting about the fact that once again, you're talking about low-paying part-time jobs that have been created. In fact, the number of Americans not in the workforce rose again. It wasn't a big jump, but it was still a jump to a new all-time record high. So labor force participation has been eviscerated during the Obama years. It did tick up this last month to 62.7, but that is still an extremely low level. So, of course, the media is going to gloss over all of this when they're praising the Obama job creation legacy. But I think what they're trying to do is really set Trump up for failure, because by preserving this narrative that everything is great and Obama is handing over this great economy to Trump. And now if something goes wrong, well, gee, Trump really screwed up because everything was great. Obama just, handed over a incredible economy, and look what Donald Trump did with it. Rather than understanding that the economy is a bubble, it's a much bigger bubble than the one that Clinton handed to George Bush. But, politicians, as I said, never want to correctly label a bubble and deliver the bad news that we need to deal with the consequences of the problems. That's what Trump should be saying, that the economy is screwed up. There are a lot of problems here, and it's going to be a painful process to correct all the damage that's been done under Barack Obama, and in fact under George Bush as well. But that is not what Trump is going to do. He is going to try to preserve the bubble to the best he can, because he knows, and all the people that are surrounding him know, and all the Republicans in Congress know, that if anything bad happens, it's not going to be blamed on the mistakes of the past. It's going to be blamed on whoever happens to be in the Oval Office at the time, it hits the fan. And so the media, I can see that in the way they're reporting about the jobs numbers and how great this economy is, because, these numbers are very, very close to rolling over. I mentioned in my last podcast the problems that I see in the restaurant industry. Already this week, you can see in the retailers again, in Macy's and Sears and a number of companies announcing big layoffs. Again, lackluster holiday sales. They're closing down locations. They're laying people off. And again, a lot of these workers are part-time, and so there are more of them. So it's going to hurt the net count of jobs. So we're very close to a big turning point in the labor market. The only, I guess, true bright spot, if you want to call it that, in this report was the average hourly earnings,
rose by 0.4, which was a big improvement over the minus 0.1 that we got in the prior month. They were looking for 0.3, so that was a small beat. But, if you average plus 0.4 with minus 0.1, you get a plus 0.15, which is still pretty meager wage growth over the past 2 months. And if you look at hours worked, the work week actually shrank from 34.4 to 34.3 hours worked. And so I guess, when you multiply the number of hours worked by the wages, it's probably a push. So there's probably no net increase in earnings, even though you're earning a little bit more per hour, but you're not working quite as many hours, right? So you multiply that out, and the real income growth is just not there. And that's one of the reasons that you had such weak sales during the holiday season. If you actually look at the jobs themselves, you'll see that the biggest gain was in education and healthcare. I mean, there's a huge number of employees added, particularly in healthcare. And I don't know what these guys are, janitors or orderlies. I mean, I don't think it's real high-paying healthcare jobs that we're adding. I mean, these aren't doctors that are getting jobs in healthcare. Of course, education, kind of same thing. And a lot of these are low-paying jobs. Leisure and hospitality, again, another big category. That means we're still adding jobs, part-time jobs, of course, at bars and restaurants and things like that. But again, the goods producing sector, very, very weak performance. We did gain a little bit in manufacturing, but mining and logging, we still lost jobs. We lost jobs in construction, information technology. Wholesale trade eked out a small gain. Government, again, more jobs for government. But we don't want more government jobs. Those jobs are unproductive and cost us money. The taxpayer has to pay for the government jobs, right? When the government hires somebody, that costs me money. If a private company hires somebody, it doesn't cost me anything, right? But when the government hires somebody, I get the bill for that. So I don't like to see government jobs being added, because that just increases the burden on the taxpayer of employing these individuals. I want more individuals working productively in the private sector, not working unproductively in the government sector, to actually make those still working in the private sector even less productive. It's interesting. I read a report that came out that said that the millennials are the only, I guess, demographic group that is now more pessimistic than they were before the election. And it's probably because so many of the millennials were voting for Hillary Clinton, and they're very disappointed. It was the older people that voted enthusiastically for Trump, and they're the ones that have their hopes up. But it's some of the younger people who are even more concerned now than they were before. But it's not like they were optimistic under Obama. They weren't. A lot of these guys voted for Bernie Sanders. They hoped, though, that things would get better under Hillary Clinton, even though they were terrible under Barack Obama. Idealistically, they just bought into all this nonsense. And of course, remember, Hillary Clinton was promising all sorts of free stuff to the millennials, right? Free college. And so now people are disappointed that they're not going to get all that free stuff, right? They're going to actually have to pay for stuff. And, the circumstances are certainly bad for younger people who are trapped, in poverty. They're living with their parents. Maybe they have a bunch of debt. They borrowed money to go to college, and they wasted their time. They wasted money. They've got a worthless degree that cost them a fortune, and now they got a lot of debt. I mean, this is a very, very typical story for a lot of the millennials, who are now even more pessimistic since Trump was elected than they were before. But again, a lot of people, I think, are set up for major disappointment, because people's expectations are very, very high. And when they're not met, it's going to be bad. Normally you want to set the bar low, right? You want people to, you want to underpromise and overdeliver. Well, right now, I think Trump has made the mistake of overpromising. And people are expecting the best. And when it's not delivered, confidence could really plunge. And I think there's going to be plenty of people pointing the fingers at Trump and the Republicans if they don't play their cards right. Because that's the same thing that happened to George Bush. And, Trump is surrounding himself by the same guys. You got Larry Kudlow, right? You got Art Laffer. You got Steve Moore. I mean, these are good. Some of these are good guys. I mean, I know Steve Moore. I know Larry Kudlow. These are good guys, right? They're free market guys. But these are the same guys that kind of wrap themselves around the rhetoric during the Bush years. They refused to accept what I was talking about. When I was talking about the bubble, they just dismissed it, right? It was like, oh, if we have a Republican president and taxes are being cut, well, then everything is great. Well, it's not great, right? Just cutting taxes, even of itself, is not a panacea. It doesn't make everything great. Just having a Republican president who somehow is going to ignite, animal spirits just by talking favorably about business, as opposed to a Democrat who may vilify business, just having a pro-business president who's willing to cut taxes doesn't solve overwhelming structural problems and imbalances that exist in the economy. And so the people that Trump is surrounding himself with did not recognize those problems during the Bush years. And of course, when the market collapsed and we had the Great Recession, it was blamed on the rhetoric of Bush. It was blamed on the free market. And I don't want the same thing to happen again. I don't want this bubble to burst while Trump is president. And now the blame is not on the Federal Reserve and Yellen and Barack Obama, but somehow the blame is on Donald Trump, is on the Republicans in Congress. The blame is on tax cuts. The blame is on deregulation, because that's exactly what the mainstream media and I think the powers that be seem to be setting us up for, so they can ride to our rescue in 2020 with promises of bigger government and more regulation and higher taxes on the rich that once again destroy the economy because the Republicans let them out of their cage.